a lot of young people in the field of John Oliver Secondary School in Vancouver dancing. It was a music festival like lively atmosphere. Jagmeet Singh got on right at the tail end of the event before he and other media members got on their bus to head to the next campaign stop. That was around
Buddy.
8:10 p.m. Police later told us that this horrific incident where
It
somebody
is
drove a black
election
SUV into
day.
a crowd of people
That
on the street right
so
beside that field. It was lined with food
got
trucks and
everything
people.
going
Happened just about
so
20
far.
minutes or less
It
after the
is
campaign bus
honest.
drove away. And on a personal note, my vehicle was parked right in that section where that happened. So it's
Looks
stunning
like
to
we've
see
got
that
like three
transpire just about
conservatives
4 minutes
and then
after
two
we left.
liberals.
And as you highlighted off the top of the show, that
So
really
go
changed
figure.
the mood and
Uh,
the schedule
just
for
getting the
a lot of the
set up
candidates,
right.
including Jagmeet Singh, in this election in the moments that followed that.
It certainly did on the last day of the campaign. Neetu Garcha, thank you. We will come back to you throughout the evening. I appreciate that. All right, let's go to Quebec now. Mike Armstrong is at the headquarters of the Bloc Québécois in Montreal.
Hi,
Chan.
Donna. Yeah, we're in a theater sort of east end of Montreal. A very small venue, actually, only about 4
Yeah.
meters between
Hashtag elbows
the
up,
meteor
everybody.
riser and the stage. Could that be a sign of that this is going to be a small party tonight? It could be. The Bloc Québécois went into this election with 33 seats. They won 32 in the last election. They also won one in a by-election last year. But from day one of this campaign, there were predictions that things could be tough in this election, possibly even devastating. Some of the early projections had them going as far as low as 4 seats. That doesn't appear to be the case. They might lose some, but certainly not the red wave that was predicted early on. That did happen, by the way, in 2011. They went down to 4 seats. That was a painful election. The party had to be really rebuilt after that. The problem really hasn't been the campaign that was run. Things actually have been strong. It was really those external dynamics and Donald Trump and the shadow that he cast on this campaign. The ballot question kind of left Yves-François Blanchet, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, out off the ballot in a way. The battle between the other parties was who can make the best prime minister to go up against Donald Trump, to defend people against Donald Trump. Well, because Blanchet was never going to be the prime minister, he was left out of that. And that's really been the problem he had getting traction in this campaign. Donna?
Right, we're just looking at some pictures there. I believe those are pictures of Yves-François tonight watching the results come in. So he will find out
That
his
quality.
and his party's future in not too long from now. All right.
So which is one of our separatist.
Not his province.
Yes.
Separatist
Or his MPs.
True. Well, polls have now
party.
closed all
I see the
across Atlantic
100%.
Canada, though. Quebec still to
To
come,
get
and the
together,
rest of the country, of
chat.
course, still to come. But you can see some results on your screen there. In the bottom of the screen, the Conservatives leading or elected in 3 ridings, the Liberals leading or elected in 2. Still lots of ballots to count. So we'll keep watching it. We're back with live coverage in a moment.
So we usually have this done pretty quick. Once Canada is like all done, that's pretty much how you can determine who's won. Once Ontario is finished, usually get your. So we just started kicking off the election about 50 minutes ago. Missing my Twitch. Have everything played. Not that we're gonna miss any. It's gonna go probably till midnight Pacific Standard Time. So I actually voted early. So yeah, Liberals are ahead so far. 6. And then Conservatives vote. So there are 2 people 334 ridings all across Canada. It's cutting out.
Okay, welcome back to Decision Canada. I'm Donna Friesen. This is Eric Sorensen. We're going to take a look as we watch the ballots be counted, the numbers come in, at how things have changed through the course of the last 6 months, really how support has shifted. The Conservatives started high and sank, and the Liberals did the opposite. I think we've got a board we're going to look at. Bit of a timeline here from September of 2024 to April of 2025. The red line is the Liberals, the blue line is the Conservatives, the orange, the NDP.
And it is, I think, one of the most remarkable lines we've seen in a pre-election period, at least in our lifetimes. The Liberals were 20 points down. They were out.
I didn't move my microphone close.
Message came in.
I'm using my headset microphone.
Conservatives came down, but it's also
there, that's better.
very end there, in late April, the Conservatives
Thank you.
closing the gap.
I have my microphone on a arm, and I thought that I was using my headset microphone, but I'm not.
Now that polls have closed across Atlantic Canada. David.
Yeah, and what we want to do is maybe focus a little more in on some of the more.
Okay, there's one other thing that I was going to do. What was I doing? Oh, yeah.
A little bit longer. Here's the map of Atlantic Canada right now. Red is Liberal, blue is Conservative. There's no New Democrats in Atlantic Canada. Just this is blue on red. And you know, I listened to that comment that Lisa Raitt made with Mercedes Stephenson about.
There we go. So all of Atlantic Canada. So the gray area is undecided yet. And then you've got, if you're watching from the United States, the colors are reversed. So for blue, it's Conservative, and red is Liberal. So the spectrums are different. The color spectrums are different. So just keep that in mind. Why is the like button not working? Oh, I need to be signed in. That's right. So just to give you guys a rough idea of what you've got down there, we've got basically from the right side of the spectrum, you'll get the People's Party of Canada. Then moving more to the center is the Conservatives, which there's 3 seats. And then more in the middle would be the Liberals, which is 6 seats. And then you've got probably the Bloc Québécois, which would probably be in that range. That is the Quebec Party, and they only run candidates in Quebec, and they are a separatist party, just to give you an idea. Then you've got your Green Party, which is for the environment. Usually we get 1 or 2 people with a seat. And then the far left would be the New Democrat Party. And they can get votes as well. We'll probably see that more in British Columbia, maybe parts of Ontario and Manitoba, those types of places.
It's kind of interesting to see what we have here with the Liberals and the Conservatives, because normally in Newfoundland and Labrador, the Liberals would have a 15-point lead. Now,
most of the votes and the seats, or the the stronger amount of seats, are usually on the eastern side of Canada or central Canada. Like, I think there's about 100 ridings at least in Ontario, but as you go more west, you have less seats. So
they have won, as I said, every election in Newfoundland and Labrador federally, all but 3 since 1949. So that would tell us a lot if suddenly Conservatives were winning more than, say, one riding in Newfoundland.
Okay, we'll continue to watch that. Right now, we have the Liberals leading or elected in 6, and the Conservatives leading or elected in 3. With me now is Peter MacKay, former Conservative MP and Cabinet Minister from Nova Scotia, who served under Stephen Harper. Thank you so much for taking time with us. Appreciate it.
My pleasure, Donna. Nice to be with you and Eric.
You appeared at a Pierre Poilievre campaign event along with your father. I saw pictures of that. Do you think the Conservatives can win enough seats tonight to make Pierre Poilievre Prime Minister?
Well, it's the same. As Eric just pointed out, we're seeing some early signs of things that weren't necessarily picked up in the polls. The other thing that you mentioned in your analysis, but it's playing out on the ground, is the collapse of the NDP. And so this is going to have consequences right across the country. But here in Atlantic Canada, what I can tell you, having talked to a lot of voters on the doorsteps and at various gatherings, including the rally, is that Conservatives have worked very hard. They've tried to keep the focus on the affordability crisis, the issues around criminality, the issues around how Canada rebuilds its military. There's no doubt that the Trump factor
Concern with the New Democrat Party is the fact that Jagmeet Singh had been delinquent on calling an early election. So I think that's one of the main points why the NDP may not be as successful this time around. Mind you, the pros on the New Democrat Party, I would have to say, is that he did stick it out and got quite a few pieces of legislation passed, like universal dental care for seniors and also for those with disabilities. So a lot of his platform he did get through by joining the Liberals in the last election. But I think he just wrote it out way too long. He should have called an election earlier on, I think.
I was impressed by the turnout of young people, of party stalwarts, but people out knocking on doors, doing the type of things that motivates people to go out and cast that ballot.
Get out and cast that ballot.
It would be a factor.
Okay. There's been some criticism, from a number of people, including the guy who ran Ontario Premier Doug Ford's campaign, that when Mark Carney took over from Justin Trudeau after the U.S. president started those threats and imposed tariffs, that the Conservative campaign failed to pivot.
But mainly, I think this election will probably see quite a few Liberal votes. Mark Carney is brand new on the stage. He's a businessman, basically popped in. He doesn't have any of the baggage that the other politicians have. And he is campaigning on taking on Trump, essentially. He doesn't have any of the baggage of a Trudeau. There are a few things that he does have that have ticked him into the negative bracket. The disclosure of his businesses. But mind you, he's correct. He put them all into a blind trust. There are some people that are concerned because he's with the world. He was with the World Economic Forum. So there's a few things with that. So people are a little concerned. The other factor is his latest cabinet is all made up of the same cabinet ministers as just Trudeau. So
that's not actually true. I was out campaigning yesterday with Tim Houston's wife and our local candidate.
But a lot of pros he has. He is a business guy. He's not a career politician. He does know economics, as he was the governor of the Bank of Canada and the governor of the Bank of the United Kingdom. He has a lot of connections worldwide. So he's very well versed, even though you don't see him in the news very much. But he's one of those guys in the background that really knows how the system works. Hello, Michael. Welcome in to the Canadian election coverage here on Karen Gaming.
What he put an ad out was promoting Nova Scotia in the face of tariffs. tariffs.
Okay.
And what he has been really focused on, I can tell you, is building up Nova Scotia's immunity, if there is such a thing, for what may come. And so that rift story is always a good one. It's always one that circulates at election time. But the Conservative Party is very united. I am concerned about the unity of our country in what may happen after this election, and particularly the anger that exists in Alberta over pipelines. That's an issue that has not received the amount of attention that it should. I think Mr. Carney's been quite elusive on that subject. But building a national energy corridor, getting liquefied natural gas into a world market is really one of the lifelines that we need in this country right now.
All right, Peter MacKay, thanks for taking time with us. We'll see what unfolds in Atlantic Canada. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Donna. Always a pleasure. And hello to Eric again. Great to see him there tonight.
Peter, it's good to see you. Say that from across the
All
studio.
right, thanks. Eric, you have another interesting tool that will help us understand results as they come in. It's a swing meter, which parties are gaining and which are losing.
Yeah, that's what we want to talk about here. Donna, the main seat totals on the bottom of the screen tells us who's ahead and who's behind. They do not tell us who's doing better or worse. For example, right now it is, if I look over the scoreboard, it's the Liberals 11 and the Conservatives 3. But the question is, who's gaining from whom and who's losing to whom, and what is needed to win, which is the big question. Voila, the swing meters. But first, we start with the previous results, transposing all the votes cast in 2021 and in every by-election since over all the new ridings in the country. And here are the transposed estimates from 338 to what we have now, 343 seats. The Liberals 154, the Conservatives 128, the BQ 35, the NDP 24, the Green 2. It's not that different from the numbers at dissolution in the old ridings. The Conservatives are up just a bit from by-elections and boundary changes, but the numbers...
So my prediction is that we're probably going to see a Liberal government. That's what I'm anticipating.
Coupled with Liberal losses to total 27. That's their magic number. Remember, Darrell Sittler, 27, and potentially form government. So how are they doing so far? Well,
New York State is starting to get into the 60, the 74 Fahrenheit in the day.
Up one for the moment, and you'll see it here. They will go up the swing meter here in Dallas.
We're at 9 degrees Celsius where I live. I kept the weather up there for you guys. The green on the weather map is wind, the severity of the wind. If it's blue, it's not very windy. If it's green and moving up to red, that means it's very windy.
And so they need a net gain then of 18 pickups, Donna. And tonight, as we kind of look at the swing meter for them, they're gaining nothing so far. They've lost 2.
Sure, guys, to hit the like button on the live streams. I need to do that action myself. Forgot to do that.
That minus and the Conservatives plus numbers
Go to my channel, hit like on my live footage.
And the Liberals, if that's the case, will not be challenging to form a majority government.
Okay. Boom. Boom. Bang. Let's go to Mercedes.
So this is going to be a very long live stream. I'm probably going to go till about midnight or something like that. So for the most part of the evening, we'll be covering the Canadian election. But once we get like past Ontario and most of the votes are in at that point, then I will probably switch over to gaming just to give you guys an idea of how tonight's live stream is going to work.
We're seeing the age differences, and I may also put in that category new Canadians and old Canadians as well. So there are an awful lot of fault lines that aren't, you know, the traditional, typical ones.
100 degrees Fahrenheit. Crikey. That's quite warm.
Such a powerful force. So I think we're going to see some different outcomes than even the pollsters might have predicted because of that. Obviously, we have two worldviews, one that believes that
the Liberals are up to 11. Wow.
The activity we need.
I hope we get a map to show up just to see where these wins are being hit.
Its work. So that's kind
So there are still polling stations that are open. So as we slowly move like through the time zones, to the West Coast, I think they close at about 7 p.m.
Some very heated rhetoric
So
here from
in
Mr. Carney,
each
the
time zone.
Memphis
So it's only
Memphis,
5
and that
p.m.
is up
Pacific
here into
Standard
the
Time
heart of
right now.
the boomers, less so for the millennials because they're worried about those affordability issues. So you see how he's played into the domestic issues that are here. And I think we have to remember about the United States, and this casts our mind back to 9/11, where the ambassador from the U.S. of the day said, security always trumps trade. And we have focused a lot of the discussion, and President Trump's interventions have been on the trade issue. But he also held up a mirror to
For you
us
guys,
about what we need
most
to do for our
likely you'll probably see more Canadian stuff in your guys' news. Because once the election is over with, I have a feeling that you'll probably see more negotiations between Canada and the United States. I think Trump has been waiting for the Canadian election to be done and over with so that he knows who he is actually going to be negotiating with, essentially.
Well, and it is a key issue. It will be a key issue. I mean, I think it's easier for people to focus on the trade issue because he talks about it every day, because the tariff issue is there. But implicit in what he said at the beginning and what he says repeatedly, it's about security, folks. So it's about your contributions to NATO. It's about what you're doing on the border and whether you're keeping the bad guys out or letting them run across borders. So these things are going to emerge. It's a little bit, as we heard from Peter MacKay and others, that the energy issue, the climate issue, which is very core to Mr. Carney's view of the world, has not really been discussed in this campaign. So there are a lot of issues there that we are going to have to wrestle with.
I think fall we'll probably see some mayor or city elections. Usually city elections in British Columbia all happen at the same time.
On offer the hope and fear that former
and it's usually in the fall.
talks about. I think that those issues, they've each taken a different take on that. Carney has improved over the course of the campaign in terms of his ability to campaign. He was a novice to this, but certainly not a novice to the world of
yeah, Carney, he's new to debate, but in the beginning when he was debating, and you hear him on the news and stuff, he didn't really have very good speech work, but he's improved quite a bit. He does what I do. I do a lot of and ahs. He's an and ah kind of guy too. Actually, I like, for me anyways, I like the fact that he hits certain points. Like he says, I have like 3 points to make, and he goes bam, bam, bam. Like he hits those points right out. So he's more of a formatted debater, I guess.
To be here. Gotta love election night.
Absolutely, Donna. Everyone excited. We'll see what the outcome is. All right. Thanks, you two. Appreciate it. You can see on the bottom of your screen there some leading or elected numbers. They've ticked up for the Liberals. Liberals leading or elected in 13 now. The Conservatives in 3. These are results from Atlantic Canada. David Aiken is taking a closer look at what's happening there. David.
Yeah, and I want to follow through on Eric Sorens's really cool new tool, that swingometer. I love that thing. That 13 to 3 might seem impressive if you're a Liberal, but it isn't. Taking a look behind me, you've got a lot of red here. That red is Liberal ridings that were Liberal at the beginning of the day, and right now Liberals are leading in those ridings. We got a funny little color right here. Why? I'll tell you why. It's a tie game. It's 11 votes to 11 votes. So you don't really get that. Not a lot of votes in. Rick Perkins is the incumbent in South Shore St. Margaret's, and Jessica Fancy Landry is a Liberal, and there's 1 vote for an independent. So we have that. So Liberal up there, Liberal in Northern New Brunswick, Liberal on PEI, Liberal in Central Nova, and going up to Cape Breton. That is, nothing's changed. I come back again. I want to check in again on those 2 Newfoundland and Labrador ridings that were Liberal to start the night, but right now Conservatives are leading, and we have a significant amount of polls in. Let's check in on Long Range Mountains one more time. Long Range Mountains, Carol Anstey has 54% of the vote.
Wonder if it's going to be blue and red wave across
polls reporting. out
the
of
board because
253.
there's no
So there's
new
23 votes in
Democrat
already, and right now the Conservatives have a
getting
significant
votes.
lead
And look
over
at
the
these
Liberals
numbers.
in long-range
Like it's
map
either
in Western Newfoundland and
conservative
Yukon
or
already.
liberal
Coming
right
over to
now.
the other side, tearing over the peninsulas.
And you see the
Jonathan
NDP
Crowe,
guy is only
Conservative, is leading in a
4.2%, so
riding
getting
that
very
was
low
open
vote.
when the night started over Anthony Germain, the broadcaster. 70 polls reporting of 270.
So
there's a
people
lot of
are
folks
really
on the board
probably
already,
maybe it's
and we'll see
people
how
are going to
this
be really
goes.
focused that way. It'll
Now,
be
the
interesting once
Conservatives
we
are
get to
thinking, well, we
Quebec
got 4 for
because
the
Quebec
Conservatives. That's just
there
about
might be
what
some
we
Bloc
started to predict. So
Québécois
that's now
votes.
Saint Jean Saint Croix, which is John Williamson.
But you never know. Right across the country, it might end up being a two-party race, really.
She's back for a rematch. But right now, 52 to 17, Saint Jean Saint Croix. That wouldn't be a change. That would be Conservatives holding. 14 to 4 is the score at the bottom. By and large, not a lot of change except in Newfoundland, Labrador. And again, coming back to Lisa Rait's comments, if the Conservatives can steal 2 in Newfoundland and Labrador, that would be a big, that would give them a lift as we start to get into some very competitive races in Quebec, Ontario, and so on. So back to you guys.
Even when Stephen Harper won his majority, the Conservatives won only 1 riding in Newfoundland and Labrador. I mean, to win 3 would be really remarkable. So we'll see how that goes.
Okay, we'll keep watching that. For now, with me is David Frum, a Canadian-American political commentator and a staff writer at The Atlantic. David, you have a foot in both countries, so you have 2 perspectives. Mark Carney has called this the most consequential election in our lifetimes because of the threat from Donald Trump. Do you think that's accurate or hyperbole?
I'd put it as the most consequential since 1988, but maybe my lifetime has been longer than other people's. 1988 was the election where Canadians voted on the U.S.-Canada Free Trade Agreement, which bound Canada
Fresh.
more
This
closely
is
to the
the
United States.
CBC. It's another news network.
That went in favor of close relations and redounded well to Canada's benefit. Has made Canada richer and more dynamic.
So
the Americans
we've got a long way to go. So we're just only doing like the East Coast at the moment. Then we'll move into like Central Canada over here.
North American free trade are now challenged by the United States.
So this is Quebec. It'll be interesting when we start seeing votes come in Quebec.
He says the U.S. is no longer a reliable partner to
And Thunder Bay. This has the most seats here.
It's not just a Canadian problem, but the decision that Canadians have to make and the danger of some of the decisions that are being faced this night is that because the Americans have lost faith in the idea of free trade, free markets, private enterprise, that doesn't make it right, and that doesn't encourage Canadians to do the same. And Canada has to find a way to hold on to things that are true, that private enterprise works, that markets work, that trade works.
So next year.
An issue so much about the U.S.-Canada bilateral relationship, but make it about the inherent power.
My provincial election was done last October, which I'm way over here.
Actually, this is maybe a stupid question. Does it matter
Just
who the
in this
president is
area.
in Canada when you're dealing with someone like Donald Trump? If he's after our resources, if he's after the Arctic, is a new prime minister going to make any difference to his?
This is the seat standing.
Why would you disparage your question? That's
There's
very
2
powerful
elected.
question. And personalities matter a lot in history, but they often matter in surprising ways.
So this is Mark Carney,
Donald Trump has behaved
the
in
Liberal
surprising ways that
leader.
We had an interview with him just today
This is
in
Pierre
Quebec.
Polyev. This would be like your Republican Party or Conservative Party. This is Yves Francois Blanchet, Bloc Québécois. He is the leader of the Separatist Party. And then you've got Jagmeet Singh, who's the Democrat Party leader. And then you've got Elizabeth May and Jonathan Pinot. So there is only one Green Party, just to let you know, but they have a co-leadership system. So these guys are these 2 are the leaders of the Green Party. I'm not exactly sure how it would work if the Green Party could make government. Who of these 2 would end up being prime minister? But I doubt they will get like a majority to do that. And then this is Maxime Bernier. He is the People's Party of Canada. This is the most far right party that you could get. So extremely conservative. it's hard to say whether or not he'll get seats, but we'll see. For the most part, Canada is more of a centralist country, so central politically. So you've got, like I said, Carney in the middle, and you've got Pierre Poilievre and Bernier, which is far right. And then you've got Jagmeet Singh over here, which is far left. And then you've got these two sort of, I don't know, left center, I guess. And then you've got a separatist here. So it's hard to really put him on the spectrum. But he's very green, and very much, I would have to say, probably maybe left oriented, I guess. So, but it's hard to put a separatist party on the spectrum. But there's a lot of social programs that Yves Francois Blanchet support. Would have happened like in October, for this upcoming October, but because there was a minority government, it was highly likely that election was going to be called. So the prime minister said, we're going to just jump into an election now so that he could maybe garner more seats or set up some sort of, decision-making plan for the country to include Canadians in the decision of, how we should where we should move our country. So I think it might be a Liberal win, I think, but it's still too early to say.
All right, welcome back to our Decision Canada coverage. I'm Donna Friesen.
I'm Eric Sorensen.
Good to have you here. We're going to take a look at some results. You can see on the bottom of your
Excuse me.
screen there. These are from Atlantic Canada. Oh, we've got a popular vote, and at the bottom, Liberals leading or elected in 16, Conservatives in 7. And Eric, look at that popular vote, almost tied.
More telling, both I think in the popular vote first, which is that the Liberals and Conservatives are very close. Normally at this time of night on an election in Atlantic Canada, you would expect the Liberals to have a bigger lead. That 16 to 7 is a little misleading because right now the Conservatives are having a pretty good night.
And I want to draw your attention, guys, to the NDP vote. Even though it says Popular Vote Canada, it's really Popular Vote Atlantic Canada right now because that's all we have. The NDP in the last election in Atlantic Canada got 9%, and their popular vote right now 4.6, right? One of the storylines, collapse of the NDP, but not benefiting the Liberals here. Maybe the Conservatives benefiting from it.
Well, and another sort of point of reference here is all the pre-election polls showed that Atlantic Canada in the overall had the Liberals in front by about 20 points.
Yeah, absolutely.
They should be running away with some of these ridings, not just the ones they would win. Right now, it's not happening. As you're pointing out in the map, David, these are all ridings that the Conservatives won in 2021, so they're holding those. They're for the moment, they're even picking up 2 in Newfoundland and Labrador, and that is remarkable. That is the most remarkable thing we're seeing so far.
Still some ridings not reporting. For instance, we don't have, St. John has not reported. Nothing from Fredericton. So, there's still a lot. The numbers are going to definitely change. And we do have one riding which was Conservative at the beginning of the night, which is now where the Liberal is leading, and not by much. I'll just pop that up. That's Acadie-Annapolis. Chris D'Entremont is behind by 3 votes to the Liberal Ronnie LeBlanc. But again, that's just very early. 4 polls in. and we have to put it into the Liberal column right now. But yes, elsewhere, things are sort of unfolding. Now we have broken that tie in South Shore St. Margaret's, and Rick Perkins now has a 2-vote lead. Where's my hand so you can see it there? 2-vote lead
Close
on
riding.
the Liberal. So it really it kind of feels a bit slow, the results coming in. I don't know, maybe I'm just used to, like, I'm so eager to get more on the board. We still have nothing from Halifax. As I mentioned, nothing from Fredericton, nothing from St. John. We do have something from Central Nova. Central Nova, that's where Sean Fraser was one of those Trudeau cabinet ministers who quit and then said, I'm not running
So with the
again.
votes with the other parties, they're kind of basically vote splitting.
Maybe I will run for that guy, Mark Carney. So he's up in Central
It's been
Nova
10 years
and
since
he's got
Greg
24
Abbott
vote lead over
to power.
Jenkins. I think we
His
heard Peter
name
McKay
2 more
talk about
years.
McKay's old riding, and I think we heard Peter talk about campaigning for Bryson Jenkins. So that's what's going on in Central
Isn't
Nova.
he is he the guy that's in there now?
Atlantic Canada.
Greg Abbott? The name sounds familiar.
Again,
I think I've heard him on the news a few times.
that might be a pickup that just popped up in Tobique Mataquac. Well, 8 votes to 7 votes. I don't think we're going to talk pickup yet, but that's a conservative riding.
So he's been in power for 10 years.
But
He must be pretty popular.
Except for Newfoundland Labrador, things are
I thought there used to be a lady that was governor of Texas at one point, I think.
Certainly will affect the popular vote and
Wow.
overall vote.
That Sean Fraser.
I think I seen her in some sort of interviews.
Difference in that riding of Central Nova.
The numbers now just changing a little bit on the bottom of your screen there. Liberals leading or elected in 16, Conservatives leading or elected in 8. Our Heidi Petracek is in Pictou, Nova Scotia, in the riding of Central Nova. Heidi.
Well, Donna, it's interesting to hear you talk about Central Nova and to hear David kind of drill down into the results here. Sean Fraser, who is the Liberal incumbent here, who came back after that call from Mark Carney, is watching results at home, and I'm told he will come here once those results, are more solidified. And I do know that there is a bagpiper on standby here in true
12 years.
Scotia, New Glasgow fashion, perhaps.
So that's the max amount. So you can't go over 12 years?
This is an interesting riding because Sean Fraser has held it for the Liberals.
I don't think we don't have any rules like that in Canada.
This is historic Tory country, progressive conservative country dating back to Brian Mulroney. This is the riding he ran in. Also Elmer McKay. You spoke to Peter McKay. Well, Peter McKay's father ran here and held the seat for years, as did Peter McKay. So you have an interesting dynamic here. And I think when Pierre Poilievre came to this area, he came to Trenton, Nova Scotia, and held a big rally last week. It was really to try to draw from the progressive conservative vote. And Peter McKay, as you had mentioned in your interview with him, made an appearance at that rally. Now, PC Premier Tim Houston did not. As Peter McKay mentioned, his wife has been on the campaign trail with the Conservative candidate here, Bryson Jenkins, who's a new political face, hasn't been in politics before. He's a real estate agent around these parts, but he's also worked in the Alberta oil patch. He's well known around here. And on Friday, Tim Houston did
started power of Texas in 2015.
That far along party lines in that regard, at the very least, despite that video coming out in the end. So they're decorated for a party here at the watch party.
So he can only do an additional term, I guess. Is that correct? Based on the laws or the rules?
It's interesting. Things are actually closer than perhaps polls would have suggested at this point. And what happens now is we just wait for those ballot counts to continue and see what happens when Mr. Fraser makes an appearance here at the Glasgow Theatre. So it will be interesting to see, a very interesting riding, and it will be interesting to see if Pierre Poilievre's appearance here really managed to pull out more votes for Bryson Jenkins, Donna.
Yeah. All right, Heidi Petracek, thanks. Watching that riding closely, the Liberals
49 to 48
yep.
for Sean Fraser. That they cannot breathe easily right now. He was talking about, or she was talking about Peter McKay. His dad. This riding was so conservative that Peter's dad, Elmer, could give up the riding temporarily so that Brian Mulroney would have a safe conservative riding to get into Parliament. This would be 42 years ago. That's how conservative this part of Nova Scotia was back in those days.
And it was Sean Fraser who flipped it to the Liberals, I think, in 2015.
And has been holding it pretty steadily. Yeah. It's looking a little more precarious tonight.
Yeah, we'll find out if they cue the bagpipes over
there. They're catching up.
All right, let's go to Mackenzie Gray
10
at
seats.
the Liberal headquarters in Ottawa. Mackenzie.
Hi, Donna. We're here with Sachin Mehra, the president of the Liberal Party. Sachin, thanks for joining us. What do you make of the...
But it's going to be a strong, solid fight between the Liberals and the Conservatives, I think.
They're still coming in right now. We know that we've got candidates and teams working hard to make sure they get out the vote. They've been going
The next power government of Texas could be in power from 2027 to 2039.
our candidates that have been working so very, very hard, and our leader.
Yeah, we don't have any limitations of that nature.
But we saw in advance voting that there were over 7 million Canadians who voted.
You can just keep on running and running and running, pretty much in Canada. There's no restrictions.
Vote is counted, and I think that's very, very important. We're seeing the numbers coming in right now, but we're going to see as they come in throughout the country. It was important.
And that goes for municipal elections, provincial elections, and federal elections.
We've heard it at the door. We are seeing it with the long.
And our Senate is appointed by the Prime Minister. The seats. So the senators are in place for life.
From your perspective, what do you think some of the key differences are between Mr. Trudeau and Mr. Carney?
So I think every leader creates his or her own space. And in the case of our leader this time, he's really risen to the moment where the democracy of Canada, the freedoms that we want to have in this country are really up for question. And he's worked hard at that, listening to Canadians, traveling across the country, and really delivering a message that is about...
Conservatives are catching up. They're two away. They're starting to get the...
No predictions, just working hard and getting to the other side with all of Canada. Canada strong.
Sachin, appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, Mackenzie.
Back to you, Donna.
Nice try there, Mackenzie. Thanks very much. All right, let's take a look at some of the results. These are some of the first elected MPs in Newfoundland and Labrador. Let's have a look at... There we are in central Newfoundland.
Conservatives knocked it out of the park there. Good job, Clifford Small.
And remember, this is Newfoundland, and the polling was suggesting that the Liberals should be doing well here. At the moment, the Conservatives and Liberals, with about 55,000 votes cast across the province, are running even. Liberals would normally...
And then we've got a Liberal, Phillips here early.
This is Labrador.
Or Earl.
A healthy lead there.
Philip Earl, that would be no surprise. So they are holding Labrador. It's a smaller number of voters in that jurisdiction, and it's not very...
Yeah, I think Canadians are more focused on who they want to vote for, I think, probably this time around. They're backing the top two, what do you call it, top two parties, which is the Conservatives and the Liberals, this time around, because you're looking at the New Democrats and other parties are all below 10%.
He is going to win, it looks like, as you've said. Still a couple of question marks for the Liberals in Newfoundland and Labrador, and look at the scoreboard. It's 13-13, and as Lisa Raitt was saying earlier,
USA only got 8 years. That's for the president, I believe, right?
By 3-1 in the total seat numbers in Atlantic Canada. Right
Yep.
now, it's 13.
Our prime minister can go on beyond that if they want.
All right, I want to find out what our political panel thinks about it, particularly the man from...
But in most cases, if they're losing the popular vote, they'll step down, because that's what had happened with Justin Trudeau. His popularity numbers and polling numbers just tanked. So he stepped down, and then they had the leadership race. Carney jumped in, and then Carney regained all of the popular vote.
Easily when those big numbers come in, all in one polling station. And we'll have to wait to see what happens. But I'm pretty happy. You know, I wish I actually had a real bet with Seamus on this tonight, but it's okay so far. Oh, no, numbers are in.
And Seamus, you know, we just saw your old riding pop up there. It's swinging Liberal, where you were door knocking, swinging Conservative.
There's also politics with regards to Aboriginal and First Nations peoples, but I'm not well versed on that. Because there is politics with First Nations, so like position of chief, band offices. There's also the what do you call it, First Nations council of Canada, which has like the head chief. So there's actually like a kind of a federal council of chiefs. And I'm not exactly sure how all that election process works.
We're going to see this sequence of voting that happens in.
So we have First Nations elections. We've got provincial elections, federal elections. We also have school board elections. We have municipal elections. So
really level it out, if not change the results and maybe a flip. So it is interesting because the Conservatives look like they're outperforming right now expectations. But we're just too early, and we don't have that big chunk of votes yet to come.
Gilles, you were looking at these numbers and saying Conservatives looked higher than you thought. Do you think that this is just?
Well, I think it's surprising. Right I didn't think it'd be as close as it is now. But it remembers me Yogi Berra when he said, "I don't make any prediction, especially those concerning the future."
I tell you, this guy never ages. This Bill Decept guy.
Seamus, I remember 2015 when you were elected, and it was just this red wave coming across in Atlantic Canada in a Liberal majority. So certainly better than perhaps.
He looks the same when he was like the leader, and that was like, I don't know, probably about 15 years ago.
What do you think that says about support for the Liberal Party?
Well, I think
is when he was a leader, and he still had the gray hair or white hair at the time.
Provincial governments as well.
So
I think what you're seeing now is, something that I brought up earlier. I think there is a very real divide.
mind you, I think maybe he aged from stress being in politics early on, and now that he's out of politics, maybe his lifespan's frozen a bit now.
Big issue for a lot of people in rural parts of Atlantic Canada. Obviously, it's an overriding priority, and I think it's somewhere that we have a lot of work to do.
And I wonder, maybe not in we're downtown Toronto here, but in a lot of parts of the country and cities, what's going on with natural resources, be it fisheries, be it softwood lumber, be it oil and gas, be it the green economy people are looking for in the natural resource side. Rural Canada has been frustrated at times both ways. Those looking for a greener economy, others who are looking to expand oil and gas, been equally frustrated by our inability to get things done. I think for whoever's Prime Minister at the end of tonight, that is going to be an interesting question, given the results that are coming through in some parts of our more rural populations that deal with these issues on a day-to-day basis.
So on these numbers, though, what's interesting is
a good point.
Atlantic Canada,
so
the Liberals were up like
there's a lot of people divided. Some people want to stay, on the green path, and then others to figure that, well, we need to be doing more pipelines and stuff like that. So definitely adds a lot of questions this time around.
Or you couldn't get them on the phone because they don't answer phones because they're all under 25.
But it makes it very difficult to get certain things done too, especially if when you're a bit split on what you want to do.
Well, the polls in Quebec are
so pretty much every 4 years, or someone new in charge of New York.
300 people in Quebec, all in all. 150 of them will be in the city of
Yeah, that can happen too in Canada.
Different. Montreal is quite different than the rest of Quebec.
But I think for me in British Columbia, we've had the Democrats in power for quite some time. I think at least about 3 terms. So I think this time around it got a little bit close to where they were about to lose. As for federally, we've had, I think, about 2 minority governments. So there's a bit of a mixture of all sorts of stuff in that.
So even if you win Westmount with 95%, it's one riding.
Yeah. I think wise words from Yogi Berra, quoted by Gilles Duceppe tonight, Donna, as we continue to wait and see what direction this is all going to go in.
All right, love it. Thanks, you guys. We're looking at our screens now, and the bottom numbers keep changing. Right now, it's Liberals leading or elected in 19, and the Conservatives leading or elected in 12. This does keep changing. At one point, it was tied, as we showed you, because as the ballots get counted and more ridings report, the numbers keep populating. That's not a final number down there. Eric, tell us what you're looking at on your swing meter.
Well, you know, as the wise Yogi Berra once said also, it ain't over till it's over. And right now, the story that's developing for the moment is the Conservatives, and let's look at the swing meter for them. Remember, their magic number to get to government would be a swing of 27, plus seats for them, negative seats for the Liberals. For the moment, they are gaining 5. They've lost 1 for a total of +4. So they're at +4. But you add to that the Liberal numbers, which are at -4, because the Liberals right now have only gained 1 seat or only gaining 1 seat, but they're losing in 5 others. They're at -4. You put those two numbers together, -4 and +4, you have for the Conservatives +8. That is starting to climb towards 27. And this is just Atlantic Canada. So, you know, for example, the Liberals are looking to gain to get to the majority of 18. They're sitting down at -4 right now. They're heading in the wrong direction to head for a majority. So at this stage of the evening, some really interesting numbers that are foreshadowing, if it carries on like this, that the Conservatives are starting to make a move that could be very much threatening to get to their number, Donna, to form government. Way too early to say that, but I don't think anybody saw these numbers coming up for us, that the Conservatives would be pulling ahead and up to like 10 ridings in Atlantic Canada already. That's a good evening for them in Atlantic Canada, I have to tell you.
You know,
Conservative
our political panel raised the issue of
and the Liberals are losing.
votes, and there were 7.3 million Canadians who voted in the advance polls. That's a record number.
Meaning that
All those people
they've gained seats that, or won ridings that they normally haven't won before, the Conservatives.
Well, and you think about where the polling was a week or 2 weeks ago, the polls showed the Liberals further ahead, and that the Conservatives maybe in the last number of days were closing the gap as the message about the economy and time for a change may begin to resonate again. There was a little less Donald Trump in the front of people's minds, more about the cost of living, cost of housing, all of that. If that started to kind of turn into something, there may be people showing up at the polls that weren't registered in the polls in those last days, because it was like on election day they made a decision. And in Atlantic Canada right now, it seems like many of them went in there and said, I'm going Conservative.
All right, we're back with live coverage of Decision Canada in a moment.
You probably won't see until like these two parties here, the Democrats and the Greens. Maybe the Democrats you'll probably see in like maybe Quebec and Ontario. That's where you're going to start seeing their seats kick in, and then more to the West Coast, essentially to where I am. And the same with the Green Party, unless we have some surprises tonight.
I'm Donna Friesen. This is Eric Sorensen, and we're going to get right to some boards, showing some results in Atlantic Canada. These are ridings where the Conservatives are leading in what were Liberal ridings. That's Long Range Mountains. We've been watching that one closely, Eric.
Yeah, Don Bradshaw came into the race, as did Anthony Germain in another Newfoundland riding. Both of them broadcasters. Both of them came into the race in March when the Liberals looked like they were now building up a head of steam, and both of them are in some trouble.
Okay, what else do we have here? Terra Nova, the Peninsulas. Conservatives not leading by as much as the other one, but still.
Has to be a concern for the Liberals. Anthony Germain is very well known, at least in the journalistic community. I worked with him many, many years ago, and he's well known in Newfoundland and Labrador. But this seems to suggest, that there has been voters just got to the polls and in more numbers than expected.
And this is one we're watching very closely. We talked about this, Central Nova, where Sean Fraser had flipped this to Liberal back in 2015. He's back in the game now. But he is just a smidgen behind at this stage.
It's early with 30 polls reporting, but this would be one. I mean, he's a cabinet minister. The Liberals would think they could put that one in the bank.
Decided to resign his position and step down over the leadership situation. It'll be interesting if he gets his seat back.
You asked Peter MacKay about ground game. I can tell you, because it's my job to track where Pierre Poilievre goes. He had been working Newfoundland Labrador hard for the last year. Lots of visits into central Newfoundland, into Gander, into Corner Brook, trying to get those seats, and might be paying off. You mentioned this is the map of Atlantic Canada right now. Every riding except for Charlottetown. We have no results for Charlottetown, but we have results everywhere else. So right now the Conservatives would be one pickup. Things are moving around kind of quickly. This is a potential pickup, maybe a surprising result. This is northeastern New Brunswick, French-speaking New Brunswick, right on the border with Quebec. Madawaska,
this might actually go maybe conservative.
He's decided to retire.
It's hard to say.
With a slim lead, 76 votes over the Liberal. That is
interesting that the PPC has got some votes there.
A potential pickup for the Conservatives. But then the Conservatives are losing in South Shore St. Margaret's right now. Rick Perkins, the incumbent, is behind by 31 votes. A lot of very tight races here. We're going to, I think, be watching some of these for a little while. And then again, you mentioned I always want to go.
I have a feeling maybe, especially with so many tight ones, they might even do some recount.
We projected him winning.
Maybe.
I'm going to go back to 2021 when Clifford Small beat Scott Sims by 281 votes, 46-9 to 46-0. So that is a big improvement in Clifford Small's numbers. Cliff Small has been leading a lot of work in Newfoundland. Now we have a change. We're talking about Western Newfoundland Long Range. Oh, sorry, that of course. Let's get on 2025. That was Long Range Mountains, as we said.
Oh wow.
This is her second time on the ballot. A real estate broker from Deer Lake. She's been working hard. So there's some interesting results here. Conservatives now leading or elected in 9. That would be a gain of +1. But they're losing, so down in South Shore St. Margaret's. So they're really taking away 2 seats, and one of those just might be Sean Fraser in Central Nova. This is turning out to be very interesting, Donna. It's why they play the game and why we don't take all pollsters exactly at their word. We want to see how the votes are actually counted. And some very interesting stuff. A very good night right now for the Conservatives.
Yeah, absolutely. David, thank you. Eric, you are checking in again on the popular vote in Atlantic Canada.
You're thinking, well, maybe these numbers just aren't real yet. Maybe we're going to see something else. But look at that. This is, let me run around the numbers here and be able to look at them with you. Like the Liberals, for the moment, they're at 49 and the Conservatives at 44. But the Conservatives are up about 12 points from what they would normally be. The Liberals are up only a few points. The NDP vote has collapsed down to 4% in Atlantic Canada. They were roughly 16, 17%, so their numbers have collapsed, but they haven't all gone over to the Liberals. In fact, more, it would seem, have been going over to the Conservatives, and the Liberals are just kind of hanging on ahead of them. It's remarkable numbers that we're seeing right there, Donna. But it does suggest that the numbers we're seeing on the boards, 21 to 10.
Much a two-party race at the moment. But I have a feeling that's what it's going to end up being. Usually when there's an issue in Canada where people are, have very little faith in what's going on in government, you'll see a lot of strong focus on one of the two top parties. in Canada to focus whatever, you know, that particular Canadian wants, right? It's going to be very two-party like.
Party headquarters in Ottawa. Taria, the Conservatives must like what they're seeing so far.
But I have a feeling the NDP will get some seats. It'll probably be more in perhaps they can get seats in Quebec, they can get seats in Ontario, and most likely they will get seats in British Columbia.
What do you make? I mean, it's still quite early, but what do you make of what we're seeing?
Well, I think you said it right. There's a lot of excitement, but I think it's a little too early for people to count their chickens just yet. As we saw, the numbers were very different just a few short minutes ago. I have no idea what they're going to look like, but the people who are gathering in this room here at the Conservative Party headquarters are paying very, very close attention. And I think Lisa Raitt said it best, that number that the Tories want coming out of Atlantic Canada to be around 9 or 10.
Let's find out when the polls. I'm pretty sure the polls close at 7.
But if they come out of Atlantic Canada with a having overperformed, then whatever narrative we've been told to expect, we should throw out the window because it's anybody's game.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, it's leading or elected. Yeah. We don't know, but what do you think? What do you think worked for the Conservatives in Atlantic Canada? Was it really focusing in on the carbon tax? I mean, that was scrapped, but there was a lot of anger around that.
Elections Canada website.
For the Trudeau edition of the Liberals, when they had that special carve out for the carbon tax, and they were, I think the Conservatives successfully tarred them with, or rather painted them with the brush of being opportunistic. And that was really the end for them. For some reason, Mark Carney avoided that opportunity.
For it to load. Oop. Refresh.
Title.
Peninsula is the Liberal Anthony Germain, just behind the Conservative Jonathan Rowe.
Still 100 polls yet to be counted, and again, we don't know if some of the advance votes might come in that could change things around, but it's that one is too close to call. At the moment, I mean, it means the Conservatives for the moment are leading. They're picking up an extra 3 ridings that they didn't have in 2021. One of them, 2 of them in Newfoundland and Labrador, and one of them in Nova Scotia. At the moment in New Brunswick, they're just winning the same 4 ridings they won last time around. But again, it's a good evening for the moment for the Conservatives.
So we should say leading or elected means if there are tight races, those can flip back and forth. And that's why that number you keep seeing on the bottom of your screen keeps changing from, well, now it's Liberal 22, Conservatives 10. It's been going kind of up and down on both sides. So we'll keep an eye on that. Okay, Daryl Bricker and David Aiken are over at the touchscreen.
Yes, and Daryl, good to have Daryl Bricker of Ipsos. They're doing some polling for me. Great to see you, Daryl. This is an exciting night for you. Before we talk about some neat stuff you've done, just want to alert you to the one BQ there. And I know our friend Monsieur Gilles Duceppe will be excited to hear that finally the BQ might be making a breakthrough in the Gaspé. The BQ has long wanted to win the Gaspé, but Diane Lubitili
Québécois is in the lead there.
It's a new riding. That whole part of the Gaspé.
That's the Separatist Party.
Alexis Deschênes running for the second time.
And that's in Quebec.
Leading not by much, 245 votes over Diane Lubitilier. So we'll keep an eye on that.
So Quebec is very odd. So you're going to see some, changes. So you can see the Bloc has already got a seat up on the border there, on the board now.
Ipsos has had some exit polls that you've been able to ask people as soon as they come out of the polling booth, lots of things about how they voted. We can't talk about the way they were going till later on, but I want to pull this up. We've got a few things. Let's talk, first of all, about this top question.
So we've been talking about this being a campaign of differences, a campaign of cleavages or splits. You really do see it when it comes to the issues.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Elections Canada website is down. That's why I can't get it to come up. It's not even coming up on my phone. I have a feeling that they're probably experiencing a DDoS attack.
We're up around 7,000 right now. But David, just
most likely because before this all started, the news had indicated that the site was down. They didn't classify it as a DDoS attack, but most likely that's probably what's going on.
Canada-U.S. relations. So you see one of the reasons why older people are voting for the Liberal Party. The Liberal Party is way ahead on this issue. They own it. And if you're a boomer, you're focused on it.
Okay, now you wanted to contrast with...
Let's talk to our friends in Gen Z.
Gen Z, what do they think is the top issue?
But why they're DDoSing it, I don't know.
But that maps more to Poilievre's side of the equation.
Because everybody that is eligible to vote gets a voting card sent to them in the mail. And most people usually vote way ahead of time. So we have early polling.
Or it's about their own affordability situation and what's going on in their own homes. That's what the race is about.
And once again, this is polling done as people left the polling booth today. Your people were there. And again, among this Gen Z...
Yeah, I can't seem to look it up. But I'm guessing I believe it closes at 7. But yeah, I totally forgot the
I'm curious to see, did men have a different idea? No.
Elections Canada website is down. So
take the men out of there.
That's why when you click on here, it
same thing. So again, that issue, that as they say, the issue
goes to
in that case,
this.
might explain why
and we're not doing electronic voting. We're doing paper voting, by the way. So in case people are wondering, well, if the machines get hacked or something like that, the federal election is not handled by electronic voting count. It's all done by paper. So you walk into a box, you get a piece of paper, and you with the name of the candidates, and you just make an X on the circle. However, we did do for the provincial election in British Columbia, we did try electronic voting because we did actually have a machine for that. So, however, there was some problems. So whether we do it again, I don't know. We might just go back to paperback voting for provincial elections as well.
That includes one seat in Quebec, and that one right now is the Bloc Québécois is leading. So far, 1-0. It's like the Montreal Canadiens leading 1-0 in the province of Quebec right now.
All right, David, always back to the hockey. Okay, let's go to Taria Isri at Conservative Party headquarters in Ottawa. Taria.
Well, Donna, I mean, the people gathered here seem to be feeling pretty good. The results in Atlantic Canada, they're early results, but they're better than what the polls suggested. They're better than what a lot of the experts were predicting. Like I said, it's early, but let's bring in my colleague Alex, a Global News reporter who's covered the Conservatives for about 10 years, lots of insight. Alex, what do you make of these results in Atlantic Canada?
Well, like as you said, it's pretty early going so far, but I would say that certainly the Conservatives are outperforming what we would expect based on the national and regional polls so far. You know, I noticed the room has gotten a little bit more subdued. You know, back when it was like 3 seats to 3 seats, everybody was in a very good mood, clapping, cheering. Things have gotten a little bit more quiet now that you know, the polls have evened out closer to what we would have expected.
What do you think of how the Conservatives ran this campaign? I mean, you had reporting about some internal turmoil, some criticism for how Poilievre maybe didn't pivot enough to the trade issue. What are your thoughts about how this campaign was run?
Well, I think no matter what the outcome tonight...
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
Commercial. Let's see if this is updated, this map. Writing result. So the CBC says 14 elected, 5 elected for Conservatives. I guess the block vote hasn't shown up yet. Probably share this in the chat for folks. Oops. Canada vote. I'll pin that one. See if we can start a poll, maybe. Their poll over here.
I think we're taking a look at one more. Long Range Mountains. We've been watching this one closely. This now is been projected as a conservative win.
And that's a takeaway. And at the beginning of the evening, you would not have thought that. You wondered about that central Newfoundland one, if the Conservatives would hold that one, and maybe it would be 6-1 for the Liberals again. But for the moment, it's looking like it's going to be at least 2 for the Conservatives, and they're still very competitive in a third one. And that's a very, very good night for the Conservatives. And it is, it's a big change as well, because there was a time when all the rural ridings in Newfoundland would have been Liberal. And it was St. John's where you would find some, John Crosby and progressive Conservatives back in the day. St. John's was very much the place where they would pick up their votes. But,
Putting the poll into the other chat.
All right. And I know you're looking at the popular vote, Eric, but we also know that the popular vote, the party that wins the popular vote, doesn't necessarily win the largest number of seats. So we'll see what happens tonight. You can form government in this country with 39%.
No, that's right. Well, let's look at the popular vote for the moment and see how it's coming along. And, the popular vote for the Liberals right now is at 51 to 41 or 42 for the Conservatives. That's I'm just trying to think about how significant we should think about that. I think it simply shows, as we were seeing in the numbers below the screen, at 22 to 10.
There we go.
Conservatives are overperforming from what was expected in Atlantic Canada. And the other story there is that the NDP is down at 4.5%. That's across Atlantic Canada. Normally they would be in double digits. Those votes, you would think, might have gone to the Liberals. It would appear, Donna, that NDP votes in Atlantic Canada have been
too bad that I can't put a poll on Kick or Twitch.
That's making a difference more for the Conservatives.
All right, Suzanne Lapointe is in Moncton, New Brunswick with
Probably have to do it through like a widget or something else, but it's at least on YouTube.
With Pat Finnegan. He is the former Liberal MP of Miramichi Grand Lake. So that is definitely a riding to watch this time around. It flips a lot. Pat, what can you tell me about Miramichi?
Someone has voted for the Greens, huh? All right. You brave person, you.
She worked hard for this. And, 2 months ago, we got
I admire that. voting for the underdog.
Actually, because it's a mixed riding. We've got Francophones communities, we've got Indigenous communities, we have the traditional Anglophone where conservative.
If they get total, all right, we'll see you when you get back, Grave Reaper. They get a total of, I think, 3 seats, the Greens. That's a win for them, I think. So it'll be interesting if they get a 3rd seat. They've got the original Green leader running, and they've got the new co-leader running. I don't know his name. And then they have also another elected Green member. I forget his name. But you never know. Maybe both of the leaders might get their party seat. That would be interesting.
I mean, it's 85% goes to the U.S. So we've dodged that bullet, but as we know, and we've heard the president yesterday even saying, he wants Canada to merge as a 51st state. So it is very.
Oh, 51st state.
But again, I think where we're at today, the shift that's happened is just amazing, and we're hoping that I think Mark Carney to deal with the president. I mean, that's on the mind of a lot of people, especially along the coast where we trade traditionally with the Americans. So.
What are the main issues in Miramichi Grand Lake, and what sort of promises or campaign promises might tip the scale for voters there?
So. Miramichi, as far as issues, it's not that different from others. I mean, of course, health, the economy, and the threat of the American, forcing us to lose our country, our sovereignty. It's
everything he's saying is exactly correct. That's what's really sort of affecting our vote for tonight, I suppose.
And Mark Carney's got a total different outlook on the economy, how he's going to handle that. So I think that had a lot to do with it. But again, it's not that different from. I think it's kind of a bellwether as we see. It's if we can swing Miramichi Liberal, I think there's a good chance that the rest of the country will follow because it's a tough one.
Thank you so much, Mr. Finnegan. Back to you, Donna.
All right, Suzanne Lapointe in Shediac. My apologies, Shediac, not Moncton. Thanks so much for
what
that.
a name, Shediac.
David Aiken tells us is known as Mr. Tomato because he owns a greenhouse. So he
used to own a greenhouse. Yes,
Tomato.
Exactly.
What a title.
All right, let's go to our political panel and Mercedes Stevenson. Mercedes.
Mr. Tomato, see the things you learn by watching this broadcast, Donna, that you might not pick up anywhere else. Well, we're sitting here watching the numbers with our political panel. I wanted to start with you this time, Nathan. I mean, obviously, we could talk about how the NDP are
or how David Aiken knows that he's called Mr. Tomato.
Or David Aiken knows everything about everyone.
Mr. Tomato.
But when you're looking at the results here tonight at this point, what's your take on, in particular, the issues that seem to have been driving voters that we're hearing as they exit out of the polls?
Well, we were talking about this.
I'm glad that they finally gave these guys something like some nice, comfortable chairs to sit down at. Generally, when you're watching like a election broadcast, these guys that are doing the news or commentary and stuff, a lot of the times they're standing up, and man, that's crazy. Sometimes they get seats, but sometimes it's like uncomfortable chairs. But I like this little layout. You got a little coffee table, and you got some nice, comfortable lounge chairs there. I think it's a good setup. Because these guys are going to be here till like probably 1 a.m. in the morning, Pacific Standard Time. And these guys are probably not on the West Coast. They are probably maybe in, I don't know, Central Canada. It's already 9 p.m. Central Canada. So if they go till 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, that's like, what, 4 in the morning. So I'm glad that they gave these guys at least a nice, comfortable seat, with a back pillow and coffee. Because they're going to need it.
But what is your sense of what's driving voters in Quebec?
Well, I think what's driving voters in Quebec is...
Speaking of coffee, I will be right back. I'm not going to mute just going to mute my mic and just leave the broadcast going.
We had problem that what was put aside was the supply management, the softwood lumber, the aluminum, and the culture, because Trump now is questioning the cultural exception. That's part of the deal with Mexico and the United States. So when you look at what Carney said, helping the automobile sector, I don't have anything against that, but not a single word on the softwood lumber, aluminum, and supply management. And that's quite important for us because that's our economy. It is different, but we have to protect that. Otherwise, we'll have real problems. Especially, I mean, they need aluminum in the States also, in Ontario also, but we're producing that. And also phosphates. I don't know if it's the right word in English.
Phosphates, yes.
The critical minerals, we have a lot in Quebec. And since we want to make the economy more based on battery, we need those minerals. And not a single word I've heard from neither Carney or Poliev. So we have to fight for that.
But for younger voters in Quebec as well,
the
question of affordability, what their prospects are in life.
Of course.
Huge,
all of that.
huge questions.
Well, and I want to ask a double-barreled question to Lisa and Seamus. This is a switcheroo of what we normally see. Typically, young people vote Liberal on the left and older people vote Conservative on the right.
Yeah.
And it looks like that has done a flip in this election.
Yeah.
I want to ask why each of your parties hasn't been able to hold on to your traditional voters, starting with you, Seamus.
I think that, first of all, let me just state the obvious.
Oh, hey guys, I'm back. I got my coffee here. I'm just
December, affordability has been
here over
an issue.
whose broadcast is better. So we've got another
The game changer was Trump.
another station on the TV, and then I'm watching the broadcast with you, and I'm saying, well, hey, my guys are comfortable. They're sitting back enjoying coffee in a nice little comfortable lounge situation.
Those who have homes, those who do not have homes, those with the prospect of owning a home, those who do not. And it gets complicated.
Coffee.
And for
got
a
mine.
younger generation that is looking usually to save up and aspire to have a home, these past few years, given COVID and given inflation, have been tough.
Lisa, what do you think?
So I think what's happened in this case is that the older demographic who are probably refreshing their banking statements to see what's happening to their investments are looking for a short-term fix. And what they see in Carney is somebody who can negotiate, who knows the system, who knows the ropes. And maybe he's the better choice for the short term.
I'm retiring a lot soon.
I'm retiring soon. But then the younger generation is, yeah, that's great. I don't even have a hope in heck of having an investment. I want to be able just to survive.
Fear with the boomers and then frustration with Gen X.
We have alliteration on the panel, fear and frustration.
But when people are saying that Carney knows business, I agree with that. He certainly knows business to have Brookfield making $541 billion last year and didn't pay a penny as income. He will ask all of us to pay what his company is not paying. And the intervening also in the housing. They're one of the causes of the problem we're confronting in the housing all around in Canada.
If he becomes Prime Minister, I suspect that he will be facing a lot of questions about all of those things.
Yeah, the campaign was short, but
Prime Minister
could be longer.
Donna will be looking at more of those questions as the night unfolds for all the leaders.
Yeah, a lot longer than 25 days. All right, you guys, thanks so much. We're going to take a quick look at some of the results. You can see the Liberals now leading or elected in 23 seats in Atlantic Canada, the Conservatives in 10. That, for now, is a pickup of 2 compared to the last election, but the result's not final. There are a couple of cabinet ministers, though, who are certainly in good shape, looking to be in good shape. Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor is one of them in Moncton-Dieppe.
Yep, Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor in the riding right next to Dominic LeBlanc, and those are in the one spot in the entire Atlantic Canada.
Horizontal feed.
Has 2
the link for it.
Prince Edward Island doesn't have a cabinet minister at the moment in the Carney cabinet, and here's another.
The Liberal leading with a wide margin here.
Yeah, Cody Blois added to cabinet just in March. Maybe that was with a
I think this one is
a riding that they
wide
wanted to make sure
form.
they could win, and giving Cody a bit of a boost, putting him into cabinet may have helped.
And I think we've got one more. St. John's East.
There you go.
The incumbents.
There's
declared elected.
That's Joanne Thompson
Discord.
for David Brazel, and that's a big win. She is in the cabinet as well. Also a recent addition, and important for the cabinet ministers to hold their seats, because if they come back in government, you want some experience around that cabinet table, and all of these that we've just looked at have that experience.
All right, there are some very close races in Atlantic Canada that we are watching.
Very close.
And also, in about 20 minutes from now, the polls will close from Quebec all the way to Alberta. So
Like I said, very galvanized across Canada. There's a lot of people out. A lot of people focused wanting on getting their voting out. I think at home we actually got like quite a few extra voting cards sent, so they went out with mailing out voting cards to make sure everybody knows they need to get out and vote. So
We're back with Decision Canada. I'm Donna Friesen. Eric Sorensen is with me. We're going to take you quickly through some results and some ridings that we told you were very close in Atlantic Canada. They've been flipping back and forth through the night. Central Nova is one of them, Eric.
Well, Sean Fraser, he was not going to run again, particularly at a time when it looked like the Liberals were going down under Justin Trudeau.
I think I need to.
As David pointed out, he got a call from Mark Carney, said, come on back. Clearly, they have needed him here in Central Nova.
I'm going to adjust that because I think I've got the wrong thumbnail.
Lots of votes still to be counted there, but let's look at Terra Nova, the peninsula is also very close.
Let's go take a look. Edit video. Greens are 100%.
Anthony Germain, the former CBC journalist, is within now almost just a little over 2 points.
Would be interesting if they did win, though.
More than 600, and still about another 60 or so polls to be counted.
Okay, and South Shore St. Margaret's also.
Yeah, once again, another very close race.
Flipped into the lead position.
Yeah, we're talking about this being a good night for Conservatives in Atlantic Canada. This would be the one letdown if it happens, because Rick Perkins is the incumbent in that riding. Jessica Fancy Landry, for the moment, up by about 2 points.
All right. David Aiken is at his touch screen. David, what are you looking at?
You might remember about an hour ago I did a little bit of what would be the effect on the seat.
Commercial.
Save up to 40% off by downloading Jesus Care Shop app. Enjoy endless discounts on women's.
Let's just jump over here. This. I should have probably maybe played it through Brave. I don't think the Brave. I'll have to remember that next time. Brave browser. 19 seats elected for the Liberals. Conservatives are 6. The block information isn't up there yet. Don't know. There. My writing, which is Chilliwack Hope. So this is my writing here. Mark Strahl, Conservative leader. Generally, the Strahl family has been elected for probably since the 1990s. So his father, I forget his name now, but Mark Strahl's father was the Conservative leader before Mark Strahl. So it's kind of like almost like a family dynasty that you've got going on here in Chilliwack. So I have a feeling Strahl will win. Zishan Khan, I don't know who this individual is. Most of these people don't really know who they are. Sadly enough, when they had the community debate, the Liberal leader or the Liberal running guy or candidate never showed up. But Terry Westerby was there. Selena Derish, which is Green Party. Jeff Galbraith was there. UPC never showed up. So, but I think out of all of these candidates, the two that were working the hardest, of course, Mark Strahl, because it's like a walk in the park. He's the most experienced politician. But out of the ones that normally don't run very often and what have you, I think Terry Westerby, the New Democrat candidate, had worked quite a bit in Chilliwack. He did very well in the debates, I found. He was on the radio, he was on TV, really getting out there and talking about what they can do to benefit Chilliwack. So I was kind of surprised. Very, very hard-working candidate. Not to say Mark Strahl doesn't work very hard, but it comes second nature to him because he is a career politician and he's been doing it a very long time. Not to mention his dad was the candidate for the Conservatives in Chilliwack before him, and he inherited basically his job, essentially his dad's job. So he has a bit of an advantage. So I won't give him too much kudos because of the fact of I know his background. But I think out of all of the other candidates, Terry Westerby really hit the ground, hard. So it'll be interesting to see if Terry gets a significant amount of votes or something. I don't think Terry will win. Maybe he will. I don't know. But if he gets really high numbers, that he definitely deserves it because he's been working hard. Okay, let's go back to the live feed again.
There's some problems. At some point this evening, it had any effect on voters?
I'm gonna refresh this, I think. Oh, another commercial. Dang it.
Traffic control tower, you can't beat that view.
Ironically, no aviation experience required. They even pay you to train.
A great job.
Canada Goose.
This job
Go figure.
the bills,
Well, they got to be experts at flying, I guess.
From their postal code or an address during that time. And again, a very important work trying to make their way to the polling station.
Hit pause on that.
There isn't much time left. Look for that information. Wouldn't have been able to do. Also very important for their ridings once the polls close. Ridings as well. Canada releasing a few brief statements tonight. They didn't have an explanation as to what happened. All they could say was that the issue was They didn't have an explanation. It was that the issue was being investigated. Would be up and running again, but as of just moments ago, that some people may and tools, including the. So anyone looking for that information, going to physical voting place, that remains to be seen, and it's also unclear. Extending hours at certain places because of.
All right, Tracy Tong, thanks. Less than 10 minutes. The voting closes from Quebec. Out for anyone who wants to cast their ballot. With our Senator Pamela Wallin.
We've been sitting here talking about what we are watching in the evening, appearing to outperform what was expected. Pamela, we've been talking about different regions of the country and the world. Is Western alienation. We hear a lot. I know that's an element in Saskatchewan potentially playing into it. I know Preston Manning has gone good feed separatist feelings in Alberta.
Still open. Close that out.
That far, but it's going to further not just deal with that, but how do you try?
I think it's a real issue that people dismiss it as but the different 2 years, 18 months. It was going to be a conservative government. Individuals making decisions with, again, capital gains tax when they lifted it in the east, and then the western part of the country, or the prairie part of the country, started demanding that.
From our first engagement with Vinchin, within 6 months, we had the first of our 2 robots out here on our operations floor, which that speed to market
are strong there. So there will have to be some action on that, and I think that's a comment that's focused more on what Liberals would have to do if they win. Than Conservatives, because I think Mr. Poilievre's been pretty clear about changing the legislation around this, around some energy issues. But it's very real, and when I think back, as I was mentioning to you earlier, when you think about how long the history is on this issue, the NEP, the National Energy Program, was 45 years ago. And there are many generations who grow up with that in their DNA.
I'm just old enough to remember the bumper stickers.
And I was just reading a comment the other night from Senator Keith Davey, the late Senator Keith Davey, who was an advisor to to Pierre Trudeau, and when they were talking about the impact of the NEP, he said in an infamous statement, "Screw the West, we'll take the rest." In terms of how the Liberal Party viewed the outcome of the
Mark
election.
Carney says, though, hey, I'm an Albertan. I grew up in Alberta.
He has tried. The memories are long, and he will have to work very hard. I don't think it's quite enough to put on an Oilers jersey. I think there has to be some real concrete moves. This legislation is being litigated in courts, particularly Bill 69, called, not unrealistically, there might never be another pipeline bill. We're going to need that. And we're particularly going to need that if Donald Trump means what he says. If we are going to build other alternatives, markets, because we send almost everything to the United States and buy a good chunk of it from there too. If we're going to build that other option, that third option, then we are going to have to find ways to get our products to both of those coasts so that we can sell them to other people. So this is very real. Whether Donald Trump means it, actually even puts more of a focus on this.
A country that is both coming together, dealing with the U.S., and in some cases pulling apart. We'll have more on that, Donna, coming up ahead as we talk about what all this means. And of course, it's a while until the polls out west close, but we are going to find out about Saskatchewan and Manitoba sooner.
Not long now, 5 minutes until polls close from all the way from Quebec to Alberta. So right now we're looking at Atlantic Canada. Those numbers, that's what you see on the bottom of your screen. Leading or elected in 22 for the Liberals, leading or elected in 10 for the Conservatives, and there's one BQ riding. And I think we're going to take another look at some of the close races in Atlantic Canada.
So once we start moving into like Ontario and Quebec, like we're just touching Quebec,
Very close.
but
this one is too close to call.
that's where things are going to probably maybe start to change.
Polls coming in. I mean, they are running out of polls though, and
Because I think in Ontario there's at least about 100 ridings.
Also so too close to call it.
Like that's the bulk of the ridings in Canada. And then you've got Quebec, which I think has about 52 ridings, I think. I'm just going off of my memory here. And then as we slowly move sort of west, then you're looking at a smaller number of ridings of less.
Halifax, Ivy Lee are now part of this riding, and they're more liberal. If the riding became more liberal, and that might explain Jessica Fancy Landry's extra sense of perhaps winning this thing.
And take a look at Central Nova. This was Sean Fraser's riding. He flipped it in 2015 to Liberals. He is just a hair behind the Conservative at this point.
He's been behind now for more than a few minutes, and more polls coming in. Again, maybe the advanced polls, often the last polls to report, and we do know that older people voted in more of the advanced polls, and we do know that older people likely voted Liberal. So we'll see.
So those are the 4 ridings, the close races that we're watching. One more. This is Edgemont.
Egmont,
pardon me.
Egmont, and this was the last time the Conservatives won a seat on Prince Edward Island. This was it, the Western PEI Island. It was Gail Shea who won. So if the Conservatives are going to win a seat, it's likely going to be Egmont would be your first pick, and Logan McClellan's not too far behind.
And I think we have one now Liberal elected. Yes. Cody Blois
coming back,
projected to be the winner.
So this is the agriculture minister. He's only been in that portfolio for about 5 or 6 weeks, I guess. David, one of those late entries from Mark Carney. Looks to have been maybe a shrewd decision on his part.
He's in charge of the farming in Canada.
And he was
that guy,
underwater in his own riding.
Cody boy.
Like many Liberals saying, we need a change of leadership. And he was certainly
a blah.
The Atlantic Caucus generally was the most nervous about Trudeau.
So if he's elected in, and he probably will end up being agricultural minister again, perhaps. He might get the same appointment, perhaps.
Right, Eric, David, thank you. We're back with live coverage. Decision Canada in a moment.
That's if the Liberals get government. So it's still too early to say. Let's go see what CBC has to say for themselves.
Want to manage and automate your compliance in a single workspace? With the
So a lot of black. Oh, and we still have, let's see here. A lot of voting to be done here. And then we're going to move into Ontario over here. This is Quebec. So yeah, once we get into Quebec and Ontario, that's where things will get interesting. The polls, I believe, have been closed for a while, so they're doing counting. Hit skip on that. Looks like we're blacked out on Global BC. Oh, there we go. We're back.
Welcome back to our Decision Canada coverage. I'm Donna Friesen. This is Eric Sorensen, and you're just joining us as the polls are closing now from Atlantic Canada all through Ontario, Quebec, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta. So we will see a lot of results start to populate those boards on your screen. Right now, the numbers.
So there's about 30 minutes before My province closes out the polls and they start doing the counting.
Or elected in 10, the BQ in 1. Now, we've been talking about close races, though, in Atlantic Canada, so potentially, Eric, some of those could flip around. Maybe even go to recounts. Who knows?
Well, it's funny. If it ends up like, for example, it could end up 24 to 8, and we'd be, after 2 hours of going, oh my gosh, and it would just be what it was in 2021. But I think,
oh my gosh.
Well, sometimes I'm known to do that. Every time I see you come in, I go, oh my gosh.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Right. You got to have a little fun, right? Okay, let's go to Taria Isri, I think, is ready at Conservative headquarters in Ottawa. Hey, Taria, what are people feeling over there? They must be watching these close ridings, too.
People are watching very closely. I'm going to bring in someone who's watching particularly closely, Ryan Guptill. He's a Conservative strategist. Ryan, thanks for joining us. Just to start, how's the party feeling tonight?
I think we're feeling very optimistic and positive. We've run a very strong campaign focused on the issues that matter to Canadians, and I think that we're seeing results come in that reflect that Canadians resonated with our message.
What do you think was particularly strong about your campaign? What specifically resonated with people?
Affordability issues were so high among people's concern, as was making sure that we had a strong economy to stand up to from a position of strength to President Trump and make sure that Canada was in the strongest position moving forward. That includes energy extraction, lowering taxes, and ensuring we have a competitive environment that makes people and this country stronger.
We're hearing some cheering in the room. Just generally, what's the energy like tonight, would you say, in this room?
The energy is very positive, just as it has been throughout this entire campaign. We've seen thousands of people join rallies across this country to hear Pierre's message of hope and change. After 10 years of a Liberal government that did not deliver for Canadians, this is an exciting moment, and I think we're seeing that reflected in the election results.
There had been some criticism of the Conservative leader that maybe he didn't pivot enough, focus enough on Donald Trump or the trade war. How would you respond to that criticism?
I think that we were speaking with Canadians. Like I said, thousands of people were turning out to speak to us, to tell us about what they were concerned about. I think we addressed the issue with President Trump strongly by pointing out that Canada needed to be in the strongest position it could be, and that includes energy extraction, like I mentioned, getting resources out of the ground and making sure that we could stand up to the president from a position of strength. We also talked about the affordability issues that have skyrocketed out of control under the Liberal government, and that resonated with Canadians across the country. And we're very positive about how that message was received. And I think that it was demonstrated in the, like I said, the thousands of people who turned out across the country.
Okay, we'll leave it there, Ryan. Thanks a lot. I'll send it back to you, Donna.
All right, Taria Isri at Conservative Party headquarters tonight. Thank you. We're going to check in, Eric, with Mackenzie Gray, who is doing the same thing at the Liberal headquarters, also in Ottawa. Mackenzie.
Thanks, Donna. If the Liberals are able to form government tonight and potentially get a majority, they're going to need to have a good showing in Quebec. Joining me now is Anne-Claire Vaillancourt, who was a senior strategist with the Carney campaign. Anne-Claire, can you take us through what the approach in Quebec is tonight for Mr. Carney?
So we ran a great campaign in Quebec. We've been there for many days. The reception has been great. And so far, there was across the board, across the country, over 10 millions of calls that were made, over 6 millions of doors that's been knocked on. Volunteers have been running this great campaign, and the reception has been really great in Quebec as well.
You worked with Mr. Carney at his interview on Tour on Par, of course, the big show on Radio Canada, as well as the French leaders debate. What was the approach in trying to improve his French, which was clearly the rustiest of the four leaders?
Mr. Carney is a perfectionist. He likes to, he studies a lot. We've been around him, speaking to him in French, and he really has a great understanding of it. And I think Quebecers saw the effort that he made in the last, during the campaign. And of course, better is always possible, but at the same time, I think the efforts can show all the work that's been done on that.
Mr. Carney,
Very interesting now. Block has like 6 feet.
A number of other places. What are the key races that you guys are looking at
So
tonight? And do you
there's generally always some votes that go to the Bloc Québécois.
We need to understand where we're
And it's not necessarily a bad thing,
we always knew that it was going to be tight, and we're still cautiously optimistic.
especially if you like a minority government.
Trois-Rivières is definitely something we
But it also, you know, if you get some Bloc seats in there, it goes to show that Quebecers see as the significant importance to keeping Quebec beliefs intact. Myself, I'm not a Quebecer. I'm in British Columbia. I'm on the West Coast. But I have had some, my family history is from Quebec, from generations before me, but mainly in Ontario. But I don't necessarily see Bloc Québécois votes as a problem. I honestly think that they do deserve to have their thoughts made apparent. I think it also makes what Canada is a little unique, that we do have respect to other nationalities. Same with even with our First Nations and Aboriginal culture and those nations. It really, I think, sets how do you say it?
We know that Elections Canada, because of the 7.3
on the global
million
stage,
Canadians who voted in the advance polls, Elections
it sets essentially an understanding on that you can have people that think differently or have a culture think differently and still function within country boundaries. A lot of the world doesn't work that way. You've got, Ukraine and Russian citizens not getting along. You've got also in India, different cultures in there where they're trying to separate and it's not going so smoothly. So I think in Canada, having the Bloc Québécois and also, our First Nations culture here goes to demonstrate that even though you have an overall country, that country doesn't have to push a specific way of life. It can function as a country and accept other, cultures or other nationalities within the country. And we have all sorts of cultures here too. We have Chinese, we have Korean, we have all sorts of cultures from India. And the list goes on. Filipinos. We also have a lot of people from South America and Canada. So, and I've seen sometimes even where I live, we got restaurants that have come in that are, more Central and Mexican American kind of foods. We've got more Indo-Canadian foods. We've got Chinese food, Asian foods, Indian foods. So, yeah.
We expect that to hold, certainly.
The bloc is up to 824 for Conservatives, Liberals 37.
It's one of the longest riding names. Mandy Gull-Masti is the Liberal candidate. She jumped in right at the end, or just before the campaign run. Gull-Masti is the first female Grand Chief of the Cree Nation of Quebec. Good candidate for the Liberals here. It's a riding that was once represented by Romeo Saganash, the New Democrat, of course also a member of the Cree Nation of Quebec. Up against
so we got Bloc there taking the lead. Sylvie Berube.
Are really all down in the south around Val-d'Or. That's where Sylvia Berube is from. And of course, Gull-Masti's, if there's some Indigenous populations voting, they're going to be in remote areas. We have seen there's not much. Gull-Masti started out in the lead, and now the Bloc is up front. I think that's one we're going to watch tonight, certainly.
So, but yeah, you're correct. There's a lot of First Nations up in the northern part of Quebec.
Central Quebec, sure.
So,
Central Quebec.
Yes. A lot of the Bloc Québécois has always been on the record saying, look, we understand that you have a unique nationality. We will go ahead and represent you nationally, right? So that's why probably a lot of the Aboriginal vote went to the Bloc, because there's a synergy of understanding.
Tim Watchorn is a former mayor of Morin Heights.
So this is where it gets interesting, because we're moving into Quebec.
It's a new riding, but you'd put it to begin with in the Bloc.
So you can see here, you've got a Liberal candidate, and coming in second is the Bloc.
And just, I guess, for this one, we'll want to take a look at Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. This would be a surprise if this holds up. Richard Martel, the coach, he coached the Chicoutimi Junior 8.
Another lead for the block. Very close race, though.
Now, he's in third, and the block perhaps looking for a steal there in Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. That's something else. And Lac Saint Jean, let's take a look at that one. There we go. Somebody who is the son of our panel is doing very well. Alexis Brunel-Desepp is expected to win Lac Saint Jean. He is ahead right now. And something of note, he's been doing a lot of work as a parliamentarian on human rights.
So 12 seats to the block. So that's pretty significant right there. And we've got the NDP kicking up. So remember I said to you probably about 30 minutes ago to an hour, once we start moving into Quebec and we start moving into Ontario, we're going to start seeing like the NDP kick in. Look, we got 2 seats for the NDP on the board. Block is now 12. So this is basically where our politics starts changing a little bit. That's going away from what you're probably used to in the United States, where you've got 2 parties fighting it out, just slugging it out. Right now we're starting to see some of the other parties gain seats. So this is where Canadian politics kind of kicks in, to say the least. So this is where it gets interesting, boys and girls. And ladies and gentlemen, so all of this comes into importance. Like you can see right here, right, with the numbers that we got here, the Liberals have the most amount of seats, but they don't have a majority government of seats with what's in here. Because if you take the Conservatives and the Bloc, right, you add that together, you've got like, what? Let's see, 44 seats. So the Conservatives and Blocs could form government and say, look, we're going to not vote with your legislation, Liberal government, and that collapsed the government. And then the Conservatives and the Bloc could become one government together, essentially. So that's how minority government works.
They are gaining some runs, they're losing a couple,
but in order to get a majority government, a party needs 172 seats to make majority government. So
three would be part way there. What's interesting about these numbers is the ones on the side here. The Liberals have won a couple of ridings against the Conservatives and lost some ridings to Conservatives.
Welcome back, Grave Reaper. So this is, you just came back at the right time. This is where Canadian politics comes in. So at the beginning of the live stream, you saw, like, for instance, just the Liberals and the Conservatives. That's the traditional American kind of government approach, where you've got like the Democrats versus the Republicans, right? Well, now we're getting into central Canada, and now you've got something else going on here. You've got 44 votes for the Liberal government, 35 votes for the Conservatives, and you've got 12 votes for the Bloc Québécois and 2 votes for the NDP. So this is where the other parties start kicking in.
I have to get out the tools every so often, make sure the swing meter's working.
But in order to have full control, you need 172 seats. So these parties are gunning for 172. So right now, with these numbers, let's say this is the numbers that they were to play with, it would be a minority government. Because if you take the Conservatives and the Bloc, the BQ, right, if they join together, they could form a government together as a minority or a coalition government if they wanted to. So
you have to keep watching. All right, let's go to Carolyn Jarvis,
which would be weird. It would be like 2 parties at making government. That's sort of how minority governments work in Canada.
This is one of those tight races that you just mentioned, Donna, that we will be needing to watch tonight. I know it looks empty behind me right now, but the appetizers.
But this is where the, you know, where things start heating up. This is where the fun begins. Once you hit basically Ontario and Quebec voting, that's where the real fight starts happening. Because you start seeing these other parties coming in. So like even the NDP has a seat, right?
In a shocking turn of events, Don Stewart took this riding for the first time to the Tories in 30 years. It was an upset that nobody saw coming, and it sent a loud message.
And it's still a very, very close race right now.
This riding is not safe.
Mind you, the Liberals are still maintaining a lead in seats, but, you know, it's anyone's game at this point.
Leadership, and what followed was months of
Between the Liberals and the Conservatives.
on January 6th. But tonight, with Trudeau no longer at the helm of this party, and Carney, as we've seen in recent weeks, ahead in the polls, the question for voters here today was, will they come back, if they were traditional Liberals, will they come back to the fold, or will they re-elect the Conservative? The wild cards in this riding are somewhat unique and not unique. Trump is one of the #1 issues here, as we've been hearing right across the country.
But with American politics, I think you guys used to have other parties. Like there used to be a Green Party and probably some other parties, but I think over the years, there was even independents, I think, too, independent candidates running as well. But I think you guys just shored up the, you know, the revenue stream. And I guess just said, look, if you can't make the docket, then you just can't make it happen. But I honestly think that, you know, every party or other party should be represented in politics. I know that some people like, oh, well, we need to have so-and-so win and we need this person to win or whatnot. But I think honestly, having more than one party running makes for more honest government. Forces politicians to focus on working together as opposed to fighting the heck out of each other.
And this is
and you can get a lot done with more than one party. It can happen.
Letdown, I think, for the Liberals because
so right now, I think.
You would think that this would be a riding they wouldn't give up. Should point out.
So right now, the Liberals are in a majority state right now, because their numbers are a little higher. But
being transposed would have lost this riding.
It's just simple mathematics, right?
Votes have to make up, and in the moment, that might be the gap.
Just a hair behind right now, and another Liberal.
But all of this affects, like with a minority government, it does affect voting on legislation.
Over Patrick O'Hara, close race.
So if you're in a minority government state, you got to make sure that it means you have to work harder to stay in government, and at the same time ensure that your legislation that you're trying to push through will at least get support from one of the other parties, right?
A number of years now.
Seniors minister?
She's been in and out. She was health minister, and then Trudeau dropped her as health minister, brought in as Veterans Affairs minister, and but yes, now Treasury Board.
Yeah, well, I knew you'd know. There you go.
Good guess.
You don't even have to look it up online. You just.
Okay, we're going back to the map, I think.
As a kid, got him, trade him, got him.
Okay.
But we do. We stand around waiting for people to talk. Do we do that? Hey, listen, you want to talk about the GTA?
Yes.
Yeah, GTA, Greater Toronto Area, in case anyone wants to know. It's not Grand Theft Auto. It's
of course, this area is crucial because in the last 4
it's the Greater Toronto Area.
The Conservatives have failed to break through in the GTA. And if the Conservatives have any hope,
I can see it now. Everyone's like, what the heck does GTA have to do with politics?
In Brampton, Mississauga, in Burlington, in Oakville, maybe all the way around Ajax.
So once again, like I said, Greater Toronto Area. All I know is that in the U.S. there is the Democrat, the governor, and then the president.
Jewish population.
Yeah,
actually Israeli.
That's pretty much what it is. Also, you've got a congressman as well. You got your governor. You've got, actually, there's a few things you've got. You've got your Democrat Party, your Republican Party, and the different types of government you have. You've got your governor, you got your president, you got your congressman, and you've got your senator, I believe. So those are like the positions.
We also have a potential pickup. Again, it's very early, one poll in, but Markham Stouffville, this is York region, and absolutely the Conservatives are looking at.
That's how it works in the States.
In York region, and right now the Conservatives.
And those are all elected positions. But you guys have a two-party system. I mean, I think there are some other parties, but I think the lobbyists and I think the other parties have just squeezed out all of the other small fringe parties. They're not allowed to run, I don't think, in the States. I think the last time you guys had like a Green Party was probably maybe when Bush Jr. was running. Or maybe Obama. I may be butchering Obama. But over the years, I think the two parties have just squeezed them out and made it next impossible for any party to run in the States other than the Republicans and the Conservatives, which I think is wrong because, you know, there's a lot of arguments from, I think, a lot of podcasters, American podcasters, that say that it's a two-party system in the States, that really it doesn't matter whether you got a Democrat in there or you've got a Republican. They're all working together anyways, right? I think some people have argued that, which I think is probably maybe the case. That's why, like in Canada, we've got like more parties, right? And they do have the funding and the support that you can go ahead and vote for someone else other than the two major parties if you want to. Oh, you're related to both of the Bushes? Are you like a second cousin or a third cousin or something like that?
Mr. Trump is continuing, frankly, a discourse that is insulting to Canadians. It, I think, has understandably worried Canadians when he started that some months ago. Imagine if President Clinton or George W. Bush or Barack Obama...
I think they were all right. I just think that they got way too focused on the Iraq situation. I completely think that was completely unnecessary. But other than that, I guess they were okay guys. Presidents, I guess. I mean, there wasn't really any, like, people frustrated, I think.
And you've been MP for this region for a quarter of a century. What do you make of how politics has changed in this time, especially now when Canada's sovereignty is being threatened?
I've been lucky enough to be elected 9 times in this constituency. You're right. When I
here's our finance minister here.
Last majority government in 2000. We've never seen this level of uncertainty.
This guy has been down to the White House, by the way.
In terms of a relationship,
I don't know if he met the president, but I'm pretty sure he's met the chief of staff, Ludnick for sure. He's met one of Trump's main finance guys, Ludnick.
But Mr. Trump has been an architect of a great deal of uncertainty.
All right, thank you so much for your time, Monsieur Leblanc. Back to you, Donna.
Hey, Suzanne, I actually wondered if you could ask Mr. Leblanc a question on my behalf. I appreciate that. I think this is his 9th straight election, so he has a ton of experience. What is he watching right now unfold? How confident is he about the Liberals' fortunes as we move west? Oh, you've just lost him, I think.
Unfortunately.
Not your fault. He obviously needed a glass of water.
Back.
No, it's okay.
He needed to grab him by the...
Yeah. No, he was coughing, poor guy. Okay. Oh, he's back? Oh.
Oh, well, let's go back to him.
He's graciously given us another question.
There you go.
So sorry, Donna, can you repeat that?
Oh, yeah. Just how is he feeling? He's been, this is his 9th straight election. When he's seeing the results come in, he was tasked with delivering seats in Atlantic Canada and Quebec. Is that happening?
So you were tasked with delivering seats in Atlantic Canada and Quebec. Is that happening?
I've worked very hard in the campaign in Atlantic Canada and in some parts of eastern Quebec. There's still a lot of results to come in. The preliminary results in Quebec appear very encouraging.
Wix gives you the freedom.
But Mr. LeBlanc is going to be a very significant individual. I imagine he'll be a cabinet minister should the Liberals take government.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
He was not, of course, giving anything away about what will happen.
He's had, I don't know, I think he's done very well as a cabinet minister within the Liberals. He's not overly too controversial.
who can talk to
I think it'll be. I'm pretty sure he'll make cabinet again if the Liberals form government.
Exactly.
The key there, Eric, you mentioned his ties.
So we're, let's see here,
and others in the Trump circle, for whatever that's worth.
194 writings have reported in.
Mr. Affable, he's very
Just going to take out my calculator here.
Law degree from Harvard. I mean, he's been around the block. Okay, let's move on to look at some results. Atlantic Canada. Quebec. Quebec. These are, I'm told, Liberals leading in ridings, leading over the block. So here's one, Trois-Rivières.
And that's Yves Levesque. That's that three-time he's trying to run here. So
Liberals have
so about 150 seats-ish data have been reported in.
He's got kidney cancer, and very serious, but he's fighting it, and he's had some.
And there needs to be at least.
And this is where Justin Trudeau effort from the Bloc Québécois. Andréane LaRouche is the seniors critic, and she is the incumbent. The Trudeau was through there, Carney was through there, trying to
need about 172. So we got a while to go.
And it looks like it's going to be a two-way fight. Yeah, probably a two-way fight between the Liberals and the Bloc.
Early on, though.
And this is one of those by-election losses that did Trudeau in. The Bloc won. This is David Lamette's old seat. It's Paul Martin's old seat.
Oh, the Liberals really cleaned house in that riding.
Returning to sort of normal. This should
60%. That's in Quebec as well.
5.4%. I know it's early, but the New Democrats thought they could win this by-election last time around. That's just months ago, and now they're not even in the picture.
Although this is one poll reporting.
One poll reporting.
Okay, this is Mark Carney and his wife.
Mark Carney with his wife, Diane Fox Carney, watching the results come in.
Does he look? He looks pretty cool. Looks pretty calm.
Big comfy couch.
There you go. 84 seats right now, leading or elected for the Liberals. And of course, Carney, this is the point, is there weren't going to be 84 Liberals anywhere if it had been Trudeau. That's what all the Liberals say. So,
84 seats for the Liberals. Wow, that's a significant lead.
To a minority, that'd be great.
So,
all right, we're back with more coverage of Decision Canada in a moment.
Still got a lot longer to go. Let's see what CBC has to say for itself. I'll just mute this. I'll hit the refresh button. So 21 elected seats so far for the Liberals. Conservatives are at 9. Democrats, looks like, I guess these are still in play. These numbers are still getting fluctuated. And this is basically our electoral vote. This is where sort of how things are coming in. If I can scroll down a bit. So the Northwest Territories, that's done, I guess, pretty much. That's going Liberal. None of it will be interesting. I think they were New Democrat. We have one lowly new. This isn't Liberal. This is a New Democrat right in here. So very interesting. But most of Alberta will probably end up being Conservative. Guess we'll have to see if we're going to be seeing any surprises with regards to see if I can zoom out here. Whether we get any Liberals in here. If I think down here, if we do get any Liberals, I think this is probably Edmonton area. Calgary area. So perhaps you might see some New Democrats in here, maybe a Liberal voting in here, maybe. Hard to say. And Edmonton, I think, is up here. Edmonton. In here is Edmonton, I think. Yeah. Edmonton, Strathcona. So we'll have to watch the two major cities, because that's usually where we will see like more left lean, the potential where the left might be able to get in to Alberta. Looks like they took this area. But what does he win? What? Oh, sorry, people, if I'm saying this wrong. See here, but yeah, most of it's going to be blue, conservative. Into British Columbia, we'll see all sorts of different colors, like blue, red, and orange. Greater Vancouver area down here, we'll probably see red and oranges. And then if we do get green in there, it'll probably where is it? Somewhere on the island here. One of the writings in here. Saanich. I think that's Elizabeth May's writing. Or no. Where Elizabeth May is. I thought she was in Saanich. I don't know where she's running. Anyways, somewhere on the island you might see green. Yeah, so now we're starting to see other parts of the country kick in, essentially. And we're starting to see a lot of red show up on the map in Ontario. But you have to realize there's really small, like out here, it looks like, oh, there's big, large chunks, right? It's when you zoom into the GTA or Greater Toronto areas where you're going to start seeing a lot of different colors. Like a lot of conservative colors getting in there, a lot of red. So, yeah. See if there's any more information. Go back over to the news.
There's only 3 polls in. The incumbent is Mike Lake. He's been there since 2004.
97 to the Liberals so far, 76 to the Conservatives. 14 Bloc Québécois seats and 1 New Democrat seat.
But again, just 3 in. That may change blue. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's very strange. I don't know if the NDP would win there. But take a look at this one. Edmonton Southeast, this is Amarjeet Sohi trying for a comeback to the House of Commons. Sohi was elected in 2015.
The voting has changed.
Then lost, then
You got like 50%. I got a vote for the Conservatives and then a vote for the Green. Yeah, because whoever voted Conservative, that's probably a more realistic expectation. So good on you. There's a possibility.
In Calgary right now, we don't have a lot reporting. We got that one right there, Nose Hill, the very popular Michelle Rempel-Garner. Popular in conservative circles, only Pierre Poilievre is better at raising money than Michelle Rempel-Garner.
Have to go. See you all later. I have school in the morning. Have to go live. Gotcha. Well, thanks, Grave Reaper. Hopefully you learned a lot from this live stream on our complicated Canadian politics. Have a good day at school, all right?
Manitoba, there we go. And Winnipeg, we have a potential pickup. The Liberals are definitely targeting the New Democrats in Winnipeg Centre. We only have 1 poll reporting, and right now it's a 15-vote lead for the Liberal over the incumbent, Leah Gazan. So that's just a quick little snapshot very early of Western Canada. There's Nikki Ashton. That'll put 2 on the board. She's held off all challengers over the years. The Liberals, again, are very interested in taking this riding, but right now,
a close race.
Well ahead. So I'll throw it back to you guys.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
All right, thanks so much. We're going to take a quick peek at Mark Carney's riding. He is running
So,
in the P.
yeah.
In the
I have a feeling he's going to get his seat.
At this point, it's only 1 poll reporting, but he has a very.
So that's the Prime Minister right there.
So we'll see how that shapes
Mark
up.
Carney.
And Eric Sorensen is looking at who's gaining.
So there's a good chance he's going to get his seat by those numbers.
Swing meter.
Yeah, man, it is getting interesting. I mean, the Liberals are ahead by, what is it, 28 at this moment. That's less than what they were at a little after 10 o'clock in the evening Eastern time 4 years ago. But the ridings that are reporting tell a different story at the moment. For example, earlier in the evening, we said the Conservatives looked like they might be making some gains where they could maybe perhaps form government if they could get to that magic number of 27. That's their combined gains against Liberal losses. But at the moment, they're at a total of -4. They're not approaching that yet. Now, it depends on what other ridings are coming in. But the Liberal numbers, they're beginning to look pretty interesting. The Liberals are making some gains. They're picking up a bunch of ridings here. It looks like I need to look more closely. Some of them are against the NDP, 3 or so, but they have double-digit gains against the Bloc Québécois at the moment. And so they've picked up, so far, they're picking up 28. And that gives them, you can see the gains here for the Liberals. They're up about 28. They've lost another 12 or so. Most of those are against the Conservatives, but on balance, they're at +16. Why is that important? Look at that number up there. To get to a majority, the Liberals need to gain 18 from where they were last time around. Right now, they're at +16. This is, you know.
Nope, it just popped up one more, Eric.
17. So, you know, none of that is final yet, but it shows that as the results are coming in, Donna, that 17 is getting closer to that majority number of 18. None of it is final, but it shows that the Liberals are beginning to pick up the possibility of making it much closer towards them getting a majority than the Conservatives catching up and forming government, which is not how it looked when we were first kind of looking at Atlantic Canada.
Okay, Eric, thanks. And just an overall count, Liberals now leading or elected in 115 ridings, the Conservatives in 82, the BQ in 15, and the NDP in 4. And all the polls are closed now across the country, so those numbers are going to keep populating down there. Let's go to Mercedes Stevenson and the political panel. Mercedes.
Thanks, Donna. Well, our first opportunity to talk about this fire hose of information that's coming in that we're all watching and trying to make sense of here in real time. Seamus, starting with you, as we've seen these polls that have closed from Ontario all the way over to BC and then BC and Yukon shortly thereafter. What do you make of how the results are shifting?
Well, maybe I'm, grasping at plastic straws here, but you got. Excuse me. But so many of these are advanced polls, and we know that the advanced polls were at a record high. So these numbers look good for the Liberal Party right now.
So the votes are going to come in real quick.
You'll see that progress. I mean, it really is
just about 8 minutes ago. Now all of the official polls are closed. So in my province, which is the last province, our western province, I should say, is now closed.
Because they're already there. Lisa, the numbers were looking pretty good for the Conservatives. They're looking not as great now, but it's not terrible, and we're still very early. Do you draw any early conclusions from what we're seeing with these numbers that are now starting to register quite quickly?
I guess what I was saying before we came on air, it's so much information coming in at once. It's hard to...
So you need 172 confirmed seats
ridings to report
elected in order to get a majority government.
So you can't really draw much from it, but it's nice to see.
So there is a very strong potential that we'll see a minority.
Is doing very well right now.
There's still that likelihood.
Officially elected, so we have to wait till it's official.
That's right.
It happened to me in '93. I was sure to be elected, but everything was late. They were calling me I was the one with Jacques Parizeau because Lucien Bouchard was in Alma, having the meeting in Montreal. So all the journalists will say, come. I said, no, it's not official. Yeah. When it be official, I'll be there. Otherwise, look at what happened to Jean Charest once. He made a victory speech and he lost.
We have a nervous father in front of us.
Oh, yes, I agree with that. But you spoke about the advance poll. Also, it depends in each riding from where the polls are coming from.
Exactly.
So sometimes
ridings that can make a big difference.
You don't know if that part is Liberal, that part is Bloc, that part is. So
break
we don't know.
Down for us a bit, Nathan.
So at a local campaign level, if you've got a good campaign, you'll see the polls coming in, and you'll know what each of those polls mean for your campaign.
Wow.
Right? So you're sitting there, and you've got sometimes something will flash on the screen, and we'll say, "Holy!"
Thanks
cow,
for crashing in.
How are they losing? And it's 5 polls reporting. Yeah. But even more importantly, even when you get
Let's
to
see if I can.
Polls reporting, who's left? And is your vote coming?
Paul Irwin, thank you so much for following or popping in.
That have been through a couple of elections.
The emotional grinder.
Well, this good and bad.
We're just covering the Decision Canada today.
don't draw any conclusions yet. This is going to go and then go.
So
and
this
then
is
make
a
considerations.
very
And
big
we'll start to hear
election.
from the parties saying those seat numbers are not going to hold, or this is looking like it's going away.
Canada must be settled though by now.
I don't know. We're seeing some still come in with.
But yeah, I think it's going to. I don't know. It seems like it's going to be Liberal leading here. So
And I know a huge element of this is get out the vote and getting the voters out who you know are going to vote for you. I just want to do kind of a quick round robin of what you've heard from your parties about how that get out the vote effort might have gone, how much effort was put into it, starting with you, Seamus.
Well, I think, we're known for it. We got very good
So we'll
efforts
see.
into 2015. We have relied on our GOTV.
Going to be interesting.
And this will be, it is well organized on the ground. It is all about making sure you identify your vote.
So there's probably going to be minority government. Maybe. I don't think it'll be like. Well, I guess there's still a chance for majority. Oop, commercial. Let's see what CBC has to say for itself. Commercial. I hit refresh here. Taking a while.
Do have some breaking news now. Global News is ready to make a call.
Yeah, we're gonna make a call here. So it's statistically, they're probably gonna say Carney's the winner.
Global News is now projecting a Liberal government. It's a Liberal government. We're not saying majority or minority, but Global News is projecting that the Conservatives can't win enough seats at this point to form a government.
Yeah.
So we'll have Eric. Did you have thoughts on that?
Well, what they're
So CTV is also, with their analysts are also projecting that the win will go to the Liberals. I would concur with that too.
Some ridings are close, but what I've noticed.
But the question is whether or not if it's going to be a majority government or a minority government. So majority government means that you have pretty much like what Donald Trump is. He can get anything through. He doesn't get anything blocked. That kind of situation is what a majority government is. Minority government is where you need to work across the aisle with the other parties to get your legislation through.
Yeah, Donna, big cheer
So,
went out when the call was made that the Liberals will win the most seats in this election.
so it's undetermined what they have.
That is a word that he only said once at a rally in Kitchener earlier in the campaign. Then his preferred term was that he'd look for a strong mandate to take on Donald Trump. The Liberals still think that a majority is possible at this point in time and a lot more votes to count. But fundamentally,
You need about, I think, about 172 seats to get. So the Liberals need to see their number hit 172 to get majority.
Polls were showing at that point in time, just before Justin Trudeau became Prime Minister, that the Liberals could end up being the fourth party behind the Bloc Québécois, behind the NDP, and the Conservatives would have had a supermajority at that point in time. But Mark Carney has been able to orchestrate a major comeback. The Conservatives unable to adapt their campaign to deal with Mr. Carney's new approach to things relative to Justin Trudeau. And it'll yet to be seen if the Liberals were able to get that strong mandate and majority that Mr. Carney is looking for.
All right, Mackenzie Gray. Thank you. We should point out 172 is what the Liberals need to reach a majority at this point. Right now, they're at leading or elected in 133.
And what's interesting, I think, is that the BQ and the NDP right now only have about 19 ridings where they're ahead. So in terms of winning the night, it's going to take 162 at the moment. If the BQ and the NDP pick up some more seats, then maybe those numbers come down into the 150s. But for the moment, the Liberals still have quite a few ridings they will have to win, possibly even to hold off the Conservatives. But it may be just one of those things that the Conservatives aren't able to kind of make up the gap.
Okay.
And both of them will end up with an awful lot of ridings tonight, whereas the other parties will have just about gotten too few.
We want to get to the Conservative Party headquarters. Obviously, this is not the news that the Conservatives were looking for, hoping for tonight. Taria Isri is there. Taria.
Donna, I mean, just months ago, a Conservative victory seemed all but certain. And now, you know, that's not what's
I
happening.
think what had happened with Pierre Poilievre is that he, most of his campaigning and his focus was on Justin Trudeau. And he was doing very well taking on Justin Trudeau. But then once Mark Carney came in as the new leader of the Liberal government, I think that's had a hard time shifting. The other factor I think that came into play is that I don't think he did a very good job at contrasting the difference between himself and Donald Trump. And I'm not saying that he is Donald Trump in any way. It's just that he just wasn't very vocal on it. I think he just got stuck. I think his focus and his track of mind was all on Justin Trudeau. And so that was one issue, kept on going that way. And then the Trump effect, when it came in, I think he just spiraled. It just, I mean, he did make some good points here and there, you know, and did put in some effort, but I just don't think he sold it as much. He struggled, I could tell. I think the steam or momentum in his campaign kind of went down at that point whenever he had to take on Carney, because there was just too many factors to process, right? He got so comfortable with attacking Trudeau, and then, you know, it just, I think it just, he had a very difficult time pivoting, is what I think it had happened. I'm not exactly sure whether or not he will remain the leader of the Conservative Party, because traditionally, usually after an election, if you cannot make it to the prime minister's seat, generally they will call a leadership election within the Conservative Party to get some new blood in there, right? And then Conservatives would vote on a new leader. Not to say that Pierre Poilievre can't run for the leadership again. I mean, he can. The other thing too is it's not to say that he will not be a prominent cabinet member, or actually not cabinet member, but the opposite of a cabinet member. Critic, usually a portfolio critic. Essentially, he'll probably end up being that because he is very, very good at debate when he's in Parliament. So I imagine he'll still be around and probably keeping the government on task is my guess. So you won't see the end of Pierre Poilievre even if he doesn't keep his position. I suppose he could be fighting for his seat. We haven't seen any numbers on his writing yet. Haven't seen these guys talk about his writing yet, so we'll have to see what happens. By the looks of the numbers, they keep on going up here. Like Conservatives are into the hundreds now, so that's optimistic.
Can I ask a quick question just about Pierre Poilievre's whereabouts tonight? Are we expecting to hear from him?
He's supposed to arrive at some point this evening. We don't exactly know when. You know, it's going to be a difficult speech he's going to have to make. You know, there were very high expectations for the party. Like I said, you know, a 20-point lead for Poilievre at some point. And, you know, this is not the outcome anyone here wanted. It is what the polls suggested. But I think there's going to be a lot of soul searching, you know, within the Conservative Party after this result.
Okay. All right, Taria Isri, thanks. David Aiken is looking at the numbers for us because
Yeah, I
we
don't
have,
think he's a very
projected that there will be a Liberal government, and yet
the,
we've been talking about close
for
races
Pierre
across the
Poilievre.
country, particularly in Atlantic Canada, some in Quebec as well. There will be others across the country. We're expecting close races in BC. So, David, can you help explain why with the Liberals at 138, we are projecting a Liberal government?
Right. Well, we actually are looking at all the races on the board to be able to do that. And in each riding, we
And it'd be interesting to know how he's doing it in his own seat. Like they just reported that they don't know where he is. So maybe the numbers are so bad that he's not even going to get his own seat.
If we take a look at
So,
the GTA, I mean, just to give you an example, I think we've said
not
this
saying that
before, we
that's
said
the
this 4
case,
years ago,
okay?
we said
I'm
4
just
years before that.
speculating here.
Until the Conservatives take away
But
a lot more red, then they're not going to be able to form a government. There's
and he's running in, let me think. I think he's running in Ontario riding. I think Ottawa, if I'm not mistaken.
Toronto, they had that Fortress Montreal is all Liberal again, and we expect, of course, the Liberals to hold in BC. We're just starting to get the results in there. There are some Conservative pickups, but it's basically taking a look at where votes have been cast and do we see any significant changes? By and large, no, with some notable exceptions of some pickups in a riding here or there in Atlantic Canada. And the Liberals are overperforming a little bit right now in the province of Quebec generally.
So we got also 6 seats to the New Democrat Party. So there you go. I wasn't too sure whether they were going to get on the board or not. But it looks like they've got 6 seats. That's very damaging to the New Democrats. Mainly, I think what caused it is the fact that Jagmeet Singh did not vote on a non-confidence vote.
Well, look at that.
So I think that's his main stickler point. It was very wishy-washy on his decision-making, going public, saying, well, we're going to take the Liberals down, and then he never did. But to be fair, from an argument's sake of, from what most Democrat voters would say is that, well, he was in there to ensure to get legislation through. So he was like, his party was third place. The House of Commons, or sorry, yeah, House of Commons. So he did get quite a bit of legislation through. Based on his party's politics. So I suppose I can't really fault him too much on that. But I think he just simply didn't really sell things with regards with his wishy-washiness on certain aspects and, keeping the Liberals in there. I think maybe if he had, spoken a little bit more confidently or something, or worded it differently, maybe he would have done well. But I think a lot of Canadians were just upset with Trudeau and just wanted him out of there, and he just kept on keeping the guy in there. So I think that's probably why the new NDP isn't doing as well. A lot of those seats are going to, I think, probably the Liberals. Probably a lot of Democrat voters are going Liberal, probably. Maybe some jumping over to Conservatives and maybe to Bloc, but we'll see. You got all of Western Canada still, where there could be some more votes coming in for the NDP. But yeah, this is pretty low. They're down to 4th place now.
What we do know is that he will not be Prime Minister. Let's go to Mercedes Stevenson and the political panel. Mercedes.
Thanks, Donna. Well, our first opportunity to react to that call of a Liberal government. Lisa, I want to start with you this time. Of course, I'm going to pick on the Conservative. But I don't think this is a huge surprise. I heard that the leader was making calls today warning people that this could be a tough night. But is this what was expected?
I guess we really didn't know at the end of the day, but internal polling is going to show you what they have. So if he was making those phone calls, good on him. I think we have a lot to be proud of in Atlantic Canada, which is a bit of a surprise. I thought we weren't going to do as well there. And let's see how the rest of Ontario rolls. It's a real mixed bag, though, Mercedes. I have to say, some folks I expected to win aren't, and some people I thought were not going to win are. So who knows what the electorate's thinking out there, but it'll all be revealed soon.
the NDP crushed tonight. What do you
Definitely
think of that
crushed.
performance?
Well, not crushed yet.
Uh,
Give us a minute.
It's not looking great.
It's a different. I'm not going to repeat that. We were expecting a.
I have a feeling like if the NDP stays third place, and especially if Jagmeet Singh doesn't get his seat, for sure they'll have to do a leadership review there.
Be successful tonight, and this is the life of politics. This happens.
He definitely gambled quite a bit, I think, when he kept Trudeau in power.
But this is the age that we live in.
But like I said, he did get legislation through.
Get it wrong
So
interpreting what comes out of tonight.
the other factor is there's a controversy that he was trying to delay things so that he could get his pension. So there's a lot of factors going on there. There's a lot of politicians that needed to get a certain amount of time in their seat to get their pension. So there's that part of it that is probably pissed off a lot of Canadians, that you're putting your own personal financial situation ahead of Canadians or the people that put you in power. So there is that too. That's a conservative talking point that I just used, by the way.
Yeah, our change of leader has already happened.
Even myself, I thought, I was like, come on, dude.
I mean, I said before, let's going into it
let's
right
get
now,
to an election or something like that.
Government. It's still a possibility, perhaps, of majority government. But think of where we were just 2-3 months ago. This is an extraordinary switch.
But the Bloc is cleaning house too. Look at that, 22 on the charts there. I think Quebec's sovereignty is very important to Quebecers as well, especially with the amount of threats that have come across from south of the border, right? Because there has been some comments from Trump about talking about why are you putting French labeling on cans and stuff like that. So that has quite a bit of Quebecers probably concerned about some of the Trump conversation, essentially, which might be proactively pushing the Bloc Québécois vote.
I would say that both the Liberals and the Republicans have the same color. They're both red.
So should I take that as the Bloc may not be backing up?
More seriously, I think there's two important dates to come with the coming negotiations. The election in a year and a half in the States, all the Congress, and 1/3 of the Senate, and 1/3 of the governors. That'd be important. And an election in Quebec also within a year and a half or two, in 2022. That'd be important also. And in politics, things change a lot. I do remember in 1993, Jean Charest used to say half of his caucus was composed of women. Yeah. They were too.
It was our best showing, actually.
The Liberals need 22 more seats to get a majority.
In 2011, we were 4. Quite a difference.
Oh,
today.
well, have to see what happens here.
Well, the need to be humble, and I say this with all seriousness, of what comes next for the Liberals. They just went through a near-death experience. They, as you say, 3 months ago, it was hard to imagine this kind of scenario. 2 things changed. Mr. Trudeau leaves, Mr. Trump comes in. Well, we have a different context. But one of the things that hurt, I believe, the last Liberal government was any notions of entitlement or smugness or not listening. And in particular, as we watch the results come in from Western Canada, I deeply, sincerely say listening to Western Canada in meaningful ways, talking about the things that we've always talked about, are going to be really important for this government, minority or majority, maybe even more important if majority.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to get into, we'll find out, minority, majority. We'll change things radically either way.
It's also the reaction of all the provinces after those negotiations.
Yes. And those negotiations
of BC,
have yet
Western
to
Canada,
come.
Ontario, Quebec, and the Maritimes.
Yeah.
It could make a hell of a debate, I would say, in Canada, saying we want or not, or they prefer a certain province. They forgot
Absolutely.
to protect things that we wanted them to protect, and
And
could
Quebec,
be an important debate.
no doubt, a big role. And Donna, of course, the questions about how this goes for Mr. Carney going forward. He's had a relatively short time as Prime Minister where it's been an improvement over Mr. Trudeau. If this is a minority government and he's not able to negotiate better than Mr. Trudeau, Liberal fortunes could be a big question mark. But it's a big night for the Liberals tonight, for sure, after what they've been through, to be pulling off any kind of a government.
Okay, Mercedes, thank you. Yes, it is a Liberal win tonight. Mark Carney will be the Prime Minister. This is the first time he'll be elected to public office. He looks like he's handily winning his seat in Ottawa. Eric, let's take a look at the popular vote.
Well, the Liberals are up by about 8 points at the moment. You would expect to see that. I think as these numbers add up on the screen below, is that me?
Yeah, it's you. I'll turn that off.
We've each had one of those tonight, right?
You did. You had two, though.
No, but that one didn't happen on air. That doesn't count. Sorry. The Liberals over the Conservatives where they are right now. 44 ridings to report. The Liberals kind of need to win about half of those if they're going to get to 172. And we'll look soon enough on the swing meter because it's getting very
a lot of Vancouver down. Vancouver hasn't reported, and there's a lot of Liberal seats there.
These are
all right.
These are some of the close races involving ministers. This is Anita Anand's riding, Oakville East. She is the
Anita Anand is a Liberal cabinet minister.
Ron Chisner has run before.
So this is kind of surprising.
Just next door.
So she's potentially going to lose her seat by the looks of it. Well, because the Conservatives are in the lead right now by a fraction. Here's another Liberal cabinet minister, Francois Champagne.
Projected to win his riding.
The finance minister, the short-term finance minister.
I call him Mr. Smiley. Mind you, all these guys are smiling quite a bit here.
I think Carney will keep him right there with his next cabinet.
Makes sense.
But I suppose probably his last name Champagne probably helps quite a bit too. So he'll be popping champagne, I bet, tonight. He'll probably end up being another minister because he's in cabinet.
Right now trailing the Liberal in, again, Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. There's 11 polls reporting, so that's a decent number. We'll see how this turns out.
Louis Bellemare, I don't know who that individual is.
Pierre Paulus from their caucus. Then next door, we mentioned Beauport-Limoilou. We thought the Conservatives would steal this from the Bloc. The Bloc is in third. That's Julie Vignola, not by much. And right now, with 5 polls in, Steve Lavoie, the Liberal, in Beauport-Limoilou. That would be a surprising pickup for the Liberals there. So that's that. We talked about Trois-Rivières, where Yves Lévesque is trying for the third time to get elected. He's in third place. The Liberals, and again, we thought this would be a three-way race. The Liberals are ahead right now with 24 polls reporting. And then, as I mentioned, whoopsie, we go way, we want to, that big, huge riding. We talked about this, the strong candidate in Abitibi Bay James Nunavik AU for the Liberals is the former Grand Chief of the Cree Nation, the first female Grand Chief, Mandy Gulmasti. It's a tight race, 50 polls reporting,
Grand Chief, so she's on a
174 vote lead.
So she's First Nations, by the way, so she is in the Aboriginal politics, but she's also running as a Liberal candidate.
As a senior Indigenous leader in this country, I think she's going to merit some consideration from Mr. Carney as he thinks about cabinet meetings.
So a lot of folks that, you know, wonder about First Nations in Canada, they do have a significant say in things. So I know that there's a lot of people that say 51st state and all of that stuff. I don't know. I don't think in the States, Aboriginal or First Nations people are respected as much as they are in Canada. And if I'm wrong, I apologize, but we have more, I think, more focus on First Nations people in Canada. So what is said or what is shown there is important, especially if you're looking into the whole 51st state politics of things, you know, oh, Canada's going to separate and all of this jazz. But a lot of the land has treaty negotiations So if the province separates, you have to realize that a good chunk of that province could be First Nations land. So you might get a small amount of, of a 51st state is what I'm trying to say. So something to be aware of. There's a lot of things that go into like the whole 51st state stuff, like Alberta separating or whatnot. You're not going to get the entirety of the province. There's going to be, some treaty negotiated land that will be minused from that whole land mass. Because I think a lot of Americans usually focus. I think most reserve land, I think, is controlled by the government down there. I don't know. Different. What I'm trying to say is that the land is protected for Aboriginal people up here, so, which is very different than I think how things happen in the States. And I think that's why some Americans get, I guess, MAGA supporters get complicated or frustrated or get the idea that, oh, well, you'll get a whole enchilada. It doesn't work that way. So,
at this moment, the Liberal Party was like a safe
and that's something else that might come up here. I mean, I think Alberta has a separatist movement moving ahead in Alberta. And Danielle Smith, which is the premier there, has been open to providing referendum votes. So there is a bit of a movement gain. Some of those movements have suggested, well, if the Liberals win or get a majority or, have control over everything, that's going to probably push separation further. It might. I think some people estimate that there's about a 33% support for it. I don't know. That's what I've read anyways. Some people have argued, some MAGA supporters in the States have said, oh, well, you need all of the West Coast. You need British Columbia, you need Alberta, and you need Saskatchewan. I don't think British Columbia would go, considering that we have a lot of Aboriginal treaties in place, and we're predominantly New Democrat here. So, so I don't think that's likely to happen. Saskatchewan, possibility there. Manitoba, some people have argued on Manitoba, and it's like, no, I don't think that's going to happen. You've got a New Democrat premier in there, and he's Aboriginal. And I think about 50% of the Manitoba province is all Aboriginal land. And at the same time, the premier there has said, oh, well, we're repatriatizing our 400 gigawatt hour from the United States and keeping it in Canada. So I don't think that's going to happen. Alberta, there's always the potential, perhaps. I think that's probably, if there is going to be some sort of 51st state, probably would be Alberta. That's the highest probable province to make a choice to go American. Whether it happens or not, I don't know. There's a lot of things that come into play. Usually they have a referendum. They'll say, hey, well, we want to vote. And if you get like about 60% of the vote, or over, well, actually over 50, I should say, excuse me, that'll say, yes, we want to separate. Then the second vote would be like, hey, well, we should do this. We want to become American, or we want to become a territory, or we just want to be the country of Alberta. But there's a lot of things that come into play after that. The Canadian federal government has to have negotiations for the separation to go through. You got to have negotiations with the First Nations people. You need to have negotiations with the provinces. So there's and also I think probably the Supreme Court kicks in. It's almost like a a divorce.
they had
So it could take
in the previous elections and
years
by-elections,
before
right? So if you gave them
the
plus 11 on
51st state could
154,
even be
right now they would be looking at getting into about the
possibility,
mid-160s.
right? Because you know how
That's where we're
divorce
at right
trials
now,
work, right?
that, how
So
things stand with what you would expect, and the ridings going the same way.
only reason
would
why
be
I
in the
mentioned that
160s.
is
You get into the
this 51st
mid-160s,
state
and
stuff
all
is
those other
because
numbers
some
start to
people
look
are
interesting
probably
too. Think about them
watching
being
or
at
wondering about that.
165 and the NDP at
Do I think
7.
that it will happen? I
Is
don't
that a
think so. I honestly
172?
don't think a
So
51st
we may
state
be in
situation is going to
situation
happen.
that one of the closest things we'll be
There's
watching
just,
tonight is, can the Liberals
you
get to a
know,
majority? For the moment,
too
they're at
much
10, as
too
we
much
said before.
paperwork.
They need to pick up 18
And
so
even
before
if
they
it
show
did
that
happen, you're
18,
probably going to
because
have
a
like
lot of
a
those
very small amount of land
13 so far. They
join
picked up 14
the
on the
United
Conservative, or
States,
picking up
so it
14.
probably wouldn't
They've
even be
also
worth
lost
it.
18 to the Conservatives. So most
Trump
of
will
their
probably
pickups
be in
are
his
coming at the
grave
expense of
by
the
the
buck that
time
they
it
lost.
actually
At the moment, we
even
just saw the
if
numbers
it did
change.
even
They're at
materialize.
13.
So
They need to get to 18
um,
pickups to get a majority. So they're looking like they might, Donna, be in the 160s, high 160s, mid 160s. The NDP probably has a chance to win a few more ridings.
it
There, of
is
course, let's
something
not
that you
forget,
might see
they're
news more.
sorely looking at that
51st
number to
state
7. They're
stuff,
hoping can they find 5
Alberta
more to get closer to
separation
majority
stuff.
status. But they,
Because
whether or
some
not
of
they
those
get there, they
movements have
must
said
go
that
and
they
have
would
the
roar
balance of power.
more
The Bloc
if the
Québécois
Liberals
clearly
made
has balance
government,
of power. If
because
were
they
a
were
minority government, you could call
tired
that right
of
now, they
Trudeau.
will. But it doesn't mean the Liberals won't have the numbers close to 172.
And the premier has already gone on the record that she would do like some sort of referendum vote or something like that.
A slightly different balance.
But in her comments from Danielle Smith, she had indicated that there was 6 things that the Liberal government would need to do in order to, you know, kind of mitigate that stepping stone of moving forward with that. So, and she said that she had like 6 items that she would allow Carney to put into effect within 6 months, essentially. So by next October or whatever. So I have a feeling that'll be all of that kind of stuff will probably be in Canadian politics if Danielle Smith decides to go that way. Mind you, I have noticed that she has been leaning more to China lately. She has been heading out to Asia more frequently now, because Trans Mountain Pipeline has been kicking out more oil now. That pipeline goes to the West Coast and it allows us to ship from our West Coast port over to Asia, which is China, Taiwan, Japan. That pipeline came online, I think, last summer. So we're looking for new customers, right? So we are slowly getting more customers. Like China signed a huge deal with us in the last 2 months, or in the last month or so, which of course you guys Americans know that the trade relationship between China and US has kind of slammed to a halt. So what does China do? They go and they look for new partners, new trade partners that aren't tariffing. And well, Canada, ta-da, right? We're not going to say no. We're going to go ahead and say, absolutely, we got this new pipeline. We can definitely pump out barrels of oil for you. And they use the same oil as what we produce. So there's that. Also, LNG, something to bring up. We have a new LNG pipeline that is fully constructed. The refinery is currently in testing phase. We had a large tanker of LNG come from China to our ports. So they're going through the whole process of processing it and testing it. So I imagine that'll be operational in probably about a month or so.
Electoral proportional representation, though that would actually elect more non-conservatives out of Alberta under most models. But really, this is the issue: is we've got to understand that we have very real grievances. You know, our
but if Carney gets in, we will probably see a more push towards China and to the EU. I'm not saying that we're not going to be kicking the American trade out the door. That's not going to happen. I don't think most Canadians want that 100%. I think we want basically a more balanced trade situation where we're not fully, reliant on all our money coming from the United States. So we're looking at diversification. Even myself, I am very pro diversifying. That's what I fundamentally believe. I've always believed that we should be diversifying instead of not just selling to the United States. We should be selling everywhere else.
The vast majority of Albertans are very proud to be Canadian. We believe in this country, and when this country is under threat from the outside, we're not particularly interested in putting it under threat from the inside. So I think Premier Smith has made a very dangerous gamble here. And really
another thing too with the Trump rhetoric and everything like that, I think it has helped Canada quite a bit. As an example, we've got conversations that we've never had for quite some time, like removing internal trade tariffs. So between the provinces, we actually tariff ourselves. So I think in the United States, you guys probably have more free trade between your states. Well, we actually tariff ourselves between the provinces. So we have conversations of removing that, which is great. Even it helps with jobs too. So sometimes those jobs are more, or tariffs are more regulatory, which means that you need license A versus license B, right? Or you need certain signs on your trucks, or there's certain regulations based on your position in one province versus another province. So if you're a truck driver, you might have certain things you need to do with your truck in province A versus province B, which makes things more challenging. So they're removing that, which means that you could probably see more jobs flow across the country. Diversifying
They're really interesting, right? Like 18
military procurement is interesting. We're building more of our own equipment. We're entering the more military deals with other countries like Australia, UK. We're building jets and stuff like that. We're building our own vessels. So we're diversifying our military procurement as opposed to just buying just all American. We're also building new partnerships with defending the North. So something that you guys might find shocking is we've got Australians coming up here and working with us in the North to defend our Arctic Circle. We buy some of their radar and satellite technology. Also with the French or France. What else? Yeah. I think also ideas of diversifying like nuclear power. We're working with Germany to build nuclear power plants in Germany. There's all sorts of stuff we're doing. It's crazy. But you start getting out of your comfort zone and you start brainstorming. Well, what can we do, right? What can we change, or what sort of new trade things can we do? What sort of new partnerships that we have? With regards to the U.S., we still have good. We still work with the United States. Some of our companies are in Alaska, helping Alaska with discovery of rare earth minerals. We have some companies there, Canadian companies there. We still own a Kansas Southern Rail. So we bought that, I think, about 3 years ago. I think that was part of the whole trade system to Mexico, Canada, and United States, Kuzma. So a large chunk of rail was purchased by one of our rail companies, I think, in order to, facilitate shipments of freight between the three countries. So that's still there. We still own rail lines in the States. Brookfield's assets, which is a company that Mark Carney was a part of before he stepped down to become prime minister, is looking to buy Colonial Oil in the States, which is one of your guys' largest pipeline system from the north of the United States down to the south to Texas. So there's still investments happening in the States. Oh.
But right now, Taylor Backrack well in front for the NDP.
What else? Ocean bed rare earth mineral agreements are kicking in too, where Canadian companies are working with American companies to mine rare earth minerals under the seabed. So, and that's still in negotiations and still being worked on. So those are examples of Canadian companies working with American companies. And you've got CUSMA trade still happening too. Like not everything is fully taxed, right? Or tariffed.
In the country, I've talked to Alistair McGregor about that a few times. He's the incumbent, leading by a little bit over the Conservatives.
All right, so Liberals are at 160 seats by the looks of it. They need about 12 seats to get a majority.
These are all NDP seats right in the heart. And in fact, let's take a look at Vancouver, Fraserview, South.
Now we're in my province he's talking about.
Former Mayor Gregor Robertson right now, with just one poll in, is leading in Vancouver, Fraserview. We have no results in Burnaby Central. You notice we've declared Mark
that's Jagmeet Singh. He is the NDP leader, by the way.
Central, that's Jagmeet Singh's riding. Down south, New Westminster, Burnaby, Mallardville. Peter Julian is the incumbent. He's won 7 times, but he's, after 2 polls in, he's in 3rd place right now. And Don Davies is the lone New Democrat that is leading right now in downtown Vancouver. Don Davies, with 4 polls in, is up at 43%. So that's our first look, some potential change. This would be a big change if this holds. South Surrey White Rock, the Liberals with 2 polls right now are leading on the incumbent Conservative Carrie Lynn Finlay. The Liberals, I'm trying to think if they've ever won South Surrey White Rock. If they have, it's been a long, long time. That will be something. Cloverdale, Langley City, and we'll send back to you.
David, thank you. Lots of votes still to be counted out there in BC. Let's go to Neetu Garcha, who is in Burnaby at the headquarters of the NDP.
I like her.
At this point, we have on, by our
Neetu
count,
Garcha.
the NDP leading or elected in 9 seats.
Leading or elected in 9 seats. Indeed, here we are at Burnaby and the NDP headquarters here in Burnaby, I should say. The room is largely empty here at this watch party, aside from the journalists that are here to cover the campaign event. Perhaps those insiders are watching at the edge of their seats to see what happens as we get a better idea of what the results will be in Burnaby. But joining me now for reaction to what David just went through is Melanie Richer, press secretary with the NDP. So you were with me watching the latest on the results there. What do you make of it?
Yeah, still too soon to tell. Obviously, some of the results that we're seeing either good or maybe a little worrisome for some of the places as it relates to British Columbia. Some good news to see some holds there on Vancouver.
That doesn't look good for Jagmeet Singh.
Too early. And in Skinnaboke Valley,
so
message, I think, of the last
I think people are very disappointed with how, like I said earlier in the live stream, I mentioned some of the cons of what Jagmeet Singh had done. Like I said, a lot of folks thought he delayed an early election just to get his pension. Looked very good. The other thing too is so much wishy-washy politics with regards to, we're going to go to an early election, we're not going to an early election. So there's a lot of stuff going on there, which I think angered a bunch of supporters of the NDP. And I think the other thing too, on a platform basis, like I said, he did get some key legislation through with his partnership with the Liberals. The other problem is that I think the NDP just bled too much into the Liberals, so I think essentially people might have gotten a little confused on
is
whether or
Queen's
not, you know,
concern
what's the
indifference,
difference
right?
between the
I
NDP
think
and the
he'll
Liberals.
elect
Are the
as many
NDP
campaigns as he
relevant?
can to keep the Liberals accountable when they burn.
So
Obviously,
there's
we'd love
that.
to
And
see
then
party
I think
status,
the
so that
Trump
will continue.
effect
And would love
as
to
well.
see Jagmeet and other relevant MPs.
I don't think he did very well at selling,
as it relates to a certain number and what that looks like.
I guess,
don't like to play this
anti-Trump
game. So I'll
approach
just say,
to
if
things, I guess.
those things are done, I'll be very pleased.
So I think he has probably a similar issue like what Pierre Poilievre had. Just had some difficulties just pivoting.
Not being elected in his own right, and saying
yeah.
stayed confident that that's not the case. You've denied that being the case. So
there's a Green Party on the vote there. One. Wondering if that's Elizabeth May. So Green Party, you know, they get one to 4 seats usually. And Elizabeth May, I'm telling you, she is a go-getter. She has a very strong loyalty base in on Victoria Island.
I think he would look at Singh and he would look at the party.
You know, she is controversial. She has some she has had some oh, it went to 0. Sorry, Elizabeth May. I hope I didn't get off the board.
Unfortunately, you know, folks were really looking for.
It's back to 0. Anyways, she does have a very loyal fan base on the island. She is a bit controversial, but I think her key takeaway is that she generally is very pro, you know, party collaborative. You know, she likes having all the parties work together, but she has a very pro-Canada approach to things. You know, it doesn't matter which party is in charge, she will work with whoever, is the type of approach that she sells. She's very focused on the environment. She's been hardworking. She's been, I don't know, the Green Party leader for so long. So she has her merits, and she's not afraid to, you know, literally be very direct on things. You know, like I think there was a few speeches she had against Trump, where I think she really, you know, was quite witty in replying to some of the Trump rhetoric that was going on, and standing forth as a true Canadian. So she has her merits. So I imagine if there is a green seat, it will probably be her. We'll get her seat back. So we'll have to see. The only downside is that this election she didn't get to debate. Her party didn't get the opportunity to be on the debate stage. I think one of the reasons is that she was strategically not running Greens in certain ridings. So generally they want you to be running Green members or candidates. In order for your party to get on the debate stage, you need to have a certain number of ridings where you're actually running candidates. And she went on the record that she was doing strategic voting. In other words, she wouldn't run a Green candidate in a certain riding. She felt that would be better suited to have a Liberal win that seat if it was a close riding. So I think that's probably what kicked her down a little bit. Mind you, I think she will get her seat though.
This was taken away from the Liberals in a by-election, and they have won it back tonight.
Yeah, Don Stewart gets about 10 months in Parliament.
Toronto seat, yeah, that's a significant chunk there, 62%.
In the general election after losing it in a by-election.
Now, Eric, we have declared that there will be a Liberal government. We don't know if it's majority or minority at this point. We know they need 172 to reach majority. Right now, our numbers are showing 157 for the Liberals. So
Exactly.
what's your analysis here?
Well, we've talked about this in the past, that once those numbers start rising in that way, they can move a little bit, but it's usually maybe plus or minus 5. We're actually seeing that with the Liberals right now. They got up into the low 160s. They're down to about 158. There are only 7 ridings left to report, and you can just do the arithmetic yourself. You can't get with 7 more. You know what? Meet me over at camera 3. We'll just take a quick look at the swing meter.
Again.
Meet me over here. I'll show you what I'm talking about. By the way, the Conservatives have picked up 16 ridings in total today. They have gained more seats than the Liberals have. The Liberals we were talking about was, could they get to a majority? At one point, they were getting into the low teens. They were at 11, 12, 13. At the moment, they're at 7. They need to have a pickup of 18 to get to a majority. So that's telling us that they still need another 9 pickups, not just ridings they've won in the past, Donna. They need to turn around 9 more ridings, and that would mean like running the table on the 7 that are there and flipping a couple of more. Honestly, it's beginning to look like mid 160s, maybe high 160s, but somewhere in the 160s is where they're going to be. The NDP is actually getting closer to finding its position still in Parliament as an official party, and possibly holding the balance of power. Because I would say right now the Liberals look like they could get to in the mid 160s. If the NDP gets to 10, again, these numbers can bounce around a little bit. 3, 4 can move pretty much. But it's starting to give you a sense of how it's starting to shape up. Liberals, high, strong minority government is the way it looks like it might be, with possibly the NDP holding the balance of power if the NDP gets lucky and has just the right number.
Well, there are a number of close races, as we've been saying all night, so we're going to try to take a look at those in just a minute. But for now, let's go to David Aiken, who's with Daryl Bricker from Ipsos.
That's right. And Jill, it's great to have you here. Your firm's been doing some exit polling to ask voters as they come out of the booth why they did the way they did. We've been showing you the what. That's your line. I love it. We've been showing the what, and you've got the why. Let's start with a leader question. So first off, who would make the best Prime Minister of Canada? Right there at the top.
Quite clearly, this was a leadership election.
Yep.
And we're seeing that in these numbers. Mark Carney well ahead of Pierre Poilievre on leadership.
And we can break these down by sort of generational thing.
Okay, let's go take a look at CBC, see what they have for information. So based on the numbers, 336 is tallied. I wonder why CBC's not coming. How many seats in the seats? Yeah, 343. So based on the numbers that they've got on Decision Canada, 336 is what they're playing with right now. So it's really close to, this getting wrapped up pretty much. Go back here. So yeah, 340. Go back here. Not sure if this is going to load. Maybe they're getting DDoSed. So Elections Canada's website has gone down as well due to a DDoS attack. Well, I imagine it's DDoS. They say it's just an outage, but it's a nice way of apologizing for a DDoS attack, probably, in my mind. These days, they never really go on the record to say that a DDoS has happened, but wait, Elections Canada is back up. Right on. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they got it fixed. Yeah. But you don't do any electing through that. I think it probably went back online as soon as the polls closed. But we don't do any electronic voting. And we don't vote through the website or anything like that. It's more like an information source, essentially. But everybody gets a voting card out. There's plenty of information given out to Canadians. My household got I think we got 3 voting cards in total. So we had plenty of information to tell us of what we needed to do, how to vote. So even if Elections Canada website went down, we're still going to know what to do, going to know how to vote. But there are countries, there are groups, stuff like that that interfere with voting. I guess one of the targets would be Elections Canada's website, I would think. But like I said, I don't think it's really going to affect a Canadian from, wanting to vote. And plus, we have at least a week or two of time to vote before the actual voting day, which is today. Like I voted on day one of early voting, so there was a lot of people, and yeah. So, what was I looking up? I can't remember. Oh yeah, CBC. Wait, this. There we go. So yeah, even CBC is saying win. Got the check mark, probability of winning. Slowly creeping up to a majority. Conservatives. This is the electoral map. So like I said, Alberta, and like I said earlier, it's you're probably going to see like in the cities, like this is Calgary suburbs, right? This is probably where you're going to see like maybe some NDP votes, some seats going to the Liberals, and then you're going to look up here into Edmonton, same thing, right? But for the most part, this is very strong. This is a conservative stronghold province. The province is conservative, and generally everybody in this province goes conservative. My province, which is over here, it's still being determined. That's why it's kind of like a dark color here. So this is all rural area. These are all individual writings. So this is the border of the writing. So even though this is a large chunk of the province, you can't think of it that way, right? It's just this is one person representing this one area. Okay, one person, this huge chunk. It's once you get into Vancouver here and see the city of Vancouver has a lot more say, right? You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 writings. That's 16 people in seats in this area. So you can see the city has a little bit more voting power simply because there's more people living there. Probably is most likely what it is how it goes. Same with the island, all this area here. So have to keep that way. A lot of people say, oh, like I've seen some mega people say, oh, well, look, half of the province is all blue. And I said, that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people represented. The vast majority of the population is down here. If this was mostly blue, then I would say, yeah, you probably have a good chance for, getting BC to join, right? So it's the land mass doesn't matter. It's not like, oh, well, there's this large chunk, this gets 5 or 6 votes. It doesn't work that way. This is one person, one vote for this large chunk of land, right? It's a rural area. And this area down here is like if there was more, I don't know, 51st state supporters down here, maybe you would see something because essentially the more split up is it's based on population. So this tells you that the majority of the population of British Columbia is concentrated in the Vancouver area, right? And that's where you get your referendum vote. It's the majority of the population, right? Anyways, I'm on a tangent there. But yeah. This is interesting. It went to, I guess this is still in play. Saskatchewan is also another region that people have said, well, there's a highly likelihood that it might be a 51st state. But you look here, which could be because this you've got Saskatoon, the capital, going kind of blue. Here's another town here, Regina, right? That's the major population zones. Alberta, I suppose they could probably do a separation vote, potentially, but that's, as you can see, it's all blue and including in the major city, right? Not saying that that's happening, but I mean, it's just where you would strategically come to the conclusion that it might happen. That's how you have to look at it, right? Then you've got Manitoba here. Now, some people have said, oh, well, Manitoba could be another province to separate. Well, you look here, the main city is all mainly, Winnipeg West is going red. You got orange and red in here. So if you don't have the majority of the city area, and then yeah, you're just not going to get the population vote most likely in Manitoba. But yeah, anyways. But these are all undetermined areas. This is probably like one vote up here, one vote there, one vote there, one seat, based on population. This might change. None of it might change. Manitoba has not renewed hydro contracts to the states. So that's being repatriatized, and the hydro is going to go into the northern communities up here to support none of it. And they want to build upgrade a port in the Hudson Bay here. Also, they got a project for LNG pipeline here, and they want to do potash sales up there too. So, and then as for BC, some people say Alberta's landlocked. So if you're Albertan, you may not know this because this is fairly new. Trans Mountain Pipeline goes from, I think, somewhere up here around Edmonton, I think. Or is it Calgary? I can't remember, but somewhere in Alberta. It goes all the way down here, and it comes out in Burnaby, which is way down here. That pipeline went online, I believe, just this past summer. So you're no longer just shipping down here to the south and sort of this way, but you also have oil and LNG being piped off the west coast, and China is buying up a lot more oil, by the way. Japan is bought on as well for LNG and oil, so it's kind of balancing out. Simply because it's cheaper. U.S. oil is on the East Coast, I believe, in Texas, and they have to go through the Panama Canal, which is a whole other nest of headaches for the Chinese. So instead of all of the red tape, it's just easier for them to just go to us. And probably they might be buying Canadian oil traditionally anyways, because a lot of our oil went to the States and to the U.S. refineries, and U.S. refineries, they get the final say on oil prices. Sometimes they ship it back up to us, but they could be actually refining our oil and just selling the oil as theirs, right? So it could be you actually, doing oil sand. China has probably always been doing oil sand, oil out through Texas, but instead of going that route, they can go through British Columbia and fill up their tankers down here and go wherever they want to go. Same with Japan. Japan's very interested now since we've opened up a new market for that. with as well as LNG. Australia does. I don't think Australia has to. Australia does their own oil thing. Indonesia, Taiwan, South Korea, a lot. Oh, and India. India is also probably buying our oil as well. So, like I said, it's less than a year old, really. So, we're not even pumping at full capacity yet. We need more customers. So, and they're buying it probably at a cheaper rate, because our dollar is lower, right? Our dollar is worth 50% of the US dollar, essentially. So they can get cheaper oil. Also, we don't have the same type of wages as the US. So our staff is, lower, I think, in comparison. So, and plus they're getting it directly from the oil sand. And they're buying raw oil sand product so because they have their own refineries in China, lots of refineries in China, and they're all tooled to handle sour crude, which is what we do. So, yeah. Anyways, enough about that. Let's go back over here.
It's going to give them the opposition.
Help build something bigger.
Let's see.
Many Canadians have followed him, I'm delighted to say, but there's a lot of work to do.
Had Mark Carney not won the leadership nomination, would you have been running today?
I think we all had a call to service. I don't know what the hypothetical would be, but I was influenced by the situation.
So it's very close now. Interesting, since we came back from the break here. We got like 148 seats for the Conservatives, and there's 155. I mean, these numbers are really close. But that's because the tallies for the West Coast are coming in. So there's a lot of Conservatives voters in the West Coast.
That is not something we've ever spoken about. And I don't think anybody goes in feeling like that. I think, look, 3 months ago, this was a different world for the Liberals. I think there's no sense of entitlement. There's no, and that's kryptonite. This is a new government with a new leader. I think we've got to listen. We've got to.
So these numbers are all changing now. This is very interesting and very funny. So I'm betting that we're going to have a minority government, folks. That's what I think we're going to have. Oh, commercial.
Fight and get results, and that's what we've got to do.
This is not just a Liberal streak, it's a
And the Green Party got one. I'm thinking that might be Elizabeth May.
CTV journalist. Did you approach her and say, hey, Marcy, have any tips when you cross this side of the microphone?
Absolutely. I should say Marcy and Bill Morneau and Bob Ray and Christopher Freeland, all of whom have held this riding, have been unbelievably generous. Look, I would say this, and as a journalist, one of the foundational principles is don't have answers before you've asked questions. And that's how you really listen. And my approach as a politician is let me listen to the people in the communities here and listen first, and less lectures, more listening, more results.
Does that mean you won't be upset when you hold your feet to the fire?
I expect it. I've got my asbestos shoes on, especially for you.
Okay, Evan, congratulations
with the
on your win.
current climate, I think some Canadians are going to be like.
I think we're going to take a quick look at some results, but we should also point out what's happening on the bottom of your
US,
screen there.
yeah.
The Liberals have ticked down to 154. They were up at 161 at one point. This is leading or elected. The Conservatives now at 152.
I was looking at the swing meters because one of the things it tells us is who's gaining from whom, and the Conservatives are picking up way more ridings from the NDP than the Liberals were, and that's not necessarily what was expected. They were expected to gain some, but they have in this.
There's a lot of close races, guys.
Conservatives have closed the gap on the Liberals in ways.
So these news networks may have called
watch it closely.
called it too soon.
Still a few numbers away from being able to overtake, obviously from 155 to 151, but in terms of our meeting
So
as
the
well,
Conservatives
they're still
could
a
maybe
little bit shy
form
of what they
government.
need, but
I mean, this is crazy.
within about 4.
So I have a feeling maybe the news networks have called it too soon.
They're not that far away from the Liberals at the moment, and it seems like some late votes have come in that have shifted some ridings. And is there more of that to be seen?
We just don't know.
Are we in for a big surprise? This is a big
You
surprise
could see a
as it
big
is.
surprise, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, we're going to look at some particular ridings here. This is
Elizabeth May, I called it. Green Party, I told you.
May, the incumbent there, and she
Saanich Gulf Islands.
You have to hand it to her.
They're very loyal to her on the Saanich Gulf Islands.
Lead right now. She's held the riding since 2011, and
Yeah, 2011, folks. He's had it.
has been able to keep them on the map. The Green
Jagmeet Singh, I think I have a feeling his seat is gone. He's lost it, which is to be expected. Even myself, I've lost confidence in Jagmeet Singh. I think he just stuck on for too long. He got a lot of his legislation through earlier on.
And this is Bose.
Maxime Bernier in 4th.
So I don't know.
Is he going to get the message and pack it in as the People's Party guy? Not sure.
He used to own that riding when he was with the
Yeah,
Conservatives, but
Maxime Bernier has not been able to secure a seat as People's Party of Canada leader. Oh, this is not good. Polyev isn't winning his seat.
The Liberal candidate was working
So,
hard
like I said, Pierre
take this
Polyev
seat
could lose
from
his
Pierre
seat here.
Poilievre,
He's
who's
at
been elected
41% compared to the
7 times in a
Liberal.
row. This is early.
Well, yeah, way too early to say, but how weird would that
I mean,
be
he's
if
a
the
strong
Conservatives win
debater,
50 or
but
so
like I
ridings, or
said, I
by
think,
140.
that there are some people,
Let's wait to see.
as soon as the Trump effect kicked in, it's just where he just sort of lost momentum. He had a very difficult time separating the fact that he seemed very similar to Trump. Also, plus he's on the same side of the spectrum as Trump. And then, I don't know, there's just a lot of things that he had a very difficult time pivoting away from Trump.
Here in Mississauga. Maybe I'll zoom in a little bit further so we get a sense of them. And let me just run through. These are all really tight races, real dogfights right now. Where the Conservatives might pick up, Brampton West. This is a minister, Kamal Khera. She's 254 votes behind, 70 polls in.
But the other thing too, the other challenge Polyev would have had, even if he did get a majority government, before Trudeau had left, jumped out, he had stacked the Senate with a bunch of Liberal senators. So our Senate is appointed by the Prime Minister. So as a senator stays in there for life, and then when they retire, then that seat becomes available. And before Trudeau had left, he had done some more Liberal appointments. So that would have probably caused some issues with Polyev trying to get legislation through, even if he did get a majority. So I think even a conservative commentator had said, well, what are you going to do if you do make majority and you have to deal with a Liberal-controlled Senate? And he didn't really have a solid answer to the conservative podcaster on one. And I don't know, his face looked a little defeated with the question because he wasn't even thinking about that.
This is 2021. Lot of red.
So, and at the same time, there was a lot of questions about dealing with Trump and dealing with all sorts of other, headache situations that politicians have to deal with now, since the political climate is very different.
Minority government, we might be able to force something in a couple of years. Again, building on the success they've had here.
So his response to that question, I even thought, maybe he really doesn't want to be a leader during this time in Canada's, political situations.
In Peel and even down to Halton, which
Because
is
there are
exactly
probably
what
a
they
lot of
need.
Canadian politicians that are in there that see it as like more of an easy ride. You know, some of them are career politicians and they've had it so easy. But with everything that has gone on since what 2020, all the way even up till now, and all the way for the next 4 years, you're going to have some post-traumatic stress disorder. You're probably going to need like a psychiatrist or something.
Lots of close races there.
To go insane. You know, you take the frustrations that we have as voters, right? And we're very passionate about it, and we get very angry. And I'm pretty sure every one of us has been in that situation. Whether you're an American, a Canadian, or UK person, wherever you are, you just get frustrated, right? Well, just think of it. You're a politician representing these parties. I bet you it's amplified 100 times more, right? The amount of crap you have to deal with the world now. So, whereas I think in the past, most of these politicians that have been in there have had an easy ride. You know, you just say, hey, let's go ahead and throw healthcare at Canadians. Let's throw, I don't know, new bridge infrastructure at Canadians, and maybe better justice system to Canadians, and call it done. And then you just debate on that. But the debate structure is more complex now, and you have to work more. So if you're a lazy politician, and I think there are a lot of lazy politicians in Canada, where they're like thinking this is no longer a free ride anymore. I do not want to do this anymore. I wanted to get my pension. I wanted to get my, $100,000 annual paycheck and have it easy and shake a couple of hands and kiss a couple of babies, and that's about it, And to a degree, I think some of Canadian politics have been that way in the early 2000s. But now, since, the infinite COVID hit and going forward, even through, what's his name? The Democrat guy in the States, the old guy, Biden, even through Biden with Ukraine, and you've got Trump, and you've got Russia, you've got China, you've got all of this. This is where the Canadian politicians really have to work, I think. And I think probably some of these candidates are like thinking, do I really want to be the main decision maker behind all of this? Am I equally qualified to do this? Can I do this, right? And I think a lot of them are probably not falling into that boat, to be honest with you. And some of them are probably like thinking, oh, thank God I didn't win my seat. And there's some of them that are thinking that way, I'm pretty sure. I have a feeling maybe Peter Polyev, he's a smart talker and he does know a few things. But I think on that one question that one podcaster had asked him, in his face, it looked like, do I really want to be a leader, like the prime minister in this situation? Because he's very strong at being an opposition leader. So, but here we go. We got Carleton, Pierre Polyev.
The leader of the Conservative Party.
So I think he's going to lose his seat, probably.
Reporting than when he checked in before. 10 out of 266. Still a long way from any kind of official count. But the Liberal is leading at this stage.
No, I'm not saying Pierre Polyev couldn't do it. I mean, he has had cabinet positions in the past, under Harper, and I think, under Harper. And he does very well at, getting the information he needs and working with his team and stuff like that. So I think he could do it. Would it be interesting or fun for him? Maybe not. Maybe not. Oh no.
candidates on the ballot, so it's gonna take
Jagmeet Singh, I think it's time for him to go.
we're looking at some of the ridings here.
I don't honestly think he would be fit
Too close to call right
as
now.
a leader in the NDP with this political climate. And I apologize if I'm offending any NDP supporters out there on it. But I think he needs to step. Hopefully he'll step down and let someone else step in. Like, I would like to see someone like a John Horgan type person in the NDP. I'd like to see a Jack Layton type in there. These are NDP leaders that literally had the cojones and Team Canada and friendly approach. Even Mulcair, I think I even like him too. Throw them in there. They have a very charismatic approach about who they are, and they do very. I thought they did very well as leaders. Jack Layton brought the NDP wave in, I think, 10 years ago before he passed away from cancer. John Horgan, who's a provincial premier, he did. I don't know. He got, I think, 2 elections in. He ran through a very strong, minority government. He got through COVID in the province of BC fairly successfully, I think. Unfortunately, and he had a very Team Canada approach, or was very willing to work with other parties to get things done. So very hardworking and team captain-like approach to who they were as a political leader. Unfortunately, he also passed away from cancer as well. So those are the types of leaders that I like, that usually stand out the most.
We're keeping an eye on it. Conservatives doing relatively well. Again, this is downtown Winnipeg Center. Wanted to take a look.
That's the type of quality of leadership that I would like to see from a federal leader. So hopefully, as an NDP, we'll get another Jack Layton or some sort of John Horgan type guy in there, and I think they could really easily get all of their seats back.
So Doug Olson might be feeling a little comfortable. We'll keep an eye on that. And then
as for the Bloc Québécois, like I said, I don't really follow too much Bloc Quebec politics, simply because they only run in Quebec. I think Ives does a fairly good job. There's a few remarks and approaches to how he argues and debates that I like. He uses a lot of metaphor, which I like, which adds to his appeal and charisma. But like I said, the Bloc, they only run in Quebec because they're a separatist government, so I don't know how that would go. Looks like the Green Party has now 2 seats, so I'm wondering, did the 2 co-leaders get their seats? There is a new... So these are the 2. This is Elizabeth May. She got her seat, of course, Saanich Island. And we got Jonathan Penault. I don't know where he's running. I think he's in Ormont. I don't think he's getting his seat. It looks like he's behind, but anyways, he's a co-leader. Oh, wait. Oh, that's gone to the Liberals, so he didn't get his seat. That's too bad. I think Elizabeth May wants to retire or step down. She's always been the leader, but she's getting up in age. I think she sort of wants to go. I think they wanted to get him in as the new leader. Excuse me.
So there's some close races in Calgary, potential pickups for the Liberals there. Up in Edmonton,
just to give a new face to it, instead of just having Elizabeth May, they did have another leader of the Greens, but there was some infighting, and they just to make it materialize, and Elizabeth May became leader again. I think they're literally trying to find a new face for the Green Party, because she's always been in there. It's kind of hard because she's the only one in there, and she's always been in there for so many years. So it makes it very difficult to, get your face replaced by someone else. I think he probably would have been really good. Probably. I've seen some of his chat or his debate, but like I said, they got taken out of the official federal debates and pushed into they had to go on podcasts and stuff like that. So I caught some of the podcasts, and he does fairly well. He's a young guy, young blood, would probably appeal to younger voters and stuff like that. Unfortunately, he just didn't get the stage from the CBC and, I don't know, Global BC on the debate stage. So the only face that Green people know is Elizabeth May.
Well, let's have a look, I guess, first of all, at the Conservatives.
It's unfortunate.
For the Conservatives to form government.
And then same thing for Maxime Bernier. Poor guy, can't get a seat. Is a leader of the People's Party of Canada. There's a lot of things. Like I said, I'm more of a centralist voter. So what that means, I'm probably hated from both sides of the spectrum, because I am that guy that is going to analyze the situation and make my own judgment of what I think is best for Canada. So I really don't have any party loyalty, because I'm always trying to balance the scales within Canada. Sometimes I will vote Conservative, sometimes I will vote Green, sometimes I will vote NDP, sometimes I will vote Liberal. So I take a look at what I think Canada needs, and where I feel we're imbalanced, I will shift my vote to do that. So I've listened to him on podcasts. Some of his stuff is interesting. It's unfortunate. Also, I'm very pro minority government type person too, because I enjoy having all of these guys have to work for their paycheck and work together instead of pointing the finger at the other guy all the time. That's what I, as a centralist, would be, or a balancer.
Okay, Eric.
Middle way of politics. So if you're into Buddhism, look up middle way. It means balancing, maintaining balance is what middle way is, essentially. Middle way of balancing politics. I think today, there's not very many centralized or middle way thinking voters out there. A lot of it is very extreme. So you'll get your MAGA, and you'll get I can't remember what's on the other side of the fence on the left. But anyways, there's extremes on both sides, right? And I've debated both sides with Americans, even though I'm Canadian, right? I've gone into debates with, very strong right-wingists in the United States, and I've also debated with a lot of left-wingists. And the funny thing is I'm arguing with the right-wingists. They say, "Oh, you're communist. You're communist." Meanwhile, I go ahead and I talk to someone else, right, that's on the far left, and the very strong, extreme Democrat, and they'll say, "No, you're fascist. You're fascist." And out of the whole situation, I said to him, I said, I just had the same argument with a Republican, and he says that I'm communist. So I'm confused, and then I just get question marks out of it. It's hilarious. Because I think Americans don't understand my concept of voting very much. because especially, well, I think there's probably some Americans that understand, that can relate to me, but the more extreme, Americans that are very far left and very far right just don't understand me. I have a hard time, and they hate me with a passion. But I keep on saying, hey, I'm just balancing the scales. You have to have balance in politics. You really do need the left and the right. There are good things on the left and there are good things on the right, and you really have to balance that out. Unfortunately, there is a lot of social media, a lot of politics, a lot of public media that say you need to be on one side or the other, right? But you don't. You can be right in the middle. You just have to look at the talking points and make a decision and say, look, this is where it is, right? And some people have said to me, oh, it's a slippery slope of going to the other side. And I get that argument from both sides, the left and the right, right? And I say, nope, I keep on ending up right in the middle of both sides. So you're not going to, you can say that's going to happen, but it never happens. I'm just here to, make sure that there's balance in everything. Just like, you live your life, you got to have a balanced lifestyle, right? You can't drink too much coffee. You can't have too much sugar. You got to treat politics the exact same thing. Okay, we're at 161 for Liberals, 148. The Greens had 2 seats, now it's down to 1.
I will say that we had a strong turnout during advance polls, but what that meant was that those volunteers could poll, identify new Liberals in the last 10 days of the election and be able to poll those voters tonight. Certainly a riding I'm watching tonight is Carleton. I was there earlier today. We'll see how that holds, but they had a very high turnout on advance polls as well. I think it was 43,000 residents that had cast their ballot. So we'll see where it all shakes out tonight.
Zita, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Back to you, Donna.
All right, Mackenzie Gray, thanks. Let's go to the Bloc Québécois headquarters in Montreal,
Oh,
where Mike
Bloc
Armstrong
leader.
is. Mike.
Yeah, hi, Donna. I'm with Janji, re-elected MP for Mirabel, which is a riding just north of Montreal, with a big airport still.
Well, let's go to the main map. We'll go back to this. Going to reload. Oh, here we go. Jump in here. I'm going to just hit refresh. I hope this is a good decision. Yep. All right, so looks like the Northwest Territories, Yukon and Northwest Territories are red. So going Liberal, which I think they were Liberal before. None of it was NDP before. Let's see, Chilliwack Hope is my riding. So we got Mark Strahl coming in. Like I said to you guys before, I have a feeling he'll re-win this seat. There's a dynasty in here. So just to let you, if you follow what a dynasty is that you have like, you're a king, and then when you pass away, you pass the kingship over to your son, and then your son passes it to his son, and so on and so on. Well, the same thing here, right? This riding here has always been with the Strahls. So Mark Strahl's father was a candidate in Chilliwack Hope, and has always won. Had a lot of, I don't know, this is a very strong conservative riding, essentially. And then it went to Mark Strahl after his father retired from politics, and he got in right away because he got all of the support from his father and his voters. And I imagine probably if his son or a family member like a son or daughter of Mark wants to run as a Conservative candidate, he'll probably continue on as well in this riding. So that would be, this is, like I said, a dynasty riding. I don't think we will ever see this ever switch unless by chance the straws don't run anymore and they have to put some other new Conservative candidate in. I am surprised by Zishan Khan, how he is in second place, considering that he didn't show up to the community debate. I felt Terry Westaby, he showed up and he did very well at debating. He's at third place. So mind you, it could change. You never know. Like this, they're still doing the counts. So maybe he might get the second. I'm hoping he'll get second because I think he deserves it, considering I've heard Terry on the radio. Terry did very well in the community debate, in my opinion, and very hardworking, very well spoken, answered a lot of hard questions. So it would be, I think, befitting for Terry to, get second place, at least in debate, the whole election process. But I guess it's still too early. We'll have to see what happens. But like I said, this will remain a Conservative riding for the most part. Selena Darish did fairly well as a Green Party candidate. She answered her questions well. But I didn't really hear much about her elsewhere, I don't think. Like, not on the news. Jeff is the PPC. He was there, but during the debate, he was shuffling his papers and reading off a script so much. So he was told that he said that he got his paperwork last, and he was reading off a script, it seemed like. And then he had one question where he kept on shuffling through papers just to find the answer. So I was like, I don't know about this Jeff guy. It's like, I was like, oh man, why are you even on the stage, right? Most of the stuff he was saying, I already knew by just reading pamphlets for the party. So I don't know. I don't think he did very well, performance-wise. I feel bad for Maxime Bernier, his party leader. I think probably Maxime Bernier should be focusing on trying to get his PPC candidates to be, more educated on the party policies and stuff like that. So, yeah. All right. Let's go back over to YouTube. Let's fast forward this to the end and hit play. Oh, dang it.
What you do best.
I'll just mute the commercial and hit skip, I guess. Oh, he's still talking? Oh, wait, I can fast forward.
They're not doing better because they know they're going to do well in the West. They've made some inroads in Ontario. That may have prevented the Liberals from getting to a majority, but they have not done well enough in Quebec and Eastern Canada, which has been their problem really ever since the Progressive Conservative Party blew up in 1993. They have, they've moved that center of gravity for the Conservatives out to Western Canada, and as a result, they've had a hard time connecting with enough Conservatives to win enough seats to form government. I mean, they've had one majority since the Mulroney days, and that was with Stephen Harper in 2011, Donna. But for the most part, the Liberals are governing as they've governed so often. They just keep winning, 2 or 3 elections before the Conservatives can win an election. So at the moment, we're seeing it kind of unfold. Some of the reasons why the Conservatives are doing better, and reasons why the Liberals are still holding on.
149 seats is not nothing where they're at right now, but it's not enough.
And a lot of that is what they did in Ontario to pick up.
Eric, thank you. Let's go over to David Aiken, who is with Daryl Bricker from Ipsos.
Yeah, thanks, Donna. So Daryl, of course, Daryl Bricker of Ipsos. People have been out doing exit
on
polls.
Twitch, I should probably set this as
voting booth. A
political.
Questions. I mean, there's
not that it's really sensitive, but I don't know. Some people might not like
let's start off with
politics.
We were going to start
much.
off with, I think, wild card.
Right.
There we go. Let's set this as politics, I guess.
So this is someone who voted today. Might have voted for a Liberal, might have voted for a Conservative. Here's all voters, 7,000 people, and we're not on the right track.
There we go.
People who voted today.
Just in case. I don't think I'm hitting anything too severe.
So this is the context
I mean, I talked about MAGA and Trump a little bit, but not too crazy.
Issue. The Liberals designed their entire campaign around it.
I've seen a lot worse stuff commented about politics on YouTube channels and stuff like that. I think I'm pretty tame when I'm talking about politics. And besides, this is election coverage, so should expect some
going through it. Boomers, Gen X, it's pretty consistent right across the board.
Yeah,
we're going in the wrong direction.
Tidbits, I guess.
Attitudes on Canada. Oops, sorry, I did that. Me?
That was me.
Okay, there we go. Canada is broken. This is what Pierre Poilievre was saying last fall. He got
strongly agree, 20%. Holy crap.
Quite a few people agree.
We're broken, everybody.
With Pierre Poilievre was saying almost half of us overall think that Canada is broken. This, again, underscores the fact that
I would say yes. Does it mean that we're broken to the point that we're like dead in the water and we can't do anything? No.
The overall context are going to be
I just think that we just need to retool, recalibrate, and refocus. At the same time, like I said earlier about our politicians, a lot of them are in there for a paycheck, easy ride. I think clearing out some of that rhetoric and, weakness, I think will do well.
Until 3 months ago,
but I would have to say we've done fairly well with even a prorogue government. Like prorogation, I think happened like at the end of Christmas or something like that. And we still have been able to get things done. Like we've had provinces doing things. I think the provinces are the back what was going on so far up till now. And Mark Carney has been able to do a few things. Trudeau was able to do a few things. So we were still able to function. There has been some negotiations going, I think, in the background with Trump and stuff like that and other world leaders. So we've had trade deals signed even by Trudeau during prorogation with South America, China, and all sorts of other countries. Trudeau after Christmas and also going into the Carney time frame. So I think a lot of Canadians were like, oh my God, we're prorogued. It's the end of the world. We're not getting anything done. But government can still get things done. Interestingly enough, we never did pass the budget. So we were still able to run the country and get things done without a budget. Which is kind of amazing because usually in the United States, it's like, oh my God, mail carriers are not going to get paychecks and government workers are not going to get paychecks if we can't agree on this budget, right? That never happened up here in Canada. I mean, we had strikes and stuff like that, but that was all separate. But mail carriers still got paychecks. Certain things still got done. So it wasn't like a complete shutdown of government because we couldn't pass a financial legislative statement. So, mind you, I think a lot of us Canadians had thought that that would have happened.
Yes, congratulations.
Because we've seen so much of the U.S. news with, CNN and Fox News saying, oh my God, the budget. We need to increase the debt ceiling. Oh my God. Oh my God. Right. Everything's going to fall apart. London Bridge is falling, folks. Sorry.
government here, but it's a lot closer than people expected. What is the
but,
message the Canadians are sending
I
tonight to
I
Mark Hunt?
think that never happened here up in Canada.
We're still watching some very tight races,
We
including
didn't
from
have
American
London,
Domain
or I
and
mean
and so
London
on.
Bridge
We'll
fall,
see. I think
Canada.
regardless of what happens this evening,
When we
reforms
didn't get the
government, most
budget
likely to be
passed,
Prime Minister Carney.
so
Yeah, you take it with some dose of humility. You know, Canadians are sending a message that they want somebody who's going to be able to negotiate with an American neighbor that has suddenly become a threat. But there were a lot of other things coming out of COVID, coming out of affordability, interest rates, that they are not happy with. And so you got to get busy. And from what I understand, he told the Liberal War Room earlier this morning that if indeed the Liberals did win, that you hit the ground running right away.
Yes, but the problem is we don't know tonight because there'll be a lot of recounting, I think.
Yeah, by the look.
So we don't know
think
who
we may
will
not
be the
know?
prime minister because if he doesn't have the majority, he will have to deal with whom.
So my question
So
would be-
if the bloc has the balance of power, be sure they will negotiate with both parties to obtain what they want to
So
have.
what could happen tonight is that
It
you
could
could
happen.
have
It could happen. I
we
mean,
declare a liberal
I mean,
minority, for example, but then they ally with the conservatives.
If you look at the situation,
So for Canadians who don't follow the intricacies of how a minority parliament works,
Yes, please lay this out for us.
well, I'll cautiously take some steps. The Liberals, given these numbers, if something like this holds, they get the first opportunity
They do.
to form a government. And what they will appeal to the Governor General is say, we have an agreement with the Bloc or the NDP, and this is how we're going to govern. If no such agreement
And we'll
exists,
find confidence of the House.
and then we're going to return to the House as soon as possible, we'll have a vote to show that we can govern.
Yeah.
If they can't show that agreement, and the Bloc are sitting saying, well, we're talking to both the Liberals and the Conservatives, there may be a scenario, and this would be a
So I
bizarre
think this,
moment,
for
but
me
maybe
as a
not,
centralist
where we're
or
seeing
middle way
Pierre Poilievre attempting to make a
political
deal with the Bloc
voter,
leader.
I think this is going the way that I like to see it
Well, I
go,
think it's
where it
bizarre
seems
in
to
the
be
sense
going to a minority government,
No offense. We've been through a
uh,
scenario before
which-
with Mr. Dion and Jack Layton.
which I think is a good thing.
There's moments where you can get along fine.
That way, you know, opposition viewpoints can still be impactful in the House of Commons, and it maintains balance and gets rid of extremism. I'm not really a big fan of extreme politics.
I just think for a conservative leader,
I just think it gets a little crazy. I think people need to really learn to come together with compassion, and have our politicians reflect that too. Have our politicians come together with compassion to do their job and get things done for the benefit of the voters. And that's what I fundamentally believe. I know I'm not a big fan of extreme stuff. Just doesn't get anything done. It's all drama to me, right? It's counterproductive too, and very destructive too, I find. At the same time, I think even when you get like extreme leaders in there that promote that kind of stuff, you're really just pitting people against each other, which isn't really what a leader should be doing. A leader should be bringing people together and everyone together, looking whether whichever political spectrum you're on, right? Unfortunately, you know, in some countries in the world, it doesn't fall that way. It seems there's a lot of extreme thinking. So, like I said, I usually fall in the middle way political thinking. I usually want my government to work together. So if it's a liberal leader, they should be working with the Conservatives and the Bloc Québécois, the NDP, and the to get things done. And the opposition party should be working with the main party at the same time, right? And where they can sit down and hash it out. And we do see that in Canadian politics. Even with the response with, you know, the tariffs and stuff like that. All of the leaders got together and met and talked about, you know, Team Canada
I am
approach.
indeed with Christopher Freeland in the riding of University of Rosedale, who won her riding this evening. Congratulations to you.
So she got it. So Krista Freeland got
You took a
it.
gamble on December 16th when you resigned
That's
from
interesting.
cabinet. You were a finance minister, deputy prime minister, sending a message that you no longer.
I wasn't too sure whether she was going. I think she's got a very strong support base in Toronto, but she was highly criticized. I would say that she made a good decision to stand up to Trudeau. I mean, some liberals would say that she's a traitor.
And as long as I was there, I was facilitating.
She stood her ground on carbon tax legislation. She was the finance minister. She ran as a leadership contendee as well. And obviously she still has the confidence of Mark Carney because she was made a cabinet minister, not as a finance minister anymore. She was moved into another position, but I can't remember what it was.
We don't know the final result yet, and I'm not going to speculate on it, but I'll tell you what I think needs to happen now. I think that this election was an election about standing up for Canada. The ballot question was...
So she, in case you're an American watching, this lady is the person that Trump does not like, in case you're wondering.
I think that's right. I trust him. I think
he had said that there was some, I don't know, not very nice words about her, because she was finance minister and she was the one that negotiated which is the free trade agreement between Canada, Mexico, and the United States. But because of that, I think that also worked for her favor for getting her seat, because she's also seen as a person that stands up to Trump. So all that as a pro for her, I guess, in a way. But I'm pretty sure if Trump is watching right now, he's probably not very happy with these results. Because as everyone knows, if you get on the bad side of Trump, he's just not going to like you very much. I mean, the same thing with Trudeau, right? He didn't like Trudeau very much. So this will be round two probably for her and Trump in some way, maybe. That's if she gets appointed as finance minister. It's hard to say. It might go to LeBlanc, but she's still on the playing board here. So, but Carney might not put her in that position. She'll probably get it. She'll probably get a cabinet position. I don't know what, but she might not be put on a portfolio that would have her deal with Trump. I think maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Just depends on whether Carney wants to play hardball and aggravate Trump. I don't think that's the approach he wants to take. He might. I don't know. It's hard to say. But if she does end up as finance minister, then you could probably, it would be safe to say that that would be a clear indication that, you know, Canada's not going to want to play very nicely with Trump if she gets put in as finance minister or some sort of role where she needs to engage Trump directly, right? So we'll have to see. We'll have to watch this lady here. But for now, I think Carney wants to build relationships, and I think Carney does have some, at least some respect from Trump. So it wouldn't be prudent to go ahead and, you know, set up some sort of aggravating toxic cabinet or whatever, and that's anti-Trump or whatever.
Newfoundland, Toronto, Quebec.
Yeah, that's
meaning someone that's going to go in there and play hardball, right?
So close
So
in central Newfoundland.
But that can always change. The Prime Minister can change his cabinet up whenever he wants, so that's his leisure. But I have a feeling he'll probably approach it in a more pragmatic approach. I get a feeling that Carney's very pragmatic with how he does things. So which means he's very open and wants to keep a more fluid and constructive relationship. But he will stand his guard, though.
There they are, all less than 1% between all of these ridings, and the polls reporting are all sort of in the mid-range. So that's the point that's being made by the decision desk for Global News, why you can't be sure where it's going. The Liberals would clearly have to run the table. They'd have to pick up everything that they're close in that they would end up having to win. It's not just holding the ones they've got, right? They can hold the ones they've got there. That's
so I just looked it up, or got the information handed to me. She's actually the transportation minister, internal trade.
They need to kind of switch over 10 more ridings. So they're leading in a bunch of close ridings.
That position might have her lightly dabble with Trump a little bit, lightly. But most of it would have to be with the fact that she would probably be working with most of the premiers. How things move across the country with trade and everything like that. So maybe not as highly impactful as like a finance minister or something. But I have a feeling that she's kind of close in there. So I have a feeling she might have some light bumping with Trump a little bit. Maybe in some of the meetings. She might end up in some of the meetings. Potentially, if she gets to sign that seat again. But she does have an impact on trade because she isn't as a internal trade minister, so she works with the premiers. So whatever decision she makes with the premiers and stuff like that could affect the grand scheme of whatever is going to happen with Trump or whatever, I suppose. So I would say she's probably a tier level down. So
Welcome back to our Decision Canada coverage. One of the places we're watching is the riding of Pierre Poilievre. That's Carleton in Ottawa. Let's take a look at how things are going there. Now there's how many? 60?
It's not an insignificant number of polls reporting. And Bruce Fanjoy has about a 7.5 point lead and a 1,300 vote lead. So
the Liberals had worked hard to try to take this riding from Pierre Poilievre, who has been...
What a complicating matter this would be for the Conservatives, depending on what happens.
And this may be a long night because as these votes come in, because...
Well, here are some of these others that are that close. Like this is a landslide. He's 2.5 points ahead in New Westminster, Burnaby, Mallardville.
Oh, that's too bad.
Like I'm trying to count.
He was I think the House leader for the NDP. He was very significant, and he lost his riding, or it looks like he's losing his riding.
David was talking about that riding.
That's too bad.
86 votes between them.
But there was controversy with him too. He was backing. I don't know. some of the stuff he said wasn't completely in alignment with Jagmeet Singh.
He's in a bit of a tight.
Not as tight as some of those others. It's funny. We would
And he didn't answer some questions very well.
Ooh, that's still pretty close. But
So it was very wishy-washy. He got caught up in the wishy-washiness.
the remarkable thing. Like,
We're back to Sierra Nova, the peninsula.
That's if you cover all the, the interviews and everything. Because what happens is when the politicians come out of the House of Commons, there's all these reporters,
40,000 votes.
and they ask questions. And he got stuck in the, wishy-washy politics of the NDP.
TV for us to do. Hallelujah. You wanted to be on
Are you taking down the government or are you not taking down the government? And he couldn't give a solid answer.
Well, let's go back to Lower Mainland where we were just looking at the riding that Peter Julian has won.
I could probably, if I knew the proper, if I could quote what Jagmeet Singh and he was saying, he would probably say, what the heck are you talking about?
Let's go right to Millardville where we were a second ago. New Westminster, Burnaby, Millardville.
Yeah,
Thank you,
Julian, bye-bye.
I wanted to come back to this. We just had this board up because the thinking we all had, I think when I say this is me, this is a lot of experts we were talking to, was the NDP votes, people who voted for Peter Julian in the last 7 elections. If they didn't vote for Peter, they were going to vote for Jake Sawatsky, the Liberal. But that's clearly not what's happening. And that I find very interesting in that a lot of the people who voted for Peter Julian didn't this time. He's down to 28%, and we have 80 polls, about half the polls.
I think what happened there is that the left got split.
We're seeing that in a few other ridings.
So
let's look now.
in other words, they went for the Sawatsky guy there.
In Vancouver Island. Let's talk at the capital, Victoria.
And then that's what happens with vote splitting in Canadian politics.
Professor at the University of Victoria is defeated. Laurel Collins, New Democrat. She was certainly one of the fiercest climate change advocates in the House of Commons, let alone in the NDP caucus. I was with both Poilievre and Mark Carney when they campaigned in southern Vancouver Island. I spoke to a lot of people who had voted for Laurel Collins, and they said to me, I like the idea of Laurel going to the House of Commons and advocating for climate change, but in this election, I'm voting for someone who's going to sit across from Donald Trump, and that someone's got to be Mark Carney, and Will Greaves has benefited.
District 1881 is a European-style village in Chilliwack.
Over here. See if this refresh. Are you going to load properly or are you? Might have busted this poor website. Let's open up a new tab. See. Cover. Fun. Aha, there we go. So 123, 112, 19 for Bloc, 3 for New Democrats and Green. So I have a feeling Elizabeth May might end up being the only Green Party leader, or sorry, Green Party member of Parliament. Man, she definitely has a good, strong following in Saanich. So good on her. And New Democrats, they're just getting decimated. Hopefully this will be a learning lesson for the New Democrats. Don't get wishy-washy with what your agenda is. I don't know. That I think that's what did it, the wishy-washiness. Yes, we're taking down the government. No, we're not taking down the government. Yes, we are. No, we're not. All over the place. I think a lot of people on the left just lost confidence. at the same time, because you don't show confidence as a leader, how are you going to garner the vote, right? Especially today, you really need a leader that is going to be able to stand up for the party, and be galvanized. And that's why, you've got the conservatives up there and the liberals. So I think most people thought, well, we're going to go liberal. So all of the left has probably gone liberal. Well, a good chunk of it anyways. But yeah, they definitely need a new leader in there. I mean, I'm not saying New Democrats don't have good leaders. There are some good leaders in there. I like I said, my top two, John Horgan and Jack Layton. We need that's the type of caliber of leadership that the Democrats need in order to come back. On at least in that respect, there's Premier Canoe, who's a premier. I like him. He's very friendly, gets things done. David Eby. I wasn't too sure about Eby earlier on. I think it took him some time to get his wheels going, but I'm starting to warm up to him. He's basically my premier or my governor. So there is some NDP leaders out there that can do the job. And I think the NDP is one party federally and provincially. Just to give you guys, so when you join the NDP, you're basically that's the same group that is for provincial and federal. Not all parties are that way. Like the Liberals are that way, I think, and the Greens as well. Okay, I think that covers everything on here. The map, like I said, Alberta blue, right? This is Saskatchewan. So this is interesting. You've got all of Saskatoon. That is what do you call it? Conservative. This is probably all going to go conservative. So I think it depends on Scott Moe, who's the premier, whether or not they go. Like some people say that they've got some sort of separative movement in Saskatchewan, but I don't think Scott Moe is really on that bandwagon. I think he's more of a pro-Canadian approach. I mean, he's not like going to shut it down and say no, 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 but he's not as pro for it like compared to like maybe Danielle Smith. But Danielle Smith at the same time is kind of, I mean, she's been down to the States. She's met with Trump. She's done all of the Fox News stuff and everything like that. But yet, she is also very open-minded. So she's also looking to Asia. So these are things that you'll probably see more conversations about separatism after the election is over. I have a feeling more Albertans will be bringing up the rhetoric about it, maybe some Saskatchewans as well. So it's something to watch in the news because there is a movement. There has been some talk about it in Alberta news and stuff, but most of it's all online. So it's something that I'll be watching. I'm not pro for separation at all. I want Canada to stay all whole. But like I said, it's something that's there that I think might become the next, political upheaval in Canada potentially.
city councillor for this ward for 11
Hit refresh on this. And the reason why I bring that up is that
team into a dream team today with Lupio.
the separatists in Alberta have said or been on mainly focused in saying, look, you know, if we're not seeing a change in Ottawa, then we're going to just push our agenda even harder. So that's why I'm bringing it up. And like I said, as you can see, it is definitely going to be a Liberal government. Whether, especially if it's majority, definitely the heat in Alberta will probably get a little higher. But like I said, it's something to keep an eye on. But like I said, there is a lot of things going on differently. So, like I said, there are some pipelines being made available. There's LNG projects on the go. So there is some changes. And I honestly think, you know, a lot of Albertans probably could give Mark Carney a little bit of breathing room. He does have a different mindset on a few matters. You have to realize you've got Justin Trudeau, who has been prime minister for, I don't know, good chunk of a decade, right? But his background was that he was a high school teacher, more in the educational field. Not to say that that's a bad thing. But then you've got Mark Carney, right, who is a business leader, been on the board of directors of many successful companies. He has been the Bank of Canada head, the UK head. He has a lot of good business connections in the EU and in the UK. He's very well respected by the King of Canada because they align in their thinking and stuff like that. His wife is a successful business leader as well, many boards and stuff. So there's a lot of education and skill set that could pretty much benefit Canada as a minister.
Worked as an advisor on the Mark Carney campaign. Mr. Lametti, it looks like we're going to be here for a long night. Is there still a path to a majority for the Liberals right now?
I don't know. There are a lot of close races left. A number of races where there aren't that many polls reporting yet, or where there are advanced polls that still have to be counted. It is a two-way race, and we haven't seen a two-way race like this before. We're starting to see what we see in the United States, which is we're going to be up late tonight, watching the final vote count. So there will still be some changes. It looks like we are going to form the government. I'm really proud about that. I don't know what the outcome will be, but there will be some changes before we wake up tomorrow morning.
In terms of governing, you've been involved in majority governments and minority governments with Mr. Trudeau. How does that change the calculus for Mr. Carney, depending on what he was seeing?
Well, obviously, you play with the hand you're dealt with. You have to find alliances in a parliament. We did that. I did that as the Minister of Justice with members of Parliament on the justice portfolios long before we had an accord with the NDP. Then when we had an accord with the NDP, things were even smoother. But you have to find ways, formally or informally, to find allies in the House of Commons, in committees, in order to get your agenda through. And in particular, we're going to have negotiations with Mr. Trump. So we're still going to have a whole parliament that is Team Canada for the purposes of talking to the United States. So we will find a way to do that.
A number of your colleagues, former colleagues, Anita Anand and Sean Fraser, said they weren't going to run and then talk to Mark Carney and came back. Did you ever think about coming back, or did you speak speak about that with Mr. Carney?
I didn't, although I did speak to both of them. I gave Mr. Carney a hand recruiting candidates. It's a special bond being a member of Parliament. I enjoyed every minute of representing the people of Salle-Mart-Verdun. I'm very happy that Claude Gay, who I helped to recruit, has won that riding back into the Liberal folds. I'm really pleased about that tonight. Once I left, though, that very special relationship, I'd drawn a line under it, and I didn't feel I could go back with any credibility. So I'm proud of what I did. I'm proud that Claude got elected, and I'm going to find other ways to serve.
All right, David Lametti, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Mackenzie.
Thanks, Donna. Back to you.
Hey, thanks, Mac. We're going to check in again with those close races that David Lametti referenced. It's what all the parties are watching right now, trying to figure out who ultimately is going to possibly make it to 172. Or whether the Liberals can make it to 172. So this is Terrebonne. We've been watching this all night.
Yeah, Nathalie Sinclair Desgagnés is ahead by 60 votes, and there are 3 polls still to report. Too close to call.
At Brampton, North Caledon, 209 votes separating these two.
Ruby Sahota, so former cabinet minister for the Liberals.
They're back. I'm going to see if I can find the CTV live footage. They've been on global news for a while.
Brampton South, almost neck and neck, 83 votes separating these two.
Wow, it's fascinating. Like you couldn't rehearse this and say that's realistic, right? That to have so many close races.
Another one in Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Yeah.
67 votes between the Liberal and the Conservative. And Vancouver Kingsway.
With Triangle Rewards, you can earn Canadian Tire money at
So this is one of our other news broadcasts. It's what's being watched on the TV at the moment in my house.
for filling up at Petro-Canada
Oh.
and Gas Plus.
There's also CBC as well. Let's skip on that.
This is the riding of St. Margaret's South Shore. I think we have it that we can show the details of it. And this was Conservative Rick Perkins' riding. He was the incumbent, and he lost by a huge amount in the end, with still 1 poll remaining. Jessica Fancy Landry, the Liberal candidate, leads by just shy of 6,700 votes. So that was one of those ridings that we talked about at the beginning of the night that the Conservatives would have really loved to have hung on to. But there was a late surge in numbers there, and it really stacked up. There was another one that I'm watching quite closely, and that's in Newfoundland.
CBC has a live coverage too.
Last time I checked, with 1 poll remaining, Liberal Anthony Germain was up by a few dozen votes. So that may get us into the situation with recount. I can't recall the details on what that takes to
yeah, here we got a live.
But that's
I'll just mute this one.
Looking at, and there might be some.
You can see that this is at the expense of the NDP. Now, hours ago, when we looked at New Brunswick, this kind of vote change didn't really affect seats at all, but in Greater Vancouver, it is affecting seats. Let's take a look, first of all, at Port Moody, Coquitlam. This was more or less a 3-way race in 2021. This time around, the NDP has plummeted from having won this riding. Bonnie Zerillo is the incumbent MP. You can see she's not only in 3rd place, she's in a distant 3rd place, and it's put the Conservatives in 1st. Arguably, the progressive vote, the left of center vote, has been split just enough between the NDP and the Liberals to allow the Conservatives to come up through the middle. And take a look at this. New Westminster, Burnaby, Millardville. Peter Julian, one of the mainstays of the NDP for so many years. He's been the MP here since 2004, and he is in 3rd place. And again, easy even for me to do the math between the Liberals and the NDP. If someone had been able to consolidate those numbers on the center left, that would easily win. But in both of those cases, Rosemary, at this point, arguably, it has allowed once again the Conservatives to come up through the middle. Now, those aren't elected yet, but it is interesting, and it helps explain why the numbers look the way they do, particularly in BC at this point in the evening.
Okay, thank you for that, Ian. I want to go back to Jason Kenney, if I can, just to ask you this question. Shortly we're going to hear from Jagmeet Singh. That's the little box there at the bottom of your screen. So we're also going to bring in Randall Garrison in a moment so he can respond to some of what Mr. Singh is saying. But if Pierre Poilievre ends up with a bigger number of seats than the last vote, 149, 150, put aside whether he's going to win his riding, where he is still trailing, but put that aside. How does the Conservative Party view that? Does he have the ability to stay? What do you think is going to happen there? And then if you want to throw in the thing about the riding, I don't know whether this is real, but he hasn't led at all night.
Yeah, well, look, I can't comment on the riding. Sure. I will just say that I think Mr. Poilievre, if he decides to stay as leader and leader of the opposition, he will have overwhelming support to do so. I don't see any faction or group within the party egging for a new leadership. I think the party realizes changing leaders every 3 or 4 years is counterproductive. And I think, on the merits here,
this is Jason Kenney.
42% of the popular vote.
He's a former Conservative provincial leader.
Only 37 years ago in 1988. Growth in new.
But traditionally, if you don't win, the Conservatives always go into a leadership race. But he's saying that he thinks that they will not go to a leadership race.
Tecumseh, Windsor West, one of the Sudbury seats. We almost won Hamilton. We're competitive in Hamilton Center. I've never seen that.
But mind you, he still hasn't won his seat. So why would they keep him if he doesn't have a seat?
Refer to the progressive bloc. A lot of traditional NDP voters wouldn't regard themselves as on the left. They're for the little guy. Sure. And Pierre Poilievre has been fighting for the little guy. He's broadened the Conservative coalition in that way, and picked up apparently at least 30 seats. So and finally,
yeah, that's kind of interesting where he says that.
In our lifetime,
one of the things that I will say is that the Conservatives and the NDP did try to pivot to more of a national approach.
More than that, look, I mean, I heard my friend Arif here.
So
specifically
hard to say.
Three-word slogans. Look, he created the issue matrix that has been dominated.
With the Liberals, there's a lot of globalists inside the Liberal cabinet. So that I usually classify them as a global social party, the Liberals, in my opinion, because there are a lot of globalists in there. Whereas the NDP, they are more nation-bound. Like most of the stuff that Jagmeet focused on, which was probably good, is that he focused on more national interests instead of international or global affair interests. So basically,
substantive campaign. He set up the issue set. He
increase, and the Conservatives have done this too, increase in pensions for seniors, national health care, well, for the NDP, and national health care, dental care, universal dental care. These are sort of the platforms on a more localized Canadian level, right? Whereas you've got the Liberals, they do support those types of social programs, but they're more on a more global level, like national defense, trade, and stuff like that, globalized companies, stuff like that, right?
Such an ability, he'll have to demonstrate that.
And social programs on a more green initiatives and carbon emissions. Those are social ideas of affecting the globe, right?
Pursued, at least for the first part of the campaign, was clearly wrong. He bears responsibility for that. So he should clearly have to answer some questions to the party.
It's also very dangerous to take for granted for both the Liberals and the Conservatives that the NDP weakness in this election is something that will be permanent.
Yeah.
On the contrary, I don't know what Mr. Singh is going to say, but at this point, it's not really hard to imagine that it could be stronger with.
Came mostly at the NDP's expense. The Conservatives picked up, leading or elected 6 more, Liberals 4. But look at this, the collapse of the NDP. They are down. Last time, the NDP won 12 seats in BC, half of their whole national total. So they are quite a bit down, including Jagmeet Singh,
and I think it was the leader
riding. So a tough night for the NDPers in BC tonight.
for NDP.
Ridings where, there's so many ridings that are so close. Sukhman Gill elected in Abbotsford South.
So, like I said, I strongly believe that they need to have a new leadership race for the NDP. So, and I think even Tom Mulcair, who is a previous NDP leader, and he's a political analyst and columnist, and he gets interviewed by CTV quite a bit, has gone on the record to say that he believes that they would need to do a leadership race. He's just made so many mistakes. The wishy-washiness. People want a confident leader, right?
I'm being told right now that NDP leader Jagmeet Singh is about to speak in.
Oh, there he is, Jagmeet Singh.
To see what he has to say.
So he's going to talk. So he's going to probably concede here. So this guy is the leader of the NDP. So far left, as far as left as you can go with the main parties. But yeah, this is a very, literally an orange crushing moment. I just made so many bad mistakes.
Thank you. That was very nice, very sweet of you all. Thank you so much. You're gonna get me all choked up here, guys. I gotta keep it together here, folks. Thank you very much. The love is amazing. I appreciate y'all. Big thank you to Suzanne. She's been with us from the beginning. Huge thank you.
Oh, too bad.
Appreciate her so much. Thank you. And all of you in this room, you guys poured your heart into this. Thank you so much for everything you've done. You're amazing. Love you all. Thank you. And I know in election parties, night parties across the country, people are gathered. I want to thank them all for all their hard work. They're amazing people gathered together across the country. I want to take a moment to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on his victory. He has an important job to do to represent all Canadians and to protect our country and its sovereignty from the threats of Donald Trump. Tonight and every night, all of us here, we're on Team Canada. We want Canada to thrive.
So if these numbers stay the way they are, so if you're on the right hand of the spectrum, like you're like a Republican or conservative, these numbers can work to your favor. So the Liberals, they have like the majority of numbers, but you've got the Bloc Québécois, you add that to your conservative numbers, they could create a coalition and keep the Liberals in check, just to let you know. So even if you see that this is like a situation where the Liberals have won, oh great, we got the same situation, it's not. Because before, back in December, the New Democrats, this guy here, Jagmeet Singh, he had a good chunk of the seats. Right? So I don't. I have a feeling that hard to say here. Let me do the math. I need to do the math. Maybe I'm wrong. Give me a sec. 149 plus 23. That's 172 votes with the Bloc and the Conservatives together. 163 plus 7 plus 1, 171. So in the past, the NDP has actually voted with Liberals. The Greens has voted with Liberals. So by one vote, the Conservative and the Bloc could actually create a coalition and put Liberal legislation in jeopardy. Or they could even defeat the government. So they could form their own government as an example. So this is a little bit more in favor to maybe the right, slightly. Especially if they get more seats in either of those two parties. And no more votes into the NDP and Green or the Liberal, right? So potentially the right does have some political clout or can do a lot more now than what they did before. So, but this man here, he kind of paused a lot of stuff, right? You know, so he's gone.
Almost 8 years ago, I was elected the leader of this incredible party, this incredible movement.
But I think a lot of people were fed up. You know, they were like, come on, dude. We don't like how things are going. You know, we need to go to election. There was all sorts of other stuff. So, yeah. Now, the Bloc, I'm not going to say that they're going to agree with the Conservatives on everything. I mean, there is some legislation that they will agree upon on the Liberal side of the fence as well. So, but you have to realize Bloc Québécois' main focus is what's good for Quebec, right? So, but like I said, just in December, the Bloc leader was like saying, yeah, we need to get Trudeau out, or we need a new government, right? So in a way, I guess you could say the Bloc is like the balancing act, I guess, of everything. So if you're on the right of the spectrum and you support, you know, Conservatives and Reform or Republican side of ideology and whatnot, there is a lot more, I guess, clout on that side of the spectrum than what it was like 2 weeks ago before this election.
She convinced me that she's enjoyed them all, but I don't know. But she's amazing. I'm just so thankful. Thanks for being on this journey. I'm going to give you a hug. Hold on. Also, I might break down this part because...
But all of this is very good, too. I would say Mark Carney leans a little bit more to the right compared to what Trudeau was leaning to. I found Trudeau was way more, very, very strong leftist in a way. So I think Conservatives could probably work with some of the legislation that's going to be put forward by Carney. So, and there's a few things that he has mentioned, like you gotta, when you listen to Carney talk, you gotta pick out a few things where he's been trying to garner the Conservative vote, right? Like I've heard him a few times say, oh, well, I go to I'm Catholic. I go to church, right? These are all conservative values, right? Also, the same time, he does his prior businesses have been pipelines. But mind you, he is very green too, so I think he's like all over the place a little bit with that. But I think compared to like Trudeau, he is more conservative leaning enough that conservatives could work with some of his legislation potentially. Unless he goes all the way down the channel of doing like carbon tax this, carbon tax that, then which he could probably do, but I don't think he will. Also, there's a lot of good things that he has been saying, you know, like we want to build more infrastructure, we want to get more resources out. So there is a few things on that. At the same time, with carbon tax, as I understand, you know, I've listened to it. I didn't quite know too much about it, but apparently, if you, to my understanding of what I know now, is that in order to do business with Europe, you do need to have some sort of green initiative with your emissions. If you don't have that, you're not going to get any business out of Europe. Or either that, what will happen is they will tax you if you don't have the green initiatives. Is how I was explained or I understood it. Whether the information is accurate or not, I don't know. But my understanding is how it was being sold is the carbon tax was to basically keep, if you tax carbon in the country, that keeps the money in the country. If you don't have an emissions program or some sort of carbon initiative in the country that you're exporting your goods to, meaning Europe or the EU, they will tax you or tariff you or something. That is how it was explained. Whether that's accurate or not, I don't know. I think I have to do a lot more reading on carbon tax, yes, or carbon initiatives or how it works. I'll probably have to research into the EU more and understand how emissions programs work between EU countries to understand, because essentially we're going to be shifting more EU, right? Even China has a lot of green initiatives. I know a lot of folks say, oh, well, China's got coal plants and stuff like that. That is changing in a rapid pace. The coal plants that are in there, and I've talked to a Chinese engineer, I think was about 10 years ago. His job, he was a visiting friend of a friend of mine. And I met him, and basically goes to coal plants and retrofits them into nuclear power plants. And he says that it usually takes a retrofit of a coal plant, I think about 2 months to complete the retrofit. And they work extremely hard. I think he put in at least, he quoted me, 70-hour work week, literally 70-hour work week. And well, is that for just you or is that for everyone? It says everyone. And they basically, they basically have they have their building there, which provides food, housing, residents, all of that. And all he does is he gets up, eats quickly, showers, and gets to work. And then he comes home, goes to sleep, and then wakes up, eats, gets up, and does the same thing. And most of the workers do that non-stop. Not very many days off, from what I understood. Just constantly just doing that. And whenever he finishes a plant, he gets, on a plane or a vehicle, or most of the time trains, because they have very fast trains in China, by the way, like rapid transit trains. bullet trains, right? And he just goes right to the next job site where he's already set up with like housing, bedding, food, and gets to work and does the same thing over again. I think probably in a year he probably finishes at least about four retrofits of these coal plants. So very interesting.
Future generations. He talked about inspiring his two young children.
They have a lot of reversal of desertification projects where they turn deserts into productive farmland or forests. Very large hydro dam projects. Extremely, it puts our Canadian dams to like, makes our Canadian dams look like mosquitoes in comparison to some of the large dams that they have there. They have some very interesting, sophisticated elevator lock systems where the ship, you can take a ocean ship and get it to go over a mountain range because it goes up in an elevator system and goes down. I mean, it's literally crazy. I'm telling you, some of the stuff that they've got going on in China. They have a lot of desert areas, so that means they can lay out a whole whack of solar panels if they want to. In a way, they're kind of almost like Canada in a way a little bit, because what we do in Canada is we hug basically the border, like we're on the southern part of the border, we're usually along there. Well, for them, they basically hug most of their along the coastline, right? And most of central China is desert. The United States is different. You've got diversity all across the nation. Like if you go to Google Maps and you do a comparison, you'll notice that there's a lot of farmlands in the central United States. There's a lot of housing, a lot of cities all over in each state, right? So it's all filled up, right? But China's different. They more or less hang out on the edges of in the greener zones, essentially, which is kind of interesting. And Canada follows that a little bit, but our reasoning is different because the further north you go, it's colder, right? So we usually hug the border a little bit more.
And obviously, this party has to go through a period of soul searching right now. Tom was mentioning earlier on.
But yeah, go to Google Earth and don't just show the map view, like where the roads are and stuff. Show how Google has taken pictures, satellite pictures, and you'll see how all the cities and communities are. And look at the United States and compare that to other nations, and you'll notice where most of the population usually resides in other nations. You'll see that the United States is basically developed everywhere, even in the central. Your guys aren't just sitting on the coast or anything. They're in the middle of the United States. You're in every state, all over the place.
Or it's also, why aren't we the party that people turn to, working people turn to when it comes to things like threats?
Whereas like Canada, we're very green. You'll see lots and lots of forests everywhere and small pockets of, built structures, essentially.
Their vote to Carney right now. And if he does not succeed in delivering for them and fighting back off Trump, they will take that vote back. And now New Democrats are going to have to take a lot of time to rebuild. The one thing about the courageous, I would say, decision of Mr. Singh tonight to resign right away, he is that happy warrior, is that he won't have to go to a leadership review. He won't face that. The party will begin with a process, and that process has to begin with thinking about what kind of a party we need to be. Because one thing that is clear to me is that Canadians do not want a two-party system.
many of the things that really form the values of Canadians are things that New Democrats have fought for in Parliament. So I expect this kind of, two-party race that we've seen in this to not be the future.
So,
and that
I don't know,
Canadians will return
more of a middle way kind of ideology for, voting.
Made the announcement that he did tonight.
I probably would have liked to see more NDP maybe, but unfortunately, I just don't think Jagmeet Singh did very well.
To take it, and I thought he performed admirably.
I'm so sorry, Scott. We got to interrupt you because Pierre Poilievre is
But I think on a more national aspect of things to balance things out, I think I like the results. Like I said, there's a little bit more, I think to balance things out, I think we need a little bit more conservative values added in to Canadian politics. And if you're a left, leaning person, I'm not saying something drastic like, what we see in the United States. But I just feel like we need a little bit more fiscal responsibility. We do need some more defense budget. Also, we need to maybe balance out spending a little bit more responsibly. Which these are more on the the right side of the spectrum. But I don't think we should have to lose our universal health care and dental care and all some of the social services. I still think that we should keep all of those. So I just feel that we need to just balance things out just a little bit. And find ways how we're going to achieve those things, which I think we can, and also diversify things. Hello, Ryan. Welcome in.
We could not be more grateful for the opportunity the Canadians have
Welcome to the live stream. I don't recall that name. I don't recall Ryan and Taylor in the woods.
my incredible wife. She's been
You might have to remind me.
She's my rock.
I have had a few people in my channel that changes their name a few times, so if you give me, if you're one of those individuals, maybe I might remember.
Now my message to Canadians.
So this is Pierre Poilievre. He's the conservative leader.
Could achieve anything, that through hard work you could get a great life.
So a lot of people have argued and said this guy is like Canadian Trump. But I think, I mean, he's on that side of the spectrum, but I don't think 100% like Trump. It's just too bad he got kind of flown in there. I mean, he is a very hard debater, but oh well.
Thank you. To the candidates who ran under our banner as conservatives, to the volunteers who knocked on the doors, made phone calls, put up lawn signs.
I don't think he got a seat.
Donated their hard-earned money to our cause. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. To the
So this is pretty much the numbers here. This is what we're looking at.
and dreams in our vision. Thank you. It will be an honor to continue to fight for you and to be a champion of your cause as we go forward.
So with the Bloc and the Conservatives, you get 171 seats.
It would be a great honor to continue to fight for you because I have the honor of being your voice and fighting for the conservative.
And then if you add up like the Green Party, the NDP, and the Liberals together, that's 172. So
Anyone here who works hard can have a beautiful life in a beautiful home in a safe community. That is our vision, and we will bring it home.
But I think these numbers are going to bounce up and down and change and stuff. So it's very close, which is maybe a little bit more than before. The other factor is that whoever they get in there as an NDP leader, they may be more inclined to vote in line with conservatives, perhaps. Now some people are going like, what the heck are you talking about, right? So something to take a look at, like David Eby in British Columbia has allowed for like pipeline projects to go through, LNG projects to go through. The other aspect to look at is like Premier Canoe in Manitoba. He is NDP. I like him as well. I think he's a funny guy. But he is also has been pro infrastructure projects in Manitoba. So trying to expand the Hudson Bay port and what else? LNG pipeline for in one of the native communities up north. So there's some wiggle room there, I think, especially depending on what sort of NDP leader they put in there, right? So if they've got more of a focus for infrastructure projects and maybe focused on jobs, like creating jobs, it might work out. I think there's been so much focus on environment, right? And I think that's what kind of got us down a weird direction with Canada. So I feel that we have to sort of drop back a little bit on that. So I think for me, I'm pretty happy with the results, I guess.
My conservative team, my caucus, my members of the conservative staff and others.
I feel it's balanced out. I'll just go on and to say that I feel the stagnation is getting our resources diversified has stagnated for so long, and I think that's what we really need in Canada. And I think most Canadians think that way to a degree. So hopefully with what we got now, we can make that happen. And we didn't have the Green Party in the debate at all. So that means that kind of, I guess, kind of helps put the Greens and the environment a little bit in the back burner. A little bit, which I guess to a degree helps move forward with potential projects. Canada.
The Conservative Caucus and myself will be working in Ottawa to bring.
Don't get me wrong, Canada is a very green country, and we do value the environment. Like I said, most of our country is all forest. So because we protect the environment and we value the environment and that, right?
Also their hopes and dreams. Welders and waitresses, farmers and factory workers, seniors.
So we're very complicated, I guess, in that with our direction. We want to maintain our values, but also show potential of growth. Is what I think what we want to do as Canadians. And it's very difficult to balance all of that out. But I think, you know, with all of the different parties that we have and how we have these elections and stuff, we can maintain those values that we have. So, and anyone that might be a 51st state supporter or anything like that really needs to understand that. I've watched a lot of MAGA YouTube channels, and I listen to what they say, and I'm like, you haven't got a clue. You don't understand. And most of the time I say, you're running your mouth without fully understanding who you are talking about or who are you working with. And I've debated on those channels too. I say, you know, you haven't got a clue the values, right? You don't understand the values of what Canada stands for. We've got very diverse and sophisticated values, right? That make us unique. Some people say, oh, well, we're very American. Well, we're not.
For those who desperately need change, I know that you're disappointed.
As an example, you know, a lot of say, well, we'll just buy Canada or something like that. That's not going to win, you know, us over. We don't, our focus of value isn't really on money or materialism. Like I said, even the foundation of First Nations people isn't really materialistic, right? And I think that's a big bedrock part of what Canada is, because we do have a lot of First Nations cultures integrated into our Canadianness, right? And so throwing money at us or something like that, I mean, we do have people that value money. They're not saying that, but it's not a number one value, right? And I think that's what changes or diversifies the, or how do you say it, is different than what you see from Trump focus, right? Or the Republican focus on things. You can't throw money at everything, is what I'm trying to say. And there's other countries too that think that way too, across the world. So if you want to negotiate, you really need to understand the country's values, and you cannot go into it in a naive way, because if you go into it in a naive way, you just upset people. And I think that's what really happened with us here in Canada and a number of other countries elsewhere, where we're like, there's more to life than just money.
Bruce Fanjoy, the Liberal candidate, is leading with about 2,400 votes in his home riding. So, you know, we'll see what happens with Pierre Poilievre, but it has been a night of tight races, especially so in this riding.
I guess the numbers are still coming in. Pierre Poilievre could lose his seat. If it gets really close, you'll probably call a recount.
People wanted change, and to be fair to Mr. Poilievre, the Liberals were, pardon me, the Conservatives were able to very much increase their share of the vote, very much increase the number of seats, but it did not, as he pointed out, get them over the finish line. And there was, you know, quite an effort by Mr. Poilievre to say that that's, you know, not the end of their story, basically, to lay out what will be probably the beginning of the argument for him to stay.
So I think if you're like a a conservative person,
He loses his seat. That was an if at this point.
These numbers are way more in favor. If you're maybe on the left side of the spectrum, but wanted maybe some more conservative ideologies, this might be in your favor. If you're a true centralist liberal person, depending on your thought process, and you felt like maybe so much went to socialism, and you felt that the Liberal Party lost its ground, I think you might find that this might make things a little bit more flexible if you're a Liberal that is slightly more on the right or more centralized.
It's more challenging to lead a caucus and lead your
because then you'll like, even like I said, Mark Carney does have a little bit more conservative thinking there, so you might feel a bit better with how this minority government is going to go. But if you're super far left, then you might not like the result.
What a weird evening.
And speaking of weird, you know,
because you have to realize the Liberals, they're not 100% like left, full left. They traditionally sit in the middle. I figure we might see something more of a Jean Chrétien approach to a degree, and some more traditional historical liberal approaches to things. So I think under Trudeau, that is probably the farthest right, or sorry, left we've ever seen with the Liberals under Trudeau. But I don't think we will see that. I mean, I'm not saying that all of the left is done for. I'm just saying that, you know, I think we'll see more of a centralization, maybe a little bit more, slightly leaning to the right, just slightly.
He's had a historically good outcome, right? I mean, over 40% of the vote, got a bigger percentage share of the vote than Stephen Harper ever got in any of the 5 campaigns.
I think anyone that sits in the center with their voting mechanism, even like myself, that might think a little bit like me, might be very happy with what they see. I'm happy with the result. Also, I like the idea of a minority government. There used to be a time in the 90s that it was always argued, well, in order to get anything done, all politicians argued like this, you have to give me a majority. You have to give me a majority. You have to give me a majority. That type of rhetoric isn't really said anymore. You don't hear a lot of leaders using that type of language anymore, which is probably a good thing, which literally it's kind of true anyways, right? And I think a lot of voters, this also gives voters a little bit more power, I think, in a minority government, because in a way, opinion polls will sort of, public opinion polls will, you know, adjust the needle point on decisions.
On a high level, so that people feel good about what was achieved. The going through the shortcomings will be a long and stressful process for sure, and I think the humility can come.
So I'm happy. I think very happy with the results.
Pathway forward. But no, it's a painful night, but Pierre has a lot to be proud of in terms of where he brought this party. And those who say, by the way, and I think this is important to point out, those who say he blew a 20-point lead, he did not. He would have beaten Justin Trudeau by 20 points. Mark Carney is a different opponent. The dynamic was entirely different. It's true Donald Trump was elected president in November, but he didn't start musing about a 51st state.
And if the Conservatives got like a minority government, I probably would be fine with it too. I don't think I have the confidence of wanting to give someone a majority. Because then what you do is, if you give someone a majority or too much power, then they just push their strong 100% core values, and it can probably lead to some extremism, I would think. And like I said, I believe that you have to balance out the left and the right. And the way to do that, I think, is by a minority government. That way you force these parties to work together.
Yeah, he's earned the right to stay. I mean, we heard him tonight. He's a great leader. He's a great parliamentarian. He reached out
And I really don't want like politics to get into like, you know, I know fist fighting and, you know, all sorts of crazy rioting, craziness and stuff like that. I feel that usually, you know, if you can learn to work together to, you know, shake your opponent and show a bit of respect and work together, it's far better.
Stephen Harper in his first campaign in 04, we fell short. We thought we might beat the Liberals in 04. Scott Reed remembers that campaign very well. We thought we might win that campaign, but we fell short.
Anita Anand turned it around. She got her seat. She was in second place. Wow. Okay, so she was a cabinet minister, by the way, so she's back in.
On a national basis. The dynamic of the fact that it was a minority
Sean Fraser got his seat. He was second place and he got his seat back. Wow.
Minority parliament allowed Stephen Harper to very quickly get the caucus rallied back together. The relative fragility of this minority parliament and the closeness of seats might be one of those things that Pierre can point to and say, look, let me tell you what I learned from this campaign. Let me talk about our successes. Let me talk about why we fell short. But let's keep in mind, we have a narrow gap between this and when the next election may
So it's a liberal minority government. For the most part, these numbers are not going to change too much unless there's some close ridings. But this is pretty much the Canadian election right here, folks. What you're looking at. So this goes a lot, like Canadian voting goes pretty quick compared to maybe American voting.
What are you thinking? I mean, does Donald Trump see this scenario as a weakness?
And there was about a month of campaigning. So we do not do what do you call it? Like leadership races and like I think American politics takes about 6 months to a year or whatever to get an election done. In our process, you can take about a month of campaigning and then hot dog, you're right in there. The primaries, that's what I was thinking about. Yeah, in the US, you guys have primaries. And then after the primaries are done, then you do your, your main election. I think in the US, you guys are like always voting. Like always voting. Some sort of election is happening, whether it's municipal, governor, Senate, what else you have to do? President, Congress. That's a lot of voting. Our Senate is appointed. I mean, some people would say that's probably a bad thing. But I don't know. I think one less thing for us to vote for. And we don't have to vote for a president because our head of state is the king, right? Or the governor general, and that's appointed position. So there's a lot of people that say, oh, well, we should get rid of the monarchy. And then I was like, I really don't want to have to go to the elections for a Canadian president. I would rather have the king in place. People say, oh, you have to spend so much money to have the king come visit and stuff. Well, when the king does visit, it does generate jobs. It does generate tourism. We got a lot of tourists that come out to see the king. So the amount of money that we spend off of tax dollars is probably offset from the tourism industry, right? Also, we put the king on our coin. We have a huge mint system. There's a lot of people that buy our commemorative coins. I mean, that's a lot of money dumped into the Canadian mint just to mint these fancy coins with the king put on it, right? So so it's a huge revenue generator by having the crown. And King Charles doesn't really interfere with Canadian politics. As an example, like even over the 51st state stuff, he uses very subtle gestures. Like he'll wear a Canadian military uniform, right? very composed, very careful. He understands that his position is not to overly interfere with the political aspects of the country, but he conducts himself in a very respectable manner, right? Mind you, I think he did say one time King of Canada in a speech, but he did it in an appropriate way, but it was a bit of a shout out for Canada in that way. So he's very, very composed and professional with his position. And he stays inside his channel of where he belongs, right? Doesn't interfere. He doesn't say anything outlandish. And his mother did the same thing, Queen Elizabeth, for years, right? Should watch the Netflix series The Crown, which covers the Queen Elizabeth's story, and you'll see how it talks about how the royal family they probably do have political views, but they always have to sort of compose themselves not to interfere politically, right? They have to stay in their lane, sort of thing, right? But some people think, oh, they're the king and they're going to take everything over. It's not like that. That's back in the 14 and 1500s. We're not like that anymore.
My husband's vision of a positive, unified, and above all, a strong country.
So this is Mark Carney's wife. Very smart and sophisticated lady. She runs a lot of very expensive companies.
Across this great country.
So it's a power team that you're going to be seeing here with Carney and his wife here. I forget her name.
Not to mention the beauty and diversity of this amazing country.
And she is from the UK, by the way. She's British born. So I have a feeling as, I don't know, she's like the equivalent of the First Lady of Canada. I have a feeling that she will probably have a bit of input and insight into some of the stuff, which is good. So, I mean, obviously she can't be in Parliament voting or whatever, but she has a lot of core skill sets and background to who she is as a person that she can help her support her husband dealing with, Canadian politics.
He's been that way since our very first date back when we were young grad students, when we went to that dinner, and he said to me, he stopped the conversation and he said to me, I want you to know I'm committed to move back to Canada and to work in the public service. So here we are. As his partner, I could not be more proud of him. And as a Canadian, I'm so thankful that the man I met more than 30 years ago has held tight to that strong commitment to service. I'm lucky to have him. We're lucky to have him now more than ever. Without further ado, it's my great pleasure to introduce my husband, the Prime Minister who will make Canada strong. And Canada for!
So I like I said, I think Canada is going to be in a very good position going forward. The only question is what he's going to put in for the cabinet. Like I said, I mentioned cabinet posts and stuff like that, but once he gets in, he can reassign the cabinet as he sees fit. That goes without, saying. So let's listen to Mark Carney and see what he has to say for himself.
That is Nepean. That is the spirit of Nepean behind me right there. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Bonsoir.
It's a great evening.
Quel bonsoir. C'est une bonne bonsoir. I have a question. Who's ready? Who's ready? Who's ready to stand up for Canada with me? And who's ready? Who's ready to build Canada strong?
How about?
Okay, we got that settled. That's good. Avant de commencer,
Do it.
je voudrais
Before
féliciter
beginning,
les autres chefs de parti.
I'd like to
Oh man,
congratulate
if I had a webcam, I have like the biggest smile on my face when I said that.
I thank them for their service to Canada, now and in the future.
I want to thank the leaders of the other parties. I want to salute the contribution of Jagmeet Singh. I noticed his remarks. Leading on progressive values. Elizabeth May, who will be returning to Parliament. Yves-François Blanchet. And I want to congratulate Pierre Poilievre on a hard-fought, fair, good campaign, his commitment to the country that we both love. They all have many, many more contributions to our land. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Diana, for your work on this campaign.
I think his speech work is far better.
Thank you, Diana.
He doesn't have a lot of and ahs. He was criticized hugely over that. But
Simply would not have been possible without you and without the support of our 4 children who inspired
I think his speech work is phenomenal, much better, way improved. So that's good.
I also want to salute the women and men who put their name on the
We'll have to see how he does in the House of Commons with debate.
standing up to serve our country at this critical time. And for those who were elected, particularly those Liberals who were elected, I am looking forward to working together to deliver for Canadians. Bruce says, Bruce. And Bruce, yes, Bruce Vanjoy. I'm looking forward to working with Bruce Vanjoy. Fantastic. He will be a great MP. We're going to have fun tonight. Yes, we're going to have fun. Bien sûr. Je tiens à remercier les milliers de bénévoles.
I would like to thank the thousands of volunteers this evening here and across the country who gave their time, knocked on doors, made phone calls, and talked with their neighbors and members of their community.
So in Canada, our politicians will speak in French and English. So a lot of the time, our politicians will flip-flop between the two, so that we are representing the whole of Canada because we have 2 official languages, French and English.
And from my siblings, I appreciate this more in retrospect from my siblings. My siblings, Brenda, Sean, and Brian. Values that I learned on the ice from my coaches. Values that have been reinforced as I've met with Canadians across this great country. And those include 3 values that I want to highlight this evening. Humility. It's Canada after all. Ambition. It's Canada after all. And unity. It's Canada. I love you. Right back. Right back. These are good values. These are Canadian values. Values that I will do my best. I'm just getting worked up here. These are values that I will do my best to uphold every day as your Prime Minister.
You betcha. That's great.
Okay, well, you have to.
But I think overall this is a win for all of Canada, I would think, for the most part.
And by admitting that I have much to be humble about. That's true. Over my long, that's not an applause line, it's just a statement of fact. Over my long career, I have made many mistakes. and I will make more. But I commit to admitting them openly, to correcting them quickly, and always learning from them.
Have to see. We'll have to see.
Underscores the importance of governing as a team in cabinet and in caucus, and working constructively with all parties.
But like I said, he's going to really have to work with the right
provinces and the territories, and with Indigenous peoples.
and those are key points too, working with Indigenous people.
The value of bringing together labor, business, civil society to advance the nation-building investments we need to transform our economy. Humility is also,
But at least he is very, you know, economy focused. So that might that would bring him more to the right a little bit, which will be good. So, but we'll have to see, right?
our resources, our water, our country. Never. But these are not idle threats. President Trump is trying to break us so that America can own us. That will never ever happen. But we also must recognize the reality that our world has fundamentally changed. There's also, for me, as I stand before you this evening, humility in recognizing that, well, many have chosen to place your trust in me, trust in the Liberal Party. Millions of our fellow citizens preferred a different outcome. And my message to every Canadian is this: no matter where you live, no matter what language you speak, no matter how you voted, I will always do my best to represent everyone who calls Canada home.
So those are certain values that Canadian. That's the type of stuff that we want to hear, right? From our leadership. That you will work for both sides and actually do it. Just don't say it, but actually do it.
Because I intend to govern for all Canadians. And au cours de cette campagne, plusieurs Québécois et Québécoises
during this campaign,
m'ont ouvert leurs portes,
Quebecers opened their doors to me and gave me their trust. And I'm deeply touched. And I thank you for that. The French language.
La langue française, la culture québécoise.
The French language and Quebec culture are at the core of Canada's identity. They define the country that I love so much. And I will defend those tirelessly.
We're gonna keep the volume up in the background. We'll switch the map.
That you have just sent to Ottawa. Together we will ensure that Quebec continues to prosper within a strong Canada.
So the dark colors are still getting voted on or tallied.
And whether you work in the tar sands in Fort Mac, a nurse in Joliette, or an accountant in Toronto, there are many accountants in Toronto, my government will work for you all.
As we come here after this most consequential election, let's put an end to the division and anger of the past. We are all Canadian, and my government will work for and with everyone.
This map where you're going to probably see some number flipping a little bit because they're still doing some tallying, but the solid colors are the bright colors are the finished votes.
And now more than ever, it is a time for ambition. It is a time to be bold, to meet this crisis with overwhelming positive force.
And the dark color, like this is a potential conservative, potential liberal.
We are going to build, baby, build.
Build, baby, build. So that's good. That's what people want to hear. That's what conservatives want to hear. Depending on what you want to what you build, I suppose.
No, we're building now. We've gotten over that bit. Throughout our history, there have been turning points. Throughout our history, there have been turning points when the world's fortunes were in the balance.
So these are all
the case at the start of the Second World War.
more centralized, more center-right wording.
Each time, Canada chose
I mean, you could go even further, but he's got to stay more centralized. But like I said, these are words that are a little bit more strongly resonating with probably more conservative voters or people on that side. And I think even people on the left would expect the same as well anyways.
We are once again at one of those hinge moments of history. Our old relationship with the United States, a relationship based on steadily increasing integration, is over. The system of open global trade anchored by the United States, a system that Canada has relied on since the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped deliver prosperity for a country for decades, is over.
That's true.
These are
very true.
But it's also our new reality. We are over the shock of the American betrayal, but we should never forget the lessons.
But you're going to take us forward.
We have to look out for ourselves. And above all, we have to take care of each other.
So you see, that lady said we're going to move forward, right? So that's what most Canadians want.
When I sit down with President Trump,
we want to build new, meaningful relationships worldwide.
Economic and security relationship between two sovereign nations.
So it's not to say that we're going to say forget the United States. I mean, it's just that
many other options than the United States to build prosperity.
There, that's what I was about to say. So a lot of MAGA people, a lot of really strong Trump supporters say, oh, Canada's broken. You can't get anything done, blah, 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 blah. And they just really hammer that argumentation in. But it's not true. Right? People say, oh, Canada's broken, blah, 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 blah. But no.
We are masters of our own home. We will build thousands of homes, an energy superpower, a good career in the specialized trades, and a single Canadian economy, not 13.
So it's just basically a pivot, right? It's just a pivot. We'll be moving in a different direction. It's not that we're going to like snub America or anything like that. It's not like that. I mean, there might be some things that might think that. But I don't think so. Like, as an example, if we find that there's a good deal or something to work with, or if we see something more friendlier, then obviously we're going to come back, right, to the table. But I think Canadians, even myself, for years, even before Trudeau got in, I always felt that we needed more diversification.
Canadian technology, Canadian skilled workers, Canadian lumber.
Yeah, those are all key points. Build our own stuff. Innovate.
Trade and energy corridors, working in partnership with the provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples.
Yeah. No, although that's good. And the key thing is Indigenous. You do have to work with Indigenous people in Canada.
Not just good jobs, but good careers in the skilled trades.
So, like I said, in the States, I don't know. I don't think Indigenous folks are really on the bargaining table or not welcomed at the bargaining table. But in Canada, you have to do that. And that's how our part of our moral fiber that we work with Aboriginal people.
The point is is that we can give ourselves far more than the Americans can ever take away. But even given that, I want to be clear. The coming days and months will be challenging, and they will call for some sacrifices. But we will share those sacrifices by supporting our workers and our businesses.
Yep, very true. Buy Canadian movement is very strong in Canada. Touring within Canada is very strong. Support Canadian businesses, support Canadian products, very strong in Canada.
I have confidence in you. I have confidence in Canada.
Because Canada is more than a nation. We are and we always will be a confederation, a sacred set of ideas and ideals built on practical foundations. That we know we're not always perfect, but we always strive to be good. We do things.
We have a lot of proactive relationships. Like we do have good relations with China. And this man here has a lot of European connections. And like I said, his wife is a very successful businesswoman of a very large multi-billion-dollar company. So she's from the UK, so we got a lot of UK connections with him, and France, of course. So there's a lot of interconnections.
And during our conversation, they showed me a thank you card that they'd received from a young girl called Ellie.
And I think these are some of the reasons why he's now in the position he's in.
That touching phrase captures what Canadians instinctively know. That virtue is like a muscle that grows with its exercise. We become just by doing just acts.
But like I said, he will still have to ensure that, you know, the people on the right of the political spectrum see at least some sort of change. Like I said, in the past 10 years or something, it's gone extremely left. Right? And it's not to say that the left ideology is all that bad, but I think some of the right feel probably a little bit off. Geographically, I think probably even maybe throw a few bones to the western provinces. A lot of the politicians are all in, well, central Canada, like the leadership, with the exception of Elizabeth May. Jagmeet Singh was running in the West Coast, but he's no longer in anymore.
United, we have created universal public health care. And now,
yeah, universal public health care.
in the face of this crisis, united, we are buying Canadian. We are exploring everything this country has to offer. We are supporting our friends and neighbors in the crosshairs of President Trump through a crisis that we did not create. United, we will win this trade war and build the strongest economy in the G7, an economy that works for everyone.
Not sure about winning the trade war. I think we're very well positioned, though, I will say. I don't really think it's a matter of winning and losing.
They have come together to defend our country.
Because there really is no winners in a trade war. But I think we're pretty much on the correct side of the fence, I think. Because we do have options. We can trade with China, which is another superpower. We've got all of the EU, Europe. We're on the side of the fence that's not behind a bunch of tariffs, right? And we do have countries that are interested in what we produce. So
we will build Canada strong, Canada free, Canada forever. Vive le Canada. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
there we go. Yay! Elbows up. Elbows up.
Nepean at the headquarters there, and really
So definitely did way better with his speech work. So he's improved quite a bit. But like I said, the real test will be when he gets into the House of Commons and he has to deal with the debate, right? Because it's not something that he has, because he's not a career politician, right? So when you're in the House of Commons, I think you have to be in debate class or something. It's like constant debate. Mind you, if Pierre Poilievre does not get his seat, it'll probably make it a lot easier for him in there. I think Pierre Poilievre is like a shark in there. You should literally YouTube search some of the House of Commons stuff with Pierre Poilievre. Yeah, and yeah, he just, wow. Even I laugh a little bit.
Congratulations from people
I see Pierre at it.
There at his celebration party. I'm joined by
He's
Nick Nanos. Nick,
literally slaughtered Jagmeet Singh and Justin Trudeau. Mind you, Justin Trudeau, I think in the beginning was like, oh my God, what the heck? Right? There's a lot of frustration you could see in Justin Trudeau. But eventually he did come back and somehow fix some of his counter argument, stuff like that in there, and got a little bit of a thicker skin, not to let the rhetoric get to him. Same with, I guess, well, Jagmeet Singh, I don't know. Hard to say on that one. So you can adapt to the Pierre Poilievre moments, I suppose. Or not make it look like a complete slaughter.
We're looking at the voter turnout here and the vote count and how it all played out. The vote efficiency. We've been talking about that earlier in the evening. We'll start with Atlantic Canada.
Yeah, you can see, Heather, the thing is Atlantic Canada is usually good for the Liberals. They actually did quite well. You can see leading and elected in 25 seats. But, the thing is that when we look at the vote efficiency, the Liberals were punching above their weight. Only 55% of the vote yielded almost 8 out of every 10 seats, while the Conservatives were not as efficient on that front.
All right, Nick, let's move across to Quebec. We've been talking about this all evening to see how it would play out between the Bloc Québécois and the Liberals. Yeah, the thing is that when you look at the numbers, especially in terms of the seats, you can see the Bloc dropping and the Liberals doing actually quite well. But, when you crunch the numbers on the vote efficiency, check this out. The Bloc basically a pace in terms of converting to seats. The Conservatives in this particular case inefficient, only getting 14% of the seats, even though they had 1/4 of all the votes cast in Quebec. All right, let's continue west, and we're going to head into Ontario now. Taking a look at the standings in Ontario, we'll bring those up. The Liberals 67 seats, the Conservatives 55. What played out here, Nick?
Yeah, the thing is bad news for the New Democrats, but you can see that the
Conservatives
they got are on par. Check out the Liberal numbers, much more efficient at converting into seats, and NDP.
But they'll go into a new leadership race, and hopefully they will get a much stronger leader, and maybe next election they might be able to reverse some of that.
54 seats in the prairies, Liberals 9, and just 2 for the NDP now.
Not a big surprise. This is the Conservative heartland for the Tories and doing really well. And the thing is they punch above their weight. Electorally, getting 60% of the vote, but 83% of the seats. Not as efficient for the Liberals or the New Democrats.
Okay, and let's head to BC now, and a huge story here with the NDP not claiming as many seats as they had hoped in that province for sure. The Conservatives claiming 19 seats, and 20, and the Liberals 19.
Yeah, in the polling it was a toss-up in British Columbia, and the seats have kind of borne that out. And, the thing is, you can see, generally, with the exception of the NDP, who underperformed, the Conservatives and the Liberals did a good job at converting votes into seats.
All right, we'll take a look now at the
so that's something that Mark Carney will have to pay attention,
you can see right across the country now.
Especially with British Columbia. Even in our provincial politics, it was very, close between Conservative and NDP, so the left and right, very, very close on the premier election or provincial election. So that goes to show you that a lot of folks on the on the right side of the country are maybe not too happy with how Ottawa is running things.
We've been talking a lot this evening about
Meaning that the provinces on the right, in the west, are feeling a little neglected.
we look at the different segments of the population for people who are voting as well. So we're going to take a look at an Ontario riding here, Rupin. I believe we're going to zero into southwestern Ontario, Midwestern Ontario rather, Kitchener-Conestoga. Rupin,
So like I said earlier, you know, Alberta separatist movement growing. Also in Saskatchewan, same thing. There is, in the rural areas of British Columbia, I think there is some chatter about that kind of stuff, but you know, those are things you have to pay attention to if you're in the hot seat as Prime Minister. I do think Carney is more positioned potentially better than Justin Trudeau. A lot of concern about the tariffs, with more conservative values a little bit. So I think he might be able to, you know, hopefully not have some of the Western provinces go into some referendum situation. But like I said, I only bring these things up because, like I said, there is some movement growth in that, you know, ideology spectrum. It's been talked about a little bit in the news, maybe not as covered, but if you go onto YouTube and you check the social media platforms, there are a lot of growth with that thought process. So you have to pay attention to those things, right?
I wanted to circle back, Omar, to Mark Carney's speech because we didn't have a chance to really get into it. It was long. It repeated a lot of what we heard during the campaign. I think
one separatist group, I think, went to the White House to talk with Ludnick and all of that, those guys. So, like I said, that hit the news. Even Danielle Smith has even said, hey, you need Ottawa, you need... Danielle Smith, by the way, is the premier of Alberta. She said, look, I've got 6 points. You need to meet me on these, right? So she's playing hardball in her own way, I guess, too. So British Columbia, I'm not 100% sold on that yet. I mean, it's grown, right? Like we had a huge number of conservative MLAs go into the legislature, and it kicked out the middle. So it was literally the left and the right fighting for each other in British Columbia. Like I said, the whole central spectrum was eliminated. I mean, the Liberal Party literally had to cave and concede from running in the election for BC last October. Kevin Falcon just said, nope. He started campaigning, went for about 3 or 4 months, and then just said, no, we're getting decimated, we're out of here. So he canceled their running, and it just went between the left and the right, essentially. No one expected the Conservatives to come poof through because they had, I don't think, any seat. Like, it's a huge comeback since like the 80s, literally, because they were pretty big in the 80s. But like I said, we've got still an NDP premier in British Columbia. I think a lot of folks are still fairly support the NDP. But like I said, I'm not 100% confident to say. I'm just saying, you know, that there's slight concern in British Columbia. I think even in my town, Chilliwack, you know, I can tell that there are a lot of very conservative people
to make sure that this is
in
a functioning
in
government,
Chilliwack.
that he's able to build bridges with other parties and other leaders, but also that he's able to do what he set out to do and get, change, concrete change.
So that's why, he'll have to pay attention to the West, British Columbia, Saskatchewan, especially Alberta,
we could see ourselves right back here.
just so that, at least there is some appeasement.
The lead for Bruce Fanjoy
I'm not saying give everything to the West, but
from where it was last time we were up.
one of the main primary arguments is that we have a equalization payment system. So the more productive provinces basically pay money to the unproductive provinces.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I hope that we see him build
So usually we get a little bit of money back, but not as proportionately. And I think a lot of groups that focus on separation and stuff are concerned about those types of things, that there isn't as much equalization. So I only bring this up because, I pay attention to these things. It is a concern because I don't really want to see Canada just up and split, right? I don't want to see referendums all across the country and provinces separating and all of that, because I've got family that's in different parts of Canada. So, and I don't want to, separate. I like being Canadian.
I hope that is the case.
No.
So here's where we
That's why I only talk about it so that people are aware, you can't just ignore it, right? If you got a dog or a baby crying, you just don't ignore it, right? You have to look at it and try to figure out a reasonable way of dealing with the situation, right? See if there's anything that you can do to, remedy the concern.
Infrastructure, and we can't expect the government to pay for all the pipelines.
And I don't think most of those provinces expect everything thrown at them.
If he's serious about it,
I think they're just asking for something to be looked at,
what does that
essentially.
regulatory environment need to look like to attract private investment and to actually get pipelines built? That would be a positive thing.
CTV Genevieve Beauchemin was one of the first to speak with Mark Carney after his victory speech. I believe we have a clip of that. Let's roll it now.
I feel wonderful. Very humbled, as I said in my remarks, by the confidence that Canadians placed in myself and the party, and very dedicated, focused to an ambitious outcome for this great country. But I'm very, very, very grateful. It's a tremendous honor. Every vote is a privilege, and we have a great group of MPs coming. We have a commitment to work for our great country, and we will get to it right away. Thank you very much.
Mark Carney, moments after his victory speech, speaking to CTV's Genevieve Beauchemin. Harjit Sajjan, any bets on how long it will take to get him to Washington to meet with Donald Trump?
Well, I think the number one priority is going to be in how Canada is going to engage with President Trump. I think that will be the number one step moving forward. In terms of time, it's hard to say. I think it'll be relatively quickly. And let's not forget, I mean, he was Prime Minister literally for about 100 days, right? And now he has a mandate from the Canadians to actually get the job done. And the platform that's there that he's been voted for is now Canadians give a mandate, a strong minority government, to be able to work with others to move forward. The plan that he's put in place is about building. And it's nice to have parties to come up with different policies that shows how you're going to build homes, how you're going to get our energy to market. So this is a great opportunity, but the number one thing that needs to be done is how we're going to stand up to Donald Trump. Mark Carney has stood very firm. His aggressiveness that people have noted already, I think, is a very positive thing moving forward. During the first Trump administration, I've been in the White House with President Trump as well. You can't be weak going in. You need to have a very strong position. You got to be very firm, and Mark Carney has that.
All right, quite a dramatic night, a lot of tight races, and certainly a lot of stories we'll be talking about for quite some time, Vashi. I mean, we're talking about the popular vote story, right? This situation, which a lot lot of people didn't quite see it in the way we're seeing it right now. So we'll be talking about dissecting all of this for the days to come.
Yeah, look, it was a really competitive race. I think James's point earlier about how it may appear like we're a very divided nation, but really it was a lot of engaged people who coalesced around two parties that were providing sometimes competing, sometimes similar visions for how to move forward in the face of such an extreme external threat. It is not necessarily a bad thing. I think it may be unique to this election, depending on how things go with Donald Trump and the resurgence, if possible, in the future of the NDP, but also the end of the road for someone like Jagmeet Singh tonight, making that announcement on our watch that he is going to resign until there is an interim leader selected. All eyes on what happens in Pierre Poilievre's riding, and then how does Mark Carney govern as Prime Minister in a minority government?
And so in many ways, we're ending this night with the same questions as when we started. I mean, what happens with the future of this country?
It's actually true, yeah.
What happens with the future of the NDP? What happens with the future of the Conservatives with that race in Carleton that we're all watching very closely? And as you rightly pointed out, that spread there is narrowing between Bruce Fanjoy and Pierre Poilievre, but certainly things narrowing there.
They haven't mentioned if he's defeated, but imagine he is
Election night 2025.
defeated.
Thank you to all our panelists, and of course to Vashi for joining us through the past few hours. And if you're in British Columbia, a special edition of
Get the right mattress for less.
A special edition of what?
We've got mattresses for every budget, plus incredible.
Thanks for watching. There we go. So that is pretty much it, folks. So that's Canadian election. So this man, Liberal Party leader Mark Carney, has won his seat, and his party has won a minority government. Pierre Poilievre, I guess, is still getting stuff tallied. Hard to say. I'm pretty sure he probably lost his seat. I think. I don't know. We'll have to see. As Francois Blanchet, Bloc Québécois leader, elected. One of the Green Party leaders has won, which is Elizabeth May. Too bad for Jonathan Pinot. Like I said, I just don't think he got enough like TV coverage or something like that. He would have been a new face, but oh well, we'll have to see. He can stay as a co-leader. Usually the Greens will keep co-leaders. There's usually a lot of stuff that happens in the background with the Greens. So I imagine he'll still have some sort of job within the Greens. Probably advising on certain things. She's probably the only Green to get a seat. She's probably like, man, wow, I gotta go at it again. I don't know how old she is, but she's a tough lady, I'm telling you, so she can do it. But I do think her family, I think in the past she has been asked to try to pull back. Unfortunately, she keeps on getting elected and she's the only one that gets elected. So, and she's passionate about the vision of the Green Party. So it's a difficult situation, but hopefully they will figure something out. I don't know what. And then, like I said, with Jagmeet Singh, huge mistakes he's made, I think. I think, he got a lot of his platform put through last fall. And I think a lot of people just started seeing it that he was just sticking in there long enough to get his pension, his member of parliament pension. And I think that's what did him in. And then he was so wishy-washy on so many things. So I think he should have just, he would have been better positioned if he had been more assertive and just said, look, we're just going to jump right into an election and do it. So I guess it's learning lessons. The party will have to learn. They'll have to put in a new leader. Like I said, there are new Democrat leaders that I like. I did like him originally in the beginning, but like I said, then his performance since I think last summer, I just like, yeah, um, yeah. So, Paul, like I said, Horgan, I liked Horgan as an NDP leader, and Jack Layton. That's the sort of core leader that they need. Maxime Bernier, I like listening to some of the stuff he talks about. Seems a very approachable guy. Haven't really seen anything too negative. He's just, the fact of the matter is his party is so far right, and people are worried about that. At the same time, I don't think uh, his comments or he doesn't get enough visibility. I'm not sure if he'll stay in the leadership. Maybe he might just cave in and just say, look, I'm going to just rerun as a conservative or something like that. Maybe. I don't know. His party. Hard to say. So, yep. So I think that, let's see, it's 11 Pacific Standard Time. This wraps up. There's more coverage that's probably being covered. There'll be usually a lot of panelist conversations, but this is pretty much the end of it. Probably tomorrow we might see some changes in writings and close races. There might be a few recounts, but the numbers as is pretty much what you're going to see. Probably not going to be too much of a change. So definitely a minority government. And like I said, these three parties here could probably create like if they really don't like what Carney's doing, they could create a coalition government. And just say, look, we don't like what you're doing, Mr. Carney. But I think I'm going to be confident and think that things will probably, some of these guys will somehow figure out a way to work together. I don't think Canadians will want to go back to the polls again. Or I could be wrong. But yeah, that's my findings. I hope you guys enjoyed this live stream. I guess I didn't get into any video game action. I just got really, interested in this exercise that we have. I thought it was great. And we'll tally up the votes here. Both of these go. I'm not sure who else is live streaming. They will probably send something to yeah, it's very quiet tonight. Usually I redirect, but I think I'm going to just close out the stream. So thank you, everybody, and have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you in the next one. Remember to like and subscribe, and take care. Elbows up, everybody.